back. Hey, everybody.
See, there, we're good.
We're live. Okay. We had a little false start, but we're actually live now. All right. So, when reality is seen clearly, goodness is no longer something that must be enforced through moral obligation. It becomes a natural expression of awakening. The journey begins with the lovely woman on our thumbnail for this episode. It's one of my favorite thumbnails I've made thus far. This journey is really just for the minds, just for our minds, though, just for the sake of understanding. From the standpoint of awakening, none of these figures are separate. They're like turning a diamond in your hand. Each face represents the same jewel, the same thing. So first, let's meet Kali. She's in the center, sticking her tongue out. She's the fire that begins by dissolving illusion. She represents the destruction of the identities, attachments, fears, and assumptions we mistake for reality. She is the force that cuts through our attachment to the separate self and to the structures of thought that tell us what we are, what the world is, and what we and it should be. She does not give us a new belief system to replace the old ones, though. She burns through the illusion itself. Through illusion itself, not just the illusion, all illusions. In that sense, she represents the necessary destruction of what obscures our ability to see clearly and our ability to see reality. Next, we have Prajnaparamita. She embodies the perfection of wisdom, which is the direct recognition of reality as sunyata, which is often referred to as emptiness, though boundlessness or lack of inherent separate existence can sometimes convey the meaning of that word more clearly. Basically, it means nothing exists independently or is in isolation. Everything arises in relationship and dependence upon everything else. Seeing this clearly begins to dissolve the illusion of an isolated self, of our isolated selves. And then from this wisdom naturally arises green Tara. Tara represents compassion, not as morality imposed from an outside source or from above, but as the spontaneous expression of this wisdom when the illusion of separation falls away. There's no fundamentally isolated self. If there's no fundamentally isolated self, then compassion is no longer simply a rule that's telling us how we ought to treat other people. It becomes a natural response to seeing reality as it actually is. As that compassion then finds expression in the world, in our day-to-day, we arrive at Matangi. Usually pictured with a stringed instrument in her hands, she embodies awakened speech, music, creativity, and the fearless communication of truth. What has been recognized internally begins to express itself outwardly. Wisdom powers our voice. Compassion then turns into action, art, music, teaching, and authentic expression. Finally, we have Tripura Sundari. She reveals the intrinsic beauty, fullness, and perfection of reality itself, not as something attained or something we need to strive to, but as something that's been present all along right there before us once ignorance dissolves. Reality doesn't need to become perfect. Our perception of it becomes unobscured, simply. So read this way, this really isn't a progression from one state to another. These are just different facets of the same realization. Kali is the destruction of illusion. Prajnaparamita is the wisdom that sees beyond the separation. Tara is that wisdom expressing itself as compassion. Matangi is that compassion finding authentic expression to spread to other people. And Tripura Sundari is the recognition of the inherent beauty and completeness of what already is in front of us. Ultimately, these women are not separate beings to be intellectually categorized, nor are they simply concepts to be believed. They can be understood as skillful conceptual means, like symbols pointing towards a reality that cannot be contained by language and cannot ultimately be divided into separate things. They point towards the direct non-dual nature of reality. Kali, Prajnaparamita, Tara, Matangi, Tripura, Sundari each illuminate a different facet of the same jewel: wisdom, compassion, expression, and beauty. The finger pointing at the moon is not the moon itself, just like the words. Words are not truth. Symbols are not reality. Even emptiness, Brahman, God, awareness, non-duality, these are all provisional pointers. When the moon is seen, the finger is no longer mistaken for what it indicates. And this brings us back to the question of morality. For those of us coming from a natural law perspective, the question isn't whether compassion, honesty, responsibility, or concern for others are valuable. Of course they are. We all know that. The deeper question is, where does that goodness actually come from? Do we become good because we've been given a moral set of obligations that we must consciously obey? Or do those principles describe what naturally emerges when reality is seen clearly? Moral laws can tell us what compassion looks like, but they don't necessarily explain where compassion comes from. They can tell us that harming another is wrong, but they don't necessarily produce the understanding that makes us no longer want to harm another. It's really important. From the non-dual perspective, the deepest morality isn't necessarily a morality of I must. It becomes a natural expression of seeing clearly. When the illusion of radical separation falls away, compassion doesn't have to be commanded. It becomes intuitive. Goodness doesn't have to be imposed from above. It flowers from wisdom itself. I think that's the distinction here. That's really worth exploring: morality as an obligation versus compassion as a natural consequence of awakening. One tells us what we should do, and the other changes the very way that we perceive the world, which then changes what we naturally want to do. Ultimately, maybe the highest form of natural law isn't a rule imposed on us by reality. Maybe it's what naturally expresses itself when we stop resisting reality and begin to see it clearly. After you.
5 steps for leaving society using agorism.
Ooh.
Agorism is the fine art of eliminating as much government as possible from your life. When I say leave society, I don't mean disappear into the woods, abandon everyone you love, or pretend you could become completely self-sufficient overnight. I mean something much more practical. Stop allowing systems you don't believe in to control every necessity of your life. Most people think freedom is primarily political. They think freedom comes from voting for the right person, passing the right law, overthrowing the wrong institution, or convincing enough people to agree with them. But there's another kind of freedom that comes first. It's the freedom that comes from needing less permission. If someone else controls your food, your shelter, your transportation, your income, your entertainment, your information, and your community, then it doesn't matter how rebellious your opinions are. Your daily survival is still plugged directly into the machine. So tonight I want to talk about 5 practical steps for leaving society without waiting for society to change. And none of these require you to become rich, buy 100 acres of land, or move to Alaska.
You mean you don't need to be a Lambo, bro?
No.
Oh, okay.
They start wherever you are. Step 1, reduce your cost of existing. The first step towards freedom is not making more money. It's needing less money. That distinction changes everything. People get trapped because their lifestyle creates obligations: bigger house, bigger payments, newer vehicle, financing, subscriptions, credit cards, insurance on things they barely use, storage units filled with things they forgot they owned. Then they need a certain paycheck every month just to keep the machine running. And once your survival depends on that paycheck, whoever controls that paycheck has tremendous influence over your life. So start going through your expenses and ask, does this improve my life, or does this simply increase the amount of labor I have to sell? Learn to repair things. Buy used. Drive something you can work on. Cancel subscriptions you don't value. Grow and cook your own food. Stop replacing things merely because corporations convince you of that something newer exists. Every $100 you permanently remove from your monthly expense is not just $100 saved. It represents hours of your life that you no longer have to sell. That is freedom you can measure. Step 2, take back your food. Food is probably the most basic dependency humans have. Most of us live in a strange historical situation where we have almost no relationship with the production of the thing keeping us alive. Food comes from a shelf. The shelf gets filled by a truck. The truck comes from a warehouse. The warehouse gets supplied through enormous agriculture and industrial systems that most people know almost nothing about. You don't have to grow everything you eat. Start ridiculously small anywhere you have space, along the side of your house, up your walkway, out on a balcony. Grow tomatoes, grow potatoes, plant fruit trees, grow beans. Learn what edible plants grow well where you live. Learn composting, save seeds, trade seeds with neighbors, meet someone who grows something you don't. And because you're talking about genuine independence, think about the ethics of the food system too. A plant-based food system lets us move towards feeding ourselves without requiring another conscious being to become a commodity. The goal isn't purity. The goal is increasing competence. Allie and I have a small garden, and we've been blown away by how much it supplements our food supply. And the quality of the food is absolutely ridiculous. Way better than the sketchy veggies you buy at the market. You literally know what went into it for it to be grown. Maybe today you produce 1% of your food, maybe 5, then 10. The percentage matters less than the knowledge does, because once you understand how food grows, something changes psychologically. Food stops being something corporations magically provide. It becomes something beings know how to create. Step 3, build practical skills instead of collecting a bunch of shit. Our culture teaches people to solve problems through purchases. Something breaks, buy another one. Need something done, hire someone. Want entertainment? Subscribe. Want transportation? Finance it. But when you begin separating yourself from consumer society, skills become more valuable than possessions. Learn basic mechanics by learning how to maintain your own car. Electrical work, plumbing, carpentry, gardening, sewing, cooking, first aid, bike repair, solar, water filtration, tool maintenance. None of this means becoming an expert at any of it, especially when you have the internet to help you along. It means becoming the kind of person who encounters a problem and thinks, I could probably figure this out. That mentality is incredibly valuable. And these skills become a form of currency. Maybe I can fix your truck. Maybe you can help me build something. Someone else knows solar. Someone else is growing food. Hopefully everyone's growing food. Another person knows computers. Now something begins emerging naturally. A network of people cooperating because they actually have something useful to offer each other. Which brings us to number 4. Step 4, replace institutions with relationships. This is the hard one. Leaving society does not mean becoming antisocial. In fact, I think one of the biggest mistakes in the whole homesteading, prepper, off-grid mentality is the fantasy of the completely independent individual. Human beings have always survived through cooperation. The question isn't whether we're dependent on other people. The question is what kind of relationship that dependence creates. There is a massive difference between voluntary interdependence and institutional dependence. Your neighbor helping you repair a roof isn't the same as bureaucracy controlling whether you're allowed to build one. Your friend giving you vegetables isn't the same as depending entirely on an industrial supply chain. A local mechanic isn't the same relationship as a corporate dealership, so build community intentionally. Meet your neighbors, trade things, share tools, teach each other skills, help somebody in need of your skills for free even. Create relationships based on trust and reciprocity. Because if enough people do that, we don't have to design some giant replacement system. The The replacement system begins forming organically. It's called community, not forced collectivism, not compulsory participation, voluntary human cooperation. Step 5, stop waiting for permission. This is also one of the most important ones. A lot of people spend their lives waiting for some future moment when they'll finally be free. When they make enough money, when the political situation changes, when they buy land, when they retire, when they get out of debt, when the kids grow up, when the economy improves, and then suddenly 30 years disappeared. You probably can't become completely independent tomorrow, but you can become slightly less dependent tomorrow. That's the game. Plant something, repair something, learn something, cancel something, build something, meet somebody, produce something, trade something. Every small action moves part of your life away from centralized systems and back towards your own hands. And eventually you realize something fascinating. You don't actually have to defeat society. You don't have to conquer the system. You don't even have to convince everyone else that your philosophy is correct. You can simply begin withdrawing your participation from the parts of it you find destructive. You can build parallel systems, parallel food systems, parallel economies, parallel communities, parallel education, parallel media, parallel culture. It's very easy. And those alternatives don't require coercion because no one has to participate. That's what makes them powerful. The revolution doesn't necessarily look like millions of people marching through Washington. It might look like millions of people quietly becoming harder to control. Think about that. People who can feed themselves, people who can fix things, people who know their neighbors, who don't need enormous salaries, that aren't buried under consumer debt, that can walk away from institutions that violate their principles. That's what I mean when I talk about leaving society. Not escaping humanity, reclaiming responsibility for your own life. And you don't have to do all 5 tomorrow. Pick one. I challenge you. Reduce one expense, grow one plant, learn one skill, meet one neighbor you'd normally ignore, remove one dependency, then do it again. Freedom isn't somewhere you're eventually going to arrive. Freedom is someplace you practice. It's something you practice. When people talk about diet, they usually focus on protein, carbs, fats, or vitamins. But there's another question that doesn't get enough attention. What happens when billions of animals become part of the global waste stream? Every animal raised for food produces enormous amounts of secretions, feces and urine. Globally, livestock generates more manure than the entire human population. That waste doesn't disappear. It accumulates in lagoons, fields, rivers, groundwater, and eventually the food system. Along with the manure come bacteria, viruses that affect wild animals, parasites, excess nitrogen and phosphorus, antibiotics, antibiotic-resistant bacteria, and residues from veterinary drugs. This is one of the largest environmental sanitation challenges in the world. Now compare that with a food system built primarily around plants. Plants certainly require farming, and plant agriculture has environmental impacts too, but plants don't produce toxic secretions. A field of beans doesn't shit and piss everywhere. An orchard doesn't create slurries of toxic waste. Every animal we add to the system creates another biological source of contamination that has to be managed. Here's where I think the conversation becomes interesting. If an omnivorous society raised tens of billions of land animals every year, then virtually every watershed downstream of intensive agriculture is dealing with some level of animal waste contamination. Water treatment plants work incredibly hard to remove pathogens. Farmers spread manure as fertilizer, causing cross-contamination. Regulators monitor runoff. Public health agencies track outbreaks of E. coli, salmonella, and many other organisms that originate in animal feces. Think about how much modern sanitation exists because of fecal contamination, water chlorinization, sewage treatment, food safety inspections, slaughterhouse sanitation, milk pasteurization, meat processing regulations, antibiotic monitoring, groundwater testing, all this stuff. A tremendous amount of our public health infrastructure is devoted to managing contamination that either directly or indirectly comes from animal waste. Then there's the question of human exposure. People who regularly eat animal products aren't simply consuming muscle tissue. They're consuming food that requires slaughter, processing, refrigeration, transportation, repeated sanitation measures designed specifically to reduce bacteria. That's because raw meat naturally carries a much higher microbial risk than fruits and vegetables. Now let's be careful here though. Does eating animals automatically mean someone's body is full of toxins? No. Science doesn't support making that claim in such simple terms, but there is evidence that diets higher in certain animal products are associated with greater exposure to compounds such as persistent organic pollutants, dioxins, PCBs, methylmercury, in some populations because many of these chemicals bioaccumulate higher in the food chain. Fattier animals contain higher concentrations than plants. Researchers have also found that some environmental contaminants become more concentrated through trophic levels, a process known as biomagnification. Yikes. We also know processed meat and high temperature cooking can generate compounds such as heterocyclic amines and polycitric hydrocarbons, which have been studied for their potential health risk to giving people ass cancer. I wonder whether we underestimate the cumulative biological and financial burden created by living in a civilization built around intensive animal agriculture. Freudian slip. Yeah. Not simply because of what people eat, but because of the enormous sanitation infrastructure required to keep the animal waste from contaminating everything else. You think data centers are bad? How many quadrillions of gallons of water are used every day simply to wash away blood, feces, biological waste from slaughterhouses? How much bleach, chlorine, disinfectant, wastewater treatment, chemical sanitation exists because we're processing billions of animal bodies a year? How many outbreaks aren't happening because our tax dollars, sanitation workers, and treatment facilities prevent them? Those are fascinating questions that deserve more attention. From a natural law perspective, it raises another issue. If a food system requires extraordinary amounts of cleanup to prevent disease, perhaps that's a clue that we aren't working against nature, that we are working against nature rather than with it. None of this means plant agriculture is perfect. Fertilizers can pollute waterways. Irrigation can spread contamination. Every agriculture system has trade-offs, but the scale of fecal management changes dramatically when billions of animals are inserted into the equation. Perhaps the most overlooked environmental product of an animal agriculture isn't meat, it's manure, mountains of it. And modern civilization spends an incredible amount of energy making sure we never have to think about where it goes. A few weeks ago, I got an email from the YouTuber Skyjack Morgan. He said some of his viewers had mentioned that I had some interesting perspectives on borders, and he wanted me to come on his show to discuss it. Yeah. Cool. Sounded like it would be a fun conversation. A few days later, at about 6:30 in the morning, I got another email. Hey, we're live. So I jumped out of bed, hopped on, and instead of a discussion about borders, I dropped into a panel with Jeremy Loeb, Skyjack, and some other guy that was completely off the rails. And I kind of walked in during a discussion debate about whether or not communism is anarchy. the debate with Sky really came down to one thing. Can communism honestly be called anarchy? He's been spending a lot of time throwing the A word around. We kind of had a couple streams together, and he was kind of assuming that I was a communist for some reason. But anyway, so I personally don't think so. Communism can't be called anarchy in any way whatsoever. What happens when someone says no thanks? What happens when someone wants their own land to start a business, to trade freely, to keep the fruits of their labor, to walk away from the collective? If the answer is, well, the community won't allow it, congratulations, you've invented authority. You just swapped politicians for a committee. You painted the prison a different color, calling it community enforcement instead of government. Calling it community enforcement instead of government doesn't magically make force disappear. Force doesn't stop being force because everyone votes for it. The word collective isn't holy water. It does not wash coercion clean. Anarchy isn't the absence of a Capitol building. It's the absence of institutionalized aggression. If someone ultimately gets forced into compliance, I don't care what flag you're waving, that's not anarchy. Now about his post-debate coping session he had. I actually like Sky. I think he's sincere. We have actually a lot in common. We're both around the same age, grew up in the same place. But after the debate, man, the coping was almost more interesting than the debate itself. We'll be checking that out later. But instead of him saying, maybe I should look more into it, it became, I did a disservice to my viewers for having Jeffrey on the show. And we've all done it. Maybe no one enjoys having holes poked in their worldview. You know, your ego starts writing fan fiction before the debate is even over. But there's a difference between learning and preaching. Learning says, maybe I missed something. Preaching says, I couldn't possibly have missed anything. If your ideas are solid, you don't need emotional damage control afterwards. You just let them slide. You just let them stand. As always, this show is open and live, letting anyone come up. Down in the description, if you are looking for help getting out of the military, help suing a cop without a lawyer, or if you need mental health, discounted mental health services, check the description. There are links down there. Woo, it's been a while. So we planted a garden, and I've been out in the garden the whole time.
The whole time.
So we've been gone for a while.
Yeah.
Oh, hi, chat. Hi, Rose. Hey, Tim.
Chat. Honest Doubter.
Hey, Angela.
Ariana's here
Hey, Honest Downer. Oh, wow. Look, everyone's here.
Hi, bye, Ariane. Fred.
What's up, Fred?
Levolution.
What's up, Puff, EJ,
Hi,
Honest
Matt.
Doubter, Ariane? Yeah. What's up? So, I suppose we can, I guess we could just hop right into the discussions with Skyjack. Where did they go?
Oh, we're going to watch your discussion.
Yes.
On his show. Cool.
Yes.
I didn't see, well, you've showed me some parts, but I haven't seen
cool. You haven't
the
seen the
whole thing all together.
Ooh.
I don't know if we're going to watch the whole thing, but I'm excited. But from what I did see, it was a little disappointing. Not from how you spoke, but just his closed-mindedness.
Oh, yeah?
It's very sad. Sorry.
Don't tell everyone. What's up, Rick? Rick in the house. What just happened here?
Yo. Are you sharing the tab?
Oh, okay, there it is.
All
right.
Play it from the tab.
I don't even know how to use this stuff anymore, people. You're going to have to bear with me. So, Skyjack, can anarchy actually start a Trump? Clearly, Skyjack leans right or left, as does Jeremy and this other guy. So it was kind of a funny situation, but let's get into it.
Figure out a better way of handling that than the state coming in and taking away people's kids and doing shit.
And the free
maybe-
market could find far better ways of
I
doing
gotta
things.
go.
All these
he didn't like that.
services we
No,
get from
we're getting
government
ahead of ourselves.
would be given way better by the free market.
We
Gotta
need to
get
start
this.
earlier.
How do we
Gotta
deal
get
with
that
those
started.
people? Do we shun, like, if somebody in my community,
I was up there for a while before I said anything.
just the fact, the lack of money, but in fact,
I got Jeffrey's here. I want to bring up Jeffrey. Go ahead, ask your question, Jeremy, and then I'm going to bring Jeffrey on.
Yes.
Okay, just yeah, go ahead and bring Jeffrey. But also, just a clarifying question. Just when you bring up anarchist communities, are you referring to historical communities, or like are you? Because my question is, if you're talking about like say communities who identify as anarchists, like I'm sorry to make this America centric, but
No, we're Americans, so that's okay.
yeah, not Chip,
not
but
me.
you know,
Yeah.
but if they are an anarchist community in America, they're still living under the state, you know. So
Yeah.
So go ahead.
Totally. So there have been when I speak of ones that are stateless-ish a lot of times too. So anarchism being stateless, we have stateless-ish communities that have existed alongside the state, like in fascist Spain, like in Syria. There was the
So to answer Jeremy's question, there isn't just all anarchy or nothing. There's what we're just talking about, agorism. It's a daily practice of pushing the government out of your life. You don't, just because you are geographically in the United States of America does not mean you have to go along with everything the government does here. You can absolutely point yourself in a different direction and not involve yourself. You can choose to involve yourself, or you'll be screwed, or you could choose not to involve yourself, but that also brings on certain responsibilities of taking care of yourself. Yeah.
Rahabi, I think it's called. They existed under. They kept ISIS away, and there were the Kurds. The Kurds. They don't have borders. They have anarchist communities that and there were some complications there, but they no longer exist because of the United States. But anyway, they have to the way it is right now. You exist within a nation state and try to like live alongside, almost like. And in America, you could think of it like a hippie commune, or in these utopian experiments we've had in the United States that are usually agrarian and rural, but they needn't be. I'm going to bring on.
I also remembered my question. Okay.
Great, Jeffrey. Are you ready? Give me a thumbs up, Jeffrey. You ready to go? All right, cool. Jeffrey's ready. This is Jeffrey Phillips. Everybody, welcome. Jeffrey is so the way I thought we'd organize the episode was actually that Jeffrey and I are going to be the anarchists, and we have the skeptics or the neophytes or people with questions, and we try to address them and talk about anarchist communities and stuff. The one we're on right now, we already covered no cops, but we can always circle back. We always circle back to no cops, and we
definitely didn't really solve that.
Well, what do we do with rapists and killers? I guess.
I also have I feel like we're presupposing that a lot of the issues in society or in general are coming from just the lack of money. But in fact, a lot of the issues can also come from poor mental health, people growing up in a bad family that had poor mental health. And there can just be a lot of these situations that can still exist in anarchy, right? So say, for instance, I had people I'm thinking of people who were, when I was young, who didn't like school, they were kind of lazy, or so the teachers called them. They were unmotivated, but they were probably in that situation because of family situations that they had. And that family situation, sure, maybe in that situation was because of poverty or something. But it can also happen that it's not because of poverty, but rather because somebody's feeling extremely insecure, like we see a lot of people in the chat right now, and they lash out and they blame others for them being insecure, right? Like it doesn't solve the insecurity and the way people behave. You see what I mean? Like,
yeah, but okay, so two things there. One, it's almost always caused by lack of either wealth or it's either lack of hold on. It's either a lack of means or lack of access to healthcare. Now, rich
people still behave shittily.
They don't have access, and they don't have access to mental health, or it's been stigmatized. And so a lot of times
people,
but when you say rich people behave shitty, it's because they're being incentivized by the you're here. If you're the rich people acting shitty is because we've incentivized greed. They get profit out of that. The profit motive.
No, but I mean, they actually they're rich people who have access to mental health, have access to healthcare, and they still behave shittily towards their kids. They still have because of them being extremely insecure about their own masculinity or their own whatever, right? Like far be from that's the thing about it. Emotional maturity is not something that comes with wealth or education. It's something that you need to work on in a completely different way than a lot of it, right? Like just like any form of intelligence.
Okay, so my question is, how do we deal with it now, and how do you think we should deal with it?
Oh well, I think we need to teach people about emotional intelligence and have all that stuff more in schools and explain to people what happens and all that stuff. And obviously that would still put like my point in this isn't that anarchy wouldn't solve this. Obviously, it's a separate issue from anarchy, and you could still solve it in some similar way that you would in an anarchist system or in a non-anarchist system. But my problem is that when victims of emotional immaturity arise, how do we deal with those victims? How do we deal with those people? Do we shun, like, if somebody in my community is an asshole because he was treated like an asshole, and he's an asshole because he was treated like an asshole because somebody else, it doesn't matter. Maybe even because it came from maybe just trickle, it's generational trauma.
Yeah, I get it. It doesn't matter because a habitual offender is a habitual offender, right?
Yeah.
So
like,
how do we deal with someone who's a habitual offender that we cannot rehabilitate?
Or I don't necessarily mean that we cannot rehabilitate, but rather
and problem solved that we rehabilitate them.
Yeah, maybe we rehabilitate them, but how should I put this? Maybe they're not like, I don't know, somebody who cheats on somebody else, right? Like somebody like that, right? Like I mean, when somebody who does things that are shitty and they create problems in a society and they create emotional disturbance, which eventually leads to emotional frustration, which eventually leads to other stuff being done.
Okay, but Chip, how do we deal with them today?
Well, I don't think we deal with a good way today also, but at least today we can help the victims out. I'm not sure how we can help the victims out in those situations.
How do we help the victims out? Right now, if you talk, the people you're talking about, we put them in jail or we kill them. That's what we do today.
Well, in the U.S., right? But like we have rehabilitation here in the Netherlands a lot. We have social what do you call it?
Like, I don't know if it's.
My question is in all this situation, right? Like obviously, it's not about how we deal with those people. How we deal with those people, I'm assuming anarchy can create a way to deal with those people. But my question is, how do we deal with the victims of those people, right? Like for instance, what has happened in my vegan community is we have had a couple who they broke up and they were both shitty to each other. They were both shitty to each other, right? And it can happen. And when you have a community, it can happen that people are just shitty to each other for being a community. So what happens in that situation is you can't take sides and you can't kick one of the community out or the other. And keeping them in that community could just mean bad for the community, right? So I'm just like, human nature.
Mind your own business, bro.
Fighting is part of our human nature. So when we fight in a tight community, as tight as that is, if it's 100 people, even 1,000 people, it's pretty tight. Then what happens next?
Let me ask Jeffrey. Jeffrey, what do you think? I think I know, Jeff. What do you think, Jeffrey?
What's the actual question?
So if you have two people who are you have spousal domestic dispute, they're both shitty. Yeah. They're both shitty. What does the community do?
Nothing. Call me old-fashioned, but I think the level heads in a community can figure out better ways of dealing with bad actors than the government does. Right now, if you're victimized, you become victimized again by the state, by the state taking that the bad person, and putting them in jail. The victim's being taxed for that bad actor to go to jail for however long. So it's getting victimized again in the system now. But I think for the real bad actors these days, police are policy enforcers. They're not really out there doing anything. They're not doing they're rarely finding murderers and killers and rapists. Yeah. So when those few bad actors do pop up, the level heads and the smart people, the men of the community, can figure out far better way of figuring out what needs to happen with those bad actors, dealing with the family of those bad actors, the friends of that bad actors, the people in the community. They could find a way better way than using the state to put that criminal into jail to become a super criminal, to come out and cause more problems. How we have things set up now is awful, inefficient, victimizes, makes the victim a second time. Like he was saying, oh, we got to take care of the victims. Getting rid of the criminal is how we take care of victims, to make sure they don't become victims again. They don't.
So yeah, Angela pointed out a good point. When you have a married couple and they're cheating on each other, they should just get a divorce. We'll be talking about this type of stuff more later, but the community should mind their own business.
Or the members of the community, like your friends help friends, right? I don't know if it necessarily that's the nice thing about an organically formed community. It functions in that the family members and close friends, people, neighbors will help people who need help. I don't know. Maybe I got a little lost in the sauce and I missed what they were asking you, because they were asking they were asking you
what should we do about couples that cheat on each other?
What should a community do? It's like, well,
talk to them, see what needs to happen,
something.
And make sure that happens, and people aren't staying in stagnant situations that are actually causing them harm. Help your friends out, but don't think that you can give advice and stuff like that,
and
but don't think that you have some power over them.
Yeah, and not every member of a community, you are not owed the effort of every member of the community to save you or help you if they voluntarily, like I said, if people voluntarily want to in a community, then they should help. But I don't think there's no, like, seems like a very, I don't know, perhaps like a communist view of like, oh, well, we need to have a community like relationship committee then.
Yeah.
And then everyone will listen about each person's problems and we'll decide who gets the most help. Like that's again, another mini government top down approach versus bottom up solution.
Yeah.
Seems like that's where they're leaning. Yeah.
You don't need to be compensated in some way by a state or anything like that.
We also have to make sure that the victims don't become criminals themselves, though. I mean, that's also something that we've seen, right? We have if someone is victimized and they become the, like, especially with things like hereditary, like people who are victims of child molestation or people who are victims of spousal abuse, and we do see some of that. But Chip was talking about, but I think you're right. I think that we could figure out a better way of handling that than the state coming in and taking away people's kids and doing shit. But
and the free market could find far better ways of doing things. All these services we get from government would be given way better by the free market for a lot of reasons.
Maybe I can explain. I just feel like when it comes to communities, right? Like for me personally, I feel more anxiety being a community than a smaller community. Personally, I feel like I have a little bit more freedom when there isn't a small community, because I feel like
when there isn't, I don't understand.
Yeah, when there isn't a small community.
Okay.
I'm a little bit like that, right? So
you like the big community.
I like being small. I don't like being like somebody who people look after or look at or whatever, right? I'm like,
I get what you're saying.
It's kind of funny that I'm a YouTuber and
you want to be a wallflower. You want to blend in.
Not necessarily blend in. I just like want to do my own business. I don't want to necessarily, because I have days when I want to do one thing and days when I want to do another thing, right? I want to have the freedom to pursue what I want to pursue, and I feel like that can create a lot of animosity when you have a smaller community, because you're like, what do you mean you don't want to chop wood? Who's going to chop wood now, right?
Oh, because you're all on the hook.
Something like that, right? I feel like that's also like, because I went to Romania now, and my dad is a devoted communist. He isn't one anymore. And I was actually talking to him about communism, because I'm like, I'm kind of a fan now that you mentioned this guy, all that stuff. But there's one thing that he said that I don't really like, which was you couldn't really do what you wanted to do.
He's equating a community to communism.
Yeah.
Like he's bringing up an example of you couldn't really do what you want to do in a communist community or society. But that's kind of comes back to what you were speaking about how does communism equal anarchism? Is that compatible? And then the voluntary component, as soon as you take out that voluntary component, it's not anarchism.
Nullifies the word.
Yeah.
And you'll see, it's funny because Skyjob really harps on the correct definitions of things, but you'll see him blend the definitions of things quite a bit in this conversation.
You were doing what you were told to do so that it's for the common good, right? You weren't really doing...
So under communism, under communist Romania and USSR, they had someone telling them what to do. They had the state telling them what to do, which is exactly what anarchists... Also, communism supposedly is moving towards. Like, communism wants a stateless, classless society. Marxism is all about trying to eliminate that top-down shit and that the workers organize themselves. We decide...
If everyone wants to be a YouTuber or everyone wants to be a software engineer...
But they don't.
But I'm not saying everyone, obviously. Not everyone will. But there can be a situation where most people want to do the same thing. Like, we all know that. Like, nobody wants to separate the trash. Nobody wants to wash the toilets. Like, the public toilets, right? Nobody wants to do some stuff. There's some stuff that nobody wants to do, and there's some stuff that most people want to do. So I'm like...
I wouldn't mind cleaning the toilets in a society if someone had to. I wouldn't mind.
Also, clean your own fucking toilet. You always get this thing. The capitalist always is like, who's going to wash the dishes? Wash your own fucking dishes.
The public toilets.
Yeah.
Right. So public toilets, if we have public toilets, we have to take turns to clean the toilets. Like, everyone takes its turn.
Public toilets most likely wouldn't exist. There would be a toilet that would be maintained by someone who owns it that would be renting it out to people.
Or, I mean, that under libertarianism.
If we had anarchy, things would be very different than they are now. Our whole society would look totally different. So there wouldn't be, public toilets, because someone would have had to have built those public toilets at one point. And that's kind of the thing I have the problem with taking over the communism thing and the Marxism thing was taking over the means of production. Someone had to build those means of production. Someone had to put their money into that for it to be taken.
That's what Kropotkin talks about, right? Like, so in the great scheme of all the people who have lived and died, all of human effort have created these means of production, so they belong to all of us. It's not someone, it's all of us. Our entire human history led to the steam engine and these factories. It wasn't someone put the money in. Someone took money from others and then used technology of others and then said, okay, now it's mine. I'm going to put a fence around it, and now you have to pay me.
I agree with you on that, right? I agree with you on that. But we all know there are, for example, natural parks, right?
Yeah,
you want a toilet in a natural park.
National parks, like
national parks, right? Yeah, you want a toilet in a national park. You want at least a couple of them, right?
You have a city. You could bring your own stuff in. You could bring, like you go camping.
No, that doesn't work. It doesn't work for everyone.
Okay, so people do camp and people do bury their own shit. but when you have things like that, that's a great example of how the state is taking money from all of us, and that's an example of socialism. They built a toilet, and we all pay for that toilet, and we make sure that somebody's there to clean it from time to time, and we do that. So in anarchy, somebody would build a toilet at some point, or we take a toilet that's already existing, and then we take turns cleaning it. And like, you have examples of military, like the toilet example isn't great, but you know what is military, where you have almost like a necessary hierarchy, right? You have, but the more distributed it is, the better it works, actually. So you don't have some general in Washington telling you what to do. You have people on the ground making their own decisions for a stated purpose and goal, and then you act in concert. And also the troops elect their leaders. The troops elect who is the boss, and they follow it to the end. So sorry. Let me just. So the toilet still needs cleaning in a military situation, right? You have to have military camps, and you have military toilets. Like, they figure it out.
I think this toilet example is
it might be
I think it's actually a good example because.
Pause for a second because he's touching. Oh, what up, Timothy? Yo. Welcome back. I was gonna say, oh shit. Okay, so the toilet. What Skyjack's touching on isn't wrong. What came to mind. We live near some hot springs, and they're community maintained. You know, right? Yeah. And so there is a resource that everyone in the community wants to use. Even some people outside of the community, tourists will come in. Sometimes people will spray graffiti. Sometimes people will leave trash. Even sometimes the government will come through and then like knock it down because it has to be built up. It's like hot water coming out of the ground. You have to build it up to make a pool, right? So, but it always comes back. There's a group of hippies, and there's just a community around here that it's such a valuable resource that's so precious that it's like a very real example that I know of like a collective resource that is maintained somehow, but that's because enough people value it. So I think that's kind of like I don't think the toilet example, like I don't think Skyjack is wrong about that part, but then the way he applies it, he's trying to use it to go against what you're saying. But that's what he's describing is more of an open market than a communist system. Yes. Just because a community, and again, the smart vegan was sort of equating community to communism, and again, that's where we're messed up on the definitions here in this conversation, where there's words being used and each person's kind of meaning a different thing. But because Skyjack, like I said, he's describing it's an open market, a voluntarist anarchist system, not a communist system. A communist system would have the community would elect a board of people.
That is weird that he didn't explain it that way, huh? That he wasn't like, oh, well, the local community gets the money together, or the local group gets the money to get like.
Well, that's what he was saying, how the toilet would be maintained, but I think he's kind of.
He's not willing to call himself a communist, but he's a Marxist, I think is what he was saying. So it's like he's like in this in between, and that's why he was really gravitating towards anarchism, the word,
and mixing
something else,
but mixing the Marxism and communism baking it into the word anarchy and anarchism. But you guys are talking about two different types of anarchism.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what it seems like.
I'm talking about let everyone do what they want. He's talking about everyone doing the same thing. And unfortunately, you don't get everyone to want to do the same thing. Life doesn't work that way. People want to do different things. So even his right left-leaning friends aren't really agreeing with him too much on his explanation. Yeah.
Well, it's a perfect example of something important for a topic. I tried being homeless for a while, even if it was just for the shits of it. But the toilet was the hardest.
Strategic poverty, bro.
Yeah, where are you gonna take a shit? It's so hard.
In a
So
park.
yeah, good example to start on.
Yeah. Universal.
Because you're talking about this system what we have where everybody's going to take turns cleaning the toilet. No, they're not.
Yeah.
No, they're not. They're going to go in there and piss and shit everywhere and leave. And then it's going to be fucking like disgusting. Because that's what happens now.
That's
If
what
you
happens
don't have,
now.
like,
That's what happens now because everyone thinks they're above cleaning toilets. But
Yeah.
that's what happens now because everyone's like, I went to college, I don't clean toilets. But you know what, man? When shit needs doing. Look, man, I've worked in restaurants. I've cleaned lots of toilets as the general manager, the top boss. I've cleaned toilets, and sometimes I had to ask other people to clean toilets, and everyone cleans toilets. Like, if anyone who's worked in a restaurant knows that every server has to take turns cleaning the toilets. Every gas station, the person who's behind the cash register, they all take turns cleaning the toilets. Like,
well, maybe. Like, I don't
But there
know.
will
Like, maybe you have like people who are.
Okay.
Maybe the
Anyway,
people who want to use the toilet.
I feel like
want
it's
to
such
use
an
it.
innocuous example, but it does kind of get to the heart of like what.
Yeah.
Okay, so in an anarchist society, you're going to have public ostracization is going to be a real big thing. Your reputation is worth more than anything in anarchist societies. So if you go and you fuck off in this community and you don't do anything, the people of the community are going to be like, get the fuck out of here, you piece of shit. And anarchist societies are going to pop up. Like if government was gone tomorrow, right? We're going to have every city we have now is going to turn it into its own little flavor of society.
yes.
And so if you go to these cities and you want to be a part of them, you kind of have to play by the rules. Or you could go live out in the Badlands in the desert and not have to deal with anyone. But if you want to, if you're going to play by the rules and you want to live in one of these communities, you have to go by the rules. Anarchy does not mean no rules. It means no rulers. There will be independent communities in anarchy that happen where communism is happening. There'll be independent communities where, super republicanism is happening. In anarchy, there's space for every community and every flavor of like you'll be able to go to San Francisco if you're, like if you really want to. You can live in San Francisco if you know what happened, what kind of people hang out in San Francisco. You might want to go there. You might want to go to New York, and every one of these places will have their own rules. Unlike now, where we have rules across the board that we don't have any choice. We have to follow these rules. In anarchy, all anarchy means is you don't have a gun to your head by the government. But everything's going to look the same. People think it's going to be Wild West when the free market takes over, these communities are going to be awesome. And in order to fit into these communities, you got to play by the rules, or you get sent out you get sent out to live with, you have to have like insurance to get into one of these cities. Go ahead.
I have a problem with what you said. First of all, you said that it's based on reputation is very important. I severely hate that. I hate that so much because anybody. Let me explain why. I hate that.
That's a red flag.
Me as an animal rights
sketchy as
activist,
fuck.
right? As a vegan, I can tell you that when I tell people to not exploit animals, they freaking hate it.
But that's
and I would have a reputation where people. Well, where I would have
shit, that's nothing to do with
but
your
there will
work.
always be. But
that's
there
nothing to do
will
with the
always be-
reputation of your work. What are you talking about? Like
I'm just trying to. What I'm trying to explain is that when you're going to be a person who challenges the system, a person who challenges the tribal tradition, whatever it is that you've always done, your reputation is not going to be a nice one if it means people are not going to like it, right? So, and we can't we have to take into consideration that people will be religious, people will follow traditions.
You're not hurting someone's reputation by
You're
saying
likely
that
live in a
vegan.
community where
They're vegan. I don't like them. That doesn't hurt their reputation.
To giving him the benefit of the doubt, I think what he's trying to say is like, like how restaurants their business can be really affected by like bad fake Yelp reviews or something. Like you could be like, oh, this person's a vegan, I don't like them, therefore I'll decide to ruin their reputation. Maybe
one person can't ruin someone's
but
reputation.
then that's the thing where it's like, well, like Skyjack said, it's like, well, then your work will your work will dictate your will dictate that.
Your reputation.
Like your reputation, there will be,
how people trust you and shit like that. Like has nothing to do with
Yeah.
And if you're in a
Whether you're a
community though
vegan
where
or
you're
not.
surrounded by people who are vegan haters and they're talking shit about you, making things up, then it's like time to move.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah. Find your
not
people.
the right community. Yeah, not your people.
Right. Get in where you fit in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where veganism is accepted, though, because that's where you're going to
Yeah, but
choose to
if I-
live.
But
Also-
I
also,
don't want,
it-
just to be
hold
clear,
on.
I don't want
Hold
veganism
on.
in my community only. I want veganism everywhere because veganism is a justice movement.
Well,
I
that's
want
not
injustice
something you
stopped
can.
everywhere.
That's not how the world
Of
works.
course.
But the world could work that we're not killing animals. It's
It could,
perfectly
but that's-
fine.
Yes.
And here's the other
Can't
thing.
force that on people.
Someone who's doing that, you'd have to have, first of all, your ideology is welcome at the table of all of these tribunals, right? All of these tribal councils. You aren't discriminated against because of your gender or your ideology or even your religion. You're not discriminated against by that. That's already that's baked in the cake for anarchy, right? When he's talking about reputation, we're talking about the social status that you derive from a job well done. People like the pat on the back. People look up to you as a great member of the community. If you're the smartest guy, a doctor's a great example. They just mostly work with their brains, and everyone looks up to them, right? And meanwhile, the guy carrying wood, we can look up to him because he does a great job carrying wood. The way it works in capitalism is the doctor, we pay a whole bunch of money and give him a big fancy house, but the person mowing all the lawns and making sure everything's pretty, making sure the roads are nice, people look down on those people. And that's fucked.
Wait,
Yeah, maybe
are we
you look
comparing-
down on them.
People look
Speak
down.
for yourself. I don't know anyone who looks down on blue collar workers.
Well, first you said the doctors in the big house. I thought I was going to talk about wage, and it's like, oh, if you want to talk about healthcare and doctors' wages and stuff, we got to talk about insurance. We got to talk about government having their hands into the whole medical industry. Like, let's go. But then he went towards another, like a, what does it be, like a virtue signal or it's kind of hard to respond. It's sort of all over the place.
Well, and in his system, the least amount of money is going to be spent on the most amount of people's medical services. So
the least. But again, we're equating. He's saying capitalism, and he's talking about crony capitalism with government involved, especially like I said, medical system. That is not a purely capitalist system at all.
So is it safe to say that even if there was no taxes, there could still be an immoral system?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Mm.
I mean, that's kind of like the libertarian sort of idea, or it's kind of like what I talked about in the intro of like, it's one thing to do good things because those are the rules and that's the law, versus to do it because it is the, I don't know. I lost my train of thought.
In the beginning, you're saying to do it because it was the acknowledgement and the awareness of just like everything around us is like how it is, like, so that's your, I guess, like default reaction to would just be the compassion part that doesn't actually like unlock until you like see it that way. Otherwise, you're in the landscape of like, this is how things are, and this is how it's always been. This is authority, and you gotta do it like this. If you don't, then you won't hit the grind, so you won't get money, and you'll just be on the street. You'll be one of your friends that just want to die, that are just like so hot, don't know where they're gonna go today. But so that's why you want to work. And we're thinking about all this from this perspective of the society we're living in, or all this perspective is also coming from this society. So you got to keep that in mind.
Yeah, it's like a corrupt lens that we're even viewing.
Yeah, you can't even use a lot of these hypotheticals.
Yes.
Because this system is so fucked, and if it was in the future, it won't be this fucked. Everything will be completely different. We'll likely have a sounder currency. We'll likely have, more. We'll likely get more money for our labor. Like stuff like that will be so different that you can't even like these speculating about this stuff. It's like a total waste of time.
Yeah, just because something looks like a capitalist system doesn't mean that is a capitalist system. Just because a governmental law may touch on, do not kill other people. Sure, like you're saying, like a society without taxes, it could be immoral. Like we could touch on the opposite way. We could touch on morality, but still not coming from the right place. But,
and even if I can't give you the answer to how to fix all this stuff right now, it doesn't matter, because I am not the free market. I am not the future free market. I cannot tell you what the free market, once let go by the government, the real free market, I can't tell you the fucking awesome solutions that are going to pop up. Because I don't know.
It's boundless.
It's endless.
So
when you have competition and no monopolies, and it's just going to drive prices and prices down and quality up, all kinds of stuff. But these guys don't believe any of that stuff. It's funny.
Right. Well, down to a personal level, I was reading about how sure the communists, the anarchists decided to join up with communists probably because they're the only people that like had similar interests, or maybe they were the more radical ones. But something that happened was one of the people had an inheritance, and he was told that he has to distribute it to the entire community, but it was his family member that gave him the money, and he felt like he should keep it because like he can do whatever he wants with his property. And the other people were trying to force him to disperse that money to the group, and that's when he made a dividing line of like he doesn't feel like the communism thing is his thing.
Yeah, man.
Yeah,
when I was in a band, everyone was Scientologists, and they were trying to take my money and give it to the church, and I was all
for the greater good.
It's
that greater good thing.
Yeah. And I got voted off the island because of that shit.
Oh shit! I know a guy that gives like 10% of his paycheck to the church, he says, and I'm like, dude, just because it says to do that doesn't mean you have to. Doesn't mean you give it to a person. You want to do good in the way that you think you have to give. You can give it to dudes on the street every now and then. Like you just keep giving people money that are asking you for it. Oh, excuse me, I had a breath. But like 10 people a day are asking for fucking money. Now you can fucking give them some. You're not giving it to the fucking church.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, and
take out the middleman.
Yeah, the state thinks they're going to take all this money and do great stuff with it. Well, what if I don't believe that stuff is great? And I would rather give to my own charity, my own way of being charitable versus the government just taking it all and then actually dropping bombs on kids overseas with it. Like, it just doesn't make any sense.
No, sir.
But are we comparing capitalism to anarchy? Because there's obviously some middle ground, right?
No, anarchism is based in open markets and people being able to do whatever they want in these open markets.
Anarchism is communal property. So we're talking about open.
Anarchism is communal
is always going to end up going towards communal property, where we have no one owns the means of production, and you take what you need and you contribute what you can.
Okay, that's where we disagree.
Well, I know, because you're more libertarian. That's okay. We're allowed to disagree. No, but anarchism taken to its natural ends is.
He keeps calling me and will continue to call me a libertarian. I'm not a libertarian. I'm an anarchist. Libertarian believes in small government. But what he's trying to say is because I'm okay with corporations, that corporations are actually governments, therefore I'm not a libertarian or an anarchist because I believe in small government.
But then again, it's like we were just talking about, Timothy, the hypothetical, or he's thinking of corporations as they exist now under the lens of how society currently runs, how the government is, how our economy is.
Which it wouldn't be.
The corporations are able to be essentially monopolies, and they're propped up by government. And so without that government, what you would call a corporation, they wouldn't be able to exist on the scale that they do now in anarchy land or whatever. So
and they keep later on what if a company or a business owns we'll get into it later.
Or libertarian. That's okay. We're allowed to disagree. But anarchism taken to its natural ends is everyone walks into
100% harmony, everyone working together. Yeah.
Right.
Okay.
No money,
Right.
These are
no money.
So if it was set up,
Skyjack tries to play the it's cool that we disagree thing, but you'll see what happens.
Up in the way that you're describing, Jeffrey, at the beginning, right? So how do you ensure that it doesn't start to degrade over time and become less and less the system that you want it to be and become what we have?
Well, because no one wants that. No one wants to have their
People
money
do
stolen
want
from
that.
them. No one wants to. Well, most people are in anarchy most of the day, and most people
Right.
like that. Most people don't want a cop in their house watching them with a gun to their head, making them do things they don't want to do.
Sure.
So, and by having multiple flavors of communities, you have people that will gravitate towards those areas where they want to be. So if someone wants a super, someone wants to live in a prison state, basically, where they have cameras in their house, if that makes them feel good, they can move to a community where that happens, and they have the choice to. The problem with things are now, we don't have a choice. We can't opt out of the system. In anarchy, you can opt out of whatever local systems there are. Right now, you can't. Like I said earlier, people think, oh, we're going to be back in the Stone Age if we go if we lose our government. But as you've seen, we've had no government many times in the past 10 years where they've shut down the government. We've been fine. We don't need this government, and we don't need to.
Not just that,
government forces us to live in cities because it's really easy for us to tax us. We're not
To
supposed
control
to be
us.
living in these big cities.
Come on.
So
No,
Well, just
living
to-
in cities is not
Yeah.
because of that.
Cities are
Living in
absolutely
cities
because
are
of that. It's
absolutely
central,
because of that.
central,
Cities are
centralized.
essential.
Even in the ancient world,
efficient.
even in the ancient world, they had cities, and they
They're
usually
efficient.
failed.
What are you talking about?
What's that?
They're extremely efficient.
They are not
they're
efficient.
efficient at taxing.
They're
No, but
efficient
let me just
at
explain.
putting
That's
putting
the only
somebody
reason
up.
cities exist.
In the
Yeah,
last
so if you-
10,000
food.
years, we've been building cities and they collapse. We build cities and
Sure.
they collapse, and they
But let me
collapse
just
under
explain
the
what I
weight.
mean.
They collapse under the weight of the people.
Hold
they
on,
rob.
hold on, guys.
I just want to explain what I mean by cities being efficient. So when it comes
Calm
to
down,
food, which
everyone.
is one thing we all need, it is much easier to move food when everyone is in the same place
You're thinking
than to
profit-wise,
build
though.
roads,
Yeah.
than to build roads, hundreds and hundreds of roads in between because this is a big problem in US,
It's
isn't
not
it?
hard to build
The
roads.
fact that you made cities for cars, cities that are spaced out far away, and people don't really live close enough. They can't walk to a place. They need to get in a car to get to that place. So if you don't have cities, if you just have widespread or suburbia, as we call it, you just have a lot of people
This guy.
in a really large spaces, and
What
in
are
order
you
to
trying
get
to
to the
say?
supermarket.
You're just illustrating the fact that cities always
Sure,
fail.
like-
They last.
Yes, if you
There's-
have to drive a car a distance to get where you're going, it's less efficient than if it's all right there.
Well,
but
he's talking like logistically. Okay, yes, centers of activity where there's more money, jobs, or whatever. There's going to be more higher populations
Yeah.
forming around that, like, of course.
not to
Is
the
he-
extreme we have them now.
But was he trying to say that that's
Where you're
because
like-
governments are efficient and are more efficient at making
He's
cities?
saying cities are more efficient. Period.
Mhm. Under the current system.
But we have
the-
now. We
like-
can't even go live out in the desert because they'll
Yeah.
fucking come and tell you
Right.
not to.
Maybe he's thinking, maybe he's calling a city like what a bunch of people doing what you're describing would turn into, like a city.
No, this dude believes in this dude wants a one world government. So that's all we really need. All the time we need to spend talking about this guy
All right.
is
Peak
that
efficiency.
basically. Yeah. He says it later on several times. He wants a one world government. all
But
that
yeah,
stuff,
but
so.
if we have a bunch of workers and consumers, then yeah, cities are the most efficient ways to
Yeah.
have people.
But
like,
that's not what we're supposed to be
kind of-
doing with our lives. We're not
No,
supposed to
dude, that's
be
just
way.
continuing the slave species.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's what these guys like. They're so not even. They're on like a real weird level. Like
or just need to open their perception of what is
Yeah.
even possible, and it's just that again we're getting back to
two-party shit.
concepts and just like intellectual restraint through language, through
Identity
words,
politics.
through these definitions, through identity politics. It's so what's the word, constraining
Yeah.
of like on the mind and the imagination. It's even deeper than the mind. It's like it's like a deep level of restriction.
Restraint.
Yes, or
Intuition.
Mind restraint.
Yeah, definitely imagination. Yeah.
for sure. Like,
Yeah. Like like I know a lot of the stories I tell during these. Like I know when I heard them, I was blown away, and I had never heard them before. And I know not a lot of people over the years talk about this stuff, so I know that I presented a lot of new concepts to these guys, and Skyjack did not like it.
A couple
Well,
hundred years,
suburbia
and then they
fails.
collapse.
Suburbia
Okay,
fails.
so
Cities are amazing.
We're still thinking in the mindset of
cities
we have a state that gives us a currency that isn't worth anything. You're saying it's much easier to distribute food in a community, but yeah, profit-wise it is. But if we have
Exactly what you're
hold
just
on.
saying.
If our
Guess-wise.
dollar is worth something, yes. If our labor is worth in anarchy land, our labor is worth far more than it is now, right? So so you're not going to have these, it's going to cost too much to move money around because the economy is going to be better.
Money.
And
not money, resources. Resources are finite. But I don't mean money, I don't mean resources in a money way. I mean, essentially resources, they're finite.
What could be more efficient than we all work the same farm? What could be more efficient than all of us working the same farm?
Wait. So first of all, the whole idea of subsistence agriculture, I come from that. Romania has subsistence agriculture.
Yeah, but just hypothetically.
What could be more
efficient than all of us working the same farm? Forget about all of the political ways.
Make every farm order. If you could make every farm on that farm, it would be efficient. But the reality is that a farm, one single farm, is not efficient unless you put some kind of vertical farming. Like maybe you can create a form of a farm where everyone works on it. I'll give you that, right? Where everyone works on it and you produce all food.
Chip, you're a vegan activist. You know why they're building vertical farms. They're only building vertical farms for one reason only. Cattle. And that's the only reason they're doing it is so that they can control the means of production. The billionaires can, because they're the only ones that can afford to build. They're the only ones that can afford to build vertical farming, and they're hedging their bets against climate change because vertical farming in these giant buildings, they can control the atmosphere. They can control the sun. Why the fuck would I want vertical farming? That is the only reason.
Because it's highly inefficient to have regular ass farming.
Skyjacking technology and using
So why is he so violently against vertical farming?
And he's against AI and all this, he thinks it's for filling up the giant metropolis cities, supplying these hellhole cities. He sees the vertical farming as kind of like a hellscape type of way of getting by, which is it's an opinion he has, which is fine, but it doesn't make any sense.
It's it may be efficient in certain climates, it may not be. It's
mostly being talked about cattle feed right now.
Oh, okay, that's
so
why.
He's like, ugh.
It just seems like a lot of this stuff is just instead of looking at the information, it's just data, facts, logic. It's politically charged. All this
good for mushrooms. That's probably about it.
Well, think of how much of the market, the ag market, is actually animal based.
Exactly. Yeah.
So it's
we probably
if they're really looking into this vertical farming to make more soy and corn for the animals, it's to just keep that monster going. He's kind of has that opinion of this is bad for veganism,
right.
for a conspiracy theory. He has a conspiracy.
It just seems
theory.
Focusing on a symptom versus
it's
a cause.
Conspiratorial.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, that's right. That's what it is. Looking into the symptom.
I validated him by saying it was for cats.
Enough food.
Your mind about this efficiency thing is just propaganda from the capitalists.
Sky,
because they need to make it more efficient.
No. That's
Sky, why they're doing
my grandmother made food for herself. My grandparents were subsistence agriculture.
Mine too.
All my parents did that. No, Sky, they didn't have everything.
I'm doing that right now.
My grandfather was a farmer.
You can't have everything on your own farm. It requires way too much land for one person.
You don't need everything on one farm, dude. That's why trade. That's why you live in a community. What do you mean? That's why community exists.
Yeah. Okay. So imagine if everyone has a farm, then everyone lives far away, and then you have to drive everywhere, and you have to use gas.
You can't trade in communism.
Trade in an open market?
Yeah. That's what
you dirty capitalist, Skyjack.
Capitalist. See, he doesn't even know what he's talking about.
Well, because again, he's assuming. I guess people.
He's trying to be an identity politician.
Capitalism.
And he doesn't even, he didn't. You'll see soon. He didn't even. I brought up anarcho-capitalism. He'd never heard the word before, so it's like.
What is and then in order to use gas,
he thinks it's going to be Wild West. He thinks we're going back to the Stone Ages.
I don't think you're going back to the Stone Age, but this whole idea that cities suck, I think it's so misinformed. Cities are freaking amazing. Maybe cities in the US suck, but cities the cities that are made for people, cities are actually amazing.
This is just a red herring. This is a red herring about this city thing.
Get past the city thing.
Cities are great. I've lived in cities and I lived in towns. I've lived in the country. I understand the benefits and pitfalls of both. Okay, I've lived all over the fucking world, by the way, in cities and rural areas. So I'm very experienced with this, but this whole idea of vertical agriculture for efficiency only serves one purpose, and it's profit. And it's profit for the billionaires, and it's hedging their bets against climate change so they can continue to distribute the means of production and keep it from you. That's all it's there for. That's the only reason. They're not doing it to feed humans.
Maybe that's what it's used for. It doesn't mean that that's the only thing it's good for, right?
That's its purpose.
No, that's not.
It's why it exists.
Yeah, but that's a little bit like saying that's the purpose of a farm animal. That's why they exist. No,
No,
they
it's like
can also exist for
saying
other
that's the purpose of a
reasons.
gun. A purpose of a gun is to kill people or defend yourself. That's why a gun exists.
Can I cut in? Like, wouldn't I don't know much about this topic. Wouldn't the purpose of vertical farming be to use less land to farm more food?
Exactly.
For
That's
whom?
my purpose.
For
everyone
eating.
living there.
So that
Not
we
for
don't
eating.
have to use so much land.
We don't
Wouldn't
need
that-
very
Wrong
much
with using
land.
land.
We need about 24% of the existing farm right now just to feed humans. What
I know that.
Okay,
that.
so then
But
why would you need more land?
Well, I'm just saying, like, isn't the purpose of vertical farming to use that less land?
To
Now,
feed more
you're
animals.
describing a vegan world. You're describing veganism.
No, I'm not describing a vegan world. You guys
No,
are
you are.
saying,
You are describing veganism. When you say that we only need the 24%, you're talking about not feeding farm animals, right?
Right. If we don't feed farm animals.
Right.
So
So that's
why
a vegan
are we
world.
feeding? Okay, so it's not about vegan world. This is not about veganism.
Okay,
But
go ahead. Sorry,
but the reason why this is great is because since you're all vegans, you already know all the facts about farming. But the reason why we use all this land is not because people like eating animals. It's not because people enjoy hamburgers. It's because because these big companies like Cargill want to take 16 pounds of grain, funnel it through a cow, and sell a pound of flesh at a higher price. It's just in pursuit of profit. The only reason they want to make farms more efficient is not to feed more humans as some utopian society, is to feed more animals so they can make more money. That's the only reason they want to do it. Now they have to figure out a way to grow more grain on a plot of land so they can feed more animals, because in capitalism, you grow or you die. It's
No,
not
I
about
understand that. I understand that.
So it's not about veganism. It's about the profit motive marching us off of a cliff. These vertical farms people are talking about is a canary in the coal mine. Once we start doing these vertical farms, that's the beginning of the end, guys. That's fucking apocalypse.
No, it's not. Dude.
No, come on. You can still have a vegan world where you can use less land. But we moved from the subject.
It's not.
So
that
I want
is
to come.
fucking
Wait,
lie,
I want to come back to
lie.
it. So before we,
Wait,
I don't want to, like, even if we go down the road,
It's not.
everyone
No,
has their own
hold
farm.
on. No,
I think
because
you
you
can
keep saying
mad
the same
about
thing
it.
and it's a lie,
You
Jim.
know,
They're
I
not
wanna
trying
go
to
back to
grow
the
more
other
with less
subjects,
land.
guys.
They're trying to grow more efficiently so they continue to make money.
I understand,
I
but
understand.
Sky, but that's not doesn't. That's not a given.
Let me jump in.
That's not a given.
This is what you get
don't
when
have
you
to do
try
that.
and
Climate change
think
isn't a
that you
given.
can control other
No,
people.
So
the fact that so let's imagine that we have a vegan world. I'm sorry, Jeremy, and I'll be
No,
done. Let's imagine that we have a vegan world. No more feeding for the animals. We use regular land.
Yeah.
If we could have the agricultural land by using vertical farming, why the hell wouldn't we?
There'd be no reason to.
There would be, because we can still rewild. We would still be a lot of people. There still is.
If you
Traditional
tomorrow,
farming
let's say
would
you
dominate.
snapped your fingers and you took 76% of the world's farms and you just rewilded them, and only 24% exist anymore because you have to feed human beings, no one would be talking about vertical farming. There'd be no reason
No,
to.
they wouldn't be. There would be no reason. But why wouldn't we be efficient enough as to create even more
Because
wildlife?
they
Why
are
would
efficient
we do
enough
that?
to feed us all.
Yeah, but not efficient enough to rewild and slow down or reverse climate change.
If you
also,
rewild
right?
76% of the farmed land right now, there's no motivation to build vertical farms.
I think we're like way off track.
Let's move to the subject.
Yeah, but just to summarize, I think that Chip is describing what the ideal would be. He's not describing what the companies that are proposing doing this are doing it for the purpose of doing it. And when we say the stated goal is to feed more people, I know that companies are trying to make profit. We understand that. That's the whole point of what they're doing. We live in that world today. So that's the sort of baseline where I think maybe the disagreement was happening. Now, I agree with Chip in that if we, got rid of 75% of the farmland because we have a vegan world, we don't have to feed farm animals anymore. It still makes sense to give that land back to the animals if we can vertical farm. Why wouldn't we? I truly do not understand why we think we're entitled to that land and the animals
It's a
aren't
weird
entitled
hill
to
to
that.
die on.
We're also animals and we need to eat. If you
Sure,
took-
and we can do it with vertical farming.
Yeah,
We have innovation.
there's no
We can
reason.
use-
The only reason, listen, guys.
I'm not a
hold
vertical
on.
farming advocate,
Again.
though. I don't really care.
Yeah.
Vertical farming is being sold to the human populace as this ultra efficient way of feeding more people, and that's not what it actually is. It's an ultra efficient way to make more money for the billionaire class. That is why it exists. There's no other purpose. They're not trying to feed more people. They're trying to make more hamburgers.
Sure, but can it not be at the same time invented for profit, a good way to make profit, while also a good thing that would save a lot of land?
No.
It cannot be both at the same
Yes,
time.
it can.
Okay,
Come on,
well,
come on.
open your mind a little bit. Open your mind a little
Let me
bit.
ask you. Do
Oh
you
my
believe?
gosh, dude.
There
will be-
Do you-
okay, and-
hold on,
and-
do you believe that they are going to stop farming what they're already farming in order to replace it with vertical farming? Is that what you think? Is that
We're
what you
talking
believe?
about utopias
People are
right
going to
now
farm
anyway.
both ways.
We're-
People are
Yeah.
gonna farm
This
both
this
ways.
whole discussion is a huge
It won't be up to
hypothetical that is
anyone.
not realistic and not going to happen.
But people
So
that want to
we're-
do it.
And you guys are repeating the
Exactly.
propaganda talking points of the billionaire
Don't
class.
get to control how
No,
people
we're
grow.
saying,
I don't-
Jeremy is right. We're talking about a utopia now. And in a utopia, why wouldn't we, if we could reduce the land by 75%, as you said, by no longer having animal agriculture, why wouldn't we reduce it by 87.5% or
right,
98% by using vertical farming.
Because around those vertical farms would probably get kind of like gross, because you're going to be blocking out. You're going to have a big warehouses full of stuff instead of just putting it in the ground. Doesn't really make a lot of sense. But I mean, in anarchy, in this utopian land, people will do vertical farming and they'll be allowed to, and people will do normal traditional farming and they'll be allowed to. There's not going to be someone around saying you have to do this or you can't do this. The markets will bring these things up. People trying to fix the problems that we have in society. You know, I think we're getting stuck on kind of a topic that's just not really important.
But I wanna ask you on this topic. Let's say everyone is farming, right? Like this, I was coming back to this, and you say we do trade, right? Like I give you an apple, you give me a banana back, right?
Barter.
And let's say an apple to a banana works fairly simple. You know, I give you and they stink.
Too, like there's not going to be no.
Maybe grow some bananas. People love these bananas, and hopefully they will. You know, it's just like
there still be currency in anarchy too. Like there's not going to be no currency. The people will agree that things are worth money, or that like silver and gold, stuff like that. You'll still be able to buy stuff, and it'll be, huh? Well, it's going to happen now. It's going to happen.
Why?
I just like the
maybe not at the not at the
you're
end,
telling it like the idea of like you know, like we're not going to have leaders, but Jeffrey is just describing how.
So this is a really good. Jeremy knocks it out of the park right here, because Jeremy understands what I'm saying, and Skyjack won't even try to understand what I'm saying. So he gets it here.
We're not going to have leaders, but Jeffrey is just describing how this is going to work. Well, not everybody's going to agree with Jeffrey. So Jeffrey's sort of, in a sense, acting as a leader by saying this is how it's going to be.
And you'd be able to move out of the city I live in and go live somewhere else.
But then we just have...
No. Me explaining anarchy is everyone gets to be their own leader, not I'm the leader. Jack saying everyone has to work for the greater good is being a leader. Jeremy's trying to, he's not, he eventually gets to a good point here, but it's not that point. I'm not saying, like me saying everyone has to live in anarchy means everyone has to live where they're not going to be controlled. Like it doesn't make any sense. Jeremy doesn't quite understand what I'm saying, because of that. You can do whatever you want. You can have communism. You can have hyper liberalism. You can have hyper republicanism. You can have nothing out in the desert in my land, because I'm not telling you what to do. But the one rule is that there's no coercive control going on. There's no monolithic control going on, which I guess I've had people who argue against anarchy try and throw that in my face. Oh, you're forcing people into a non-government situation, but I'm not, because they're going to be communities with government in them. If you want to live, you have the choice of going to live somewhere with government or going to live somewhere without government if you want in my land. So Jeremy's wrong here, but the point he makes about Jack eventually is very, very true.
Countries, like that's what we have now. We have countries. If you don't like America, you can move to Romania. You can move.
No, that's not what we have now. That's not what I'm saying. You can go to another place where, I'm not saying you can move around different countries. I'm saying you can move around different cities. Cities will have their own rules depending on what the people there in the region want.
Or even areas.
And he even asked later, is this like constrained to certain borders? And it's like, no, the rules will change fluid, like, everywhere you go. There will just be, but the rules are never oppressive or coercive. They're like, don't kill people. It's all the basic rules that we all know, and or like these other flavors that people you know, dumb ideas that people think they need, you know, the two-party paradigm. People love that shit. They think that there's nothing else but that. And it's like, it's ridiculous.
So are you describing the world?
No. We have no choice now. We have a gun to our head now.
No, we can. We can move.
You can't
leave. It's just the exact
No,
system that you're describing.
Hold on. No, you can't.
No, you can't. You can't leave.
You can't move without.
You're describing the European Union. Wait, you're describing the European Union. You can leave the country. You can move to another country in the European Union.
The government.
If we didn't have passports, then what Jeremy Loeb is saying is true. We can move. Anyone can move anywhere they want. No, they can't. You got to get a passport. And if you don't get the passport, if the government doesn't give it to you, you don't get a fucking move. So I don't know what Jeremy's talking about here. He's just he's not wanting to understand.
No.
In the European Union, you can freely move.
Yeah, well, we don't live
country
there.
you want.
That wouldn't exist.
European Union.
Right. Huh?
If because the government gave you permission.
Yes.
And if they decide you don't have permission,
then you're fucked. Yeah. That means you do not have the right to travel.
Hang on. You can move to another country. People are doing all the time. You don't have to beg the country. You just it's a process.
You can until you can't move.
Jeremy.
Yeah, you can until they don't let you. that like it would be all open borders, no passports. That would be okay. Yeah, you're allowed to go anywhere you want. No, all open borders, all passports, and there's like technology to where you're able to like beam yourself to different countries for very little money or something. Like it just doesn't make sense. Like he's talking about some place that doesn't exist.
You can, as a white American.
No, and then Skyjack's gonna take the virtue signaling fucking angle.
But if you're from Sri Lanka, you can't leave and you can't go.
Actually, someone in Sri Lanka probably has more access to countries than we do here, for sure.
Perhaps.
Yeah.
But see, those problems are
but I'm talking about.
And they can like hop on a train and go through 8 countries in like a day.
Like the world system, and now somebody's saying like, well, that's the system in Sri Lanka, and I'm saying this is the system in America, and this is the system in
America is not that you get to go anywhere you want.
Just describing like a smaller version of the world.
No. We're talking about communities rather than nation states.
It's the only solution we have, though. And there's no other solution.
Jeffrey's talking about a step in between, right? This idea of gold and currency and shit, but we don't actually need it. Imagine, if you will, an apocalypse occurs, like in Walking Dead. You guys are familiar with the conceit, right? There's been a virus or something that's killing everyone's a zombie, and then what happens? They build communities, and some of those communities have like a dictator, like the governor, and he's being a douchebag. He's got a harem. He's got people doing what he wants. He's like this evil dictator, right? You don't want to live there. So where would you rather live? Would you rather live with Rick, where he's like, hey, we've got like a community, actually.
Right. And maybe you can't leave the dictator, right? Maybe he's got you trapped, just like we're describing Sri Lanka.
So it's a good point. It's a really good point. So right now, we have the freedom. So it's funny because we have I think it's the 13th actually, human rights. We have the human rights, the international human rights, and one of them is the freedom to leave. But it's kind of funny because there's no corresponding freedom to come. There's no freedom to go anywhere. There's no freedom to actually enter any place. And under anarchy, one of the fundamental ideas is that any freedom of movement. That's the biggest part of it, which is how we got into, because this is how we got into this, right? I made a show last week about a world, what the ethics of borders, and we get into this talk about, well, without borders, do we have laws? Without borders, do we have governors? Do we have presidents? No, we don't need them.
So then I'm wondering, because what Jeremy said was like, if you remove the problem and you allow free movement of everyone, just as I said, it is in the European Union, say everyone just makes a trade and everyone's free to move, and they actually follow through with it. That wouldn't be anarchism, yet it would still work, right? And what's the problem there then?
So the European Union is a really good example of how a bunch of semi-socialist states, semi-capitalist states have created a consortium that's closer to this one world government people are very afraid of. But they have something in common, right? They're predominantly white. They're Western civilization, which I'm loath to use because usually racists say
in Europe, in US,
man, like the fiend, the birthplace. That's how the West. They've been at war for 1,000 years, and they decided these are ways of. Could California really them to do what they want? America, where in The Walking Dead, you have to be really careful as you.
Because I really like Jeremy's point. Isn't anarchy just essentially that, where countries that have free movement between them?
Not only. No. So generally, the biggest problem is, I think what Jeremy, I don't want to speak for Jeremy, but I think what Jeremy's biggest concern is, aren't we just going to get back to the same situation where we have bosses telling us where we can go, when we can go there?
Yeah, not to interrupt, but you're like I was just pointing out, like in Jeffrey describing sort of a leaderless society, that's telling people how to live. There are people, I know it's...
No, because you can go live in a community where there is leaders in the anarchist community.
So it's exactly
but you'll be able to leave. You'll have the option of opting out.
You could go to...
what we have now.
So let
me give you an example. In Syria, they had, up until very recently, there was an anarchist community of Kurds, and they had a military. They were running themselves, and eventually America changed the way we feel about them, and we decided to no longer support them, and we decided that actually Syria is great, and we're going to change the way we feel about Syria. But up until that point, if you were a member of the Syrian Kohava, or Rojava, if you were a member of the anarchist community, you preferred the way ISIS did shit, and you liked ISIS, you could just leave and go join ISIS. You could leave. No one's keeping you here.
Wait.
So what's
They're
not leaders.
Community where they have leaders. Why isn't that a
well? They'd be non-anarchy.
Well,
right? They wouldn't be anarchists.
they're not leaders like we have now. There's a basic.
Or it might be worse though. It might be worse though, Jeffrey. Like I guess the thing is, if the world isn't anarchist at the same time, you would still have the option to go join fucking. So in the Swiss cheese America, because that's how I think America. That's how most historians think America is going to go out. It will be like where the government, where Washington can exert their rule.
Yeah, exactly. And it's funny. It's just funny that like Jack has to go to all these really weird.
It's very
ISIS.
Politically charged examples that
because he reads the news all day, so he's locked into the like news cycle, and so everything's ISIS or Mossad or all these. He doesn't have many good examples of anarchism being successful that aren't connected to like some third world, but yeah.
Well, it shows. Yeah.
Cool. They will, and where they can't, they'll cut off, and they'll say, "Do your own thing." And as so in those communities where they're doing their own thing, they can still go to where the military has control and everything. They could go to wherever they want to go and be part of America still, and be part of the dictatorship of the United States of America.
Yeah, but isn't this like a little bit? Because when I ask, okay, but we're talking about a utopia, sort of, say, right? So in a world where everybody adopts anarchism, how is that any different than just having countries that spread and have their own government system within them?
If all governments are anarchists, right, and none of them have, the governor from Walking Dead, and none of them have money, and none of them have these hierarchies, then it's a very different world.
Jeffrey said that people can have money, right? So,
well, Jeffrey's talking about a libertarian
not
sidestep.
Government-funded money, not a government.
Okay. So let's imagine this, because a lot of the things I agree with, right? Like I do want free trade, obviously, and free movement of people, right? Obviously, I think that should be an inherent human right. I think that's stupid that we don't have that. But and I also think that government handling money there's some weak thing there that is opposed to corruption. But I don't think that we don't need people who govern, right? I still think there is a necessity of centralization, governance, and all that without having to involve money and profit and all that, right? Like there still is some best for all of us to have one person who decides what's best for all of us, but rather who, based on multiple things that people want, makes a decision for all of us to adopt, because in that way it's better for all of us, right?
Okay,
so for instance, if I want to drive on the right side and you want to drive on the left side, it's best that we have somebody, and everyone else doesn't care. It's best that we have somebody who says, no, everyone drives on the right side.
And positions of power don't actually attract psychopaths like flies to shit. Like, are you out of your mind, bro? Yeah, theoretically, you could talk about a perfect utopian government, but once you add humans, it becomes corrupt, because power corrupts. Even if all of these guys, if they were given power, they would not do this utopia they're wanting to do. They would be corrupted with money and power, and they would end up, probably doing something bad.
Yeah.
Or just with the same fears end up, like, how do you not end up with the same government system?
I'd be horrified.
When you're still stuck in the brainwashing of these fears of, but what if the people will join ISIS?
It gets worse.
Like,
in this.
It
gets worse.
So that would not be one guy. That would be a consensus. We would reach consensus. And if we had 40%, hold on, if we had 40% that wanted to drive on the left side instead of the right, they could form their own sister community. That's how that's happened in the past. Because they have come up with problems like this, where, well, 40% want to drive on the left and 60% want to drive on the right, and we can't reach consensus, so we're just going to start two communities.
Okay, but I remember, like, so the first time that I was on your channel, Jeffrey, you were describing like how useless voting is, right? But now we're talking about like majority rule, like
not
consensus.
Yeah, consensus.
Okay, I'm really confused by it. Okay, so starting from the ground up of one of these communities, like I said earlier, and this may get back to the point of how do we not just end up with the same exact system that we have now. You start from the ground up, you have very few conflicts start to arise, you start to deal with them as a community. The more complex they get, the more, how do you, okay, here's a good question. I think that may get to some of the
hypothetical.
How do you, in this hypothetical, how do you ensure that moneyed interests, power, don't start taking over? Because I don't think there are going to be just like people who are like, don't want to accumulate wealth to accumulate things.
So where you don't have, we have monopolies. Government makes monopolies where things start. That's when that starts happening, is when the balance is given. So to government and their friends, that's when you start having problems. Let's say a company is making ketchup, brand X is making ketchup, and one day they make ketchup that kills someone. The people who vote with their dollars are going to be like, okay, I'm going to use brand Y that is selling not poison ketchup for a lower dollar amount. So the market actually chooses which businesses stay around. So you don't have these big problems that end up happening where government is monopolizing an entire sector or an entire industry, and issues start happening.
Wait a second though, about this ketchup example.
Yeah. So this is really funny. These guys, what Ali was just saying, the fear, these dudes. So what I just explained, brand X ketchup company, who has competitors, has a poison batch go out, right? In anarchy land, where people vote with their dollar.
Yeah.
This poisoned ketchup, the second anyone dies from it, the brand X company is going to go out of business. Because why would you continue to buy poison ketchup if there's another company selling not poison ketchup for the same price, cheaper, or even a little bit more? You'd be like, oh, well, I'm willing to spend 2 cents more for my ketchup if it's not poisoned. These guys think and repeat to me several times that people will continue to eat the poison ketchup despite having other options. Because there's no government. Because of regulation.
Oh, because you can't make your own with all these tomatoes.
You can't make your own. You can't regulate yourself to buying stuff that's not poisonous, right?
Because none of us have been able to teach anyone.
So what Jeremy's about to say here is, I don't agree. I think people will just continue eating poison ketchup. Therefore, we need government.
You have this non-poisoning ketchup, and then you have the poisoning ketchup, and people start using the non-poisoning ketchup. So people keep buying more and more of this ketchup. That company grows and grows and grows. And the idea that they're just...
You're not getting a bad echo from my mic, are you?
What?
You're not getting a bad echo from my microphone, are you?
No.
Okay, cool.
Is there an echo?
No, I just wanted to make sure because my volume's on max and my microphone is on.
Good.
So, okay.
Yeah. Cool. So he's saying, what he's saying here is, no, you'll have the company that made the non-poisonous will become a multi-level conglomerate worldwide organization that's going to enslave and kill people. So he just rushes through the fact that that company has competitors still, and the idea that if that company is giving such a good fucking product out that they get big, good for fucking them. That's good for everyone. Yeah. That means that company is giving the cheapest price for the best quality product. And so good that they're not buying anything else. That is how the fucking market chooses what companies survive. But these guys don't have any concept of that because they're anti-capitalist and they've never even looked into economics or anything like that. So all they see is corporations are bad. Corporations run the government. Corporations. They're the trouble, you know?
Yeah, well, the agar packets, you get that from any Asian store, and it's the same brand of agar, little gelatin type of packet. I mean, it's like worldwide. Are they evil? I don't think so.
They're probably hooking everyone up who's, you know, people. But these guys don't want us to have choices. They want brand fucking Mark's brand ketchup that is like brown and tastes like crap given to everyone for free. That's what these guys want.
Well, I think because this I understand the sentiment of like consumerist, I think, rather than capitalism. I think that's more what like Skyjack's touching on. Oh, we don't need to be, and this is part of your 5 steps in the beginning. Like, yeah, we need to come correct and not have these external things we're so attached to and having all this consumer debt. Like, of course.
Yeah.
But does that mean then there should only be one company that produces each resource? That's then like that the government makes sure that we're safe and regulates it. Like,
and then what?
We already tried. Like, that's not.
And then what if Mark?
Effective template.
Yeah. And then what if Mark's brand's ketchup starts poisoning people? Then we get no ketchup. That sounds awesome. We have to flush our ketchup down the toilet that everyone has to clean.
It's just growing farther and farther from people growing their own food on the side of their house. And
exactly.
Farther and farther.
So yeah, there's still a little bit more.
Ensure their
competition.
Poisoning cat. Have this non-poison.
Okay, so let's go through the logic behind what Jeremy's.
Wait a second though about this ketchup example.
Yeah.
Okay, you have this non-poisoning ketchup, and then you have the poisoning ketchup, and people start using the non-poisoning ketchup, so people keep buying more and more of this ketchup. That company grows and grows and grows
until another company makes ketchup that's cheaper, that's higher quality,
or just supplies a different area of the country that the other one doesn't supply, or use a different type of tomato, or has a different option that's like, I don't know, like uses green tomatoes or something, like, you know what I mean? Like, it's just there's options don't necessarily equal excess. Like, or like not.
Like having 10 different ketchup, you know, you'll see communists talk shit about this a lot, where there's like, oh, there's 10 kinds of ketchup. Who cares if they're all being fucking used? What difference does it fucking make? You know?
Yeah.
They want us to live this. They want us to be slaves, like these weird slaves that like live off of fucking Soylent Green. That they get from
no spice.
Marxist buddies.
No spice.
No spice in your life. Oh man, that's boring.
And the idea that they're just going to stay ethical and not ensure their quote unquote monopoly.
You have competition. When you don't have monopolies, you have real competition. Another ketchup company can show up and sell a cheaper product.
But they can't because the other one's grown so big. It's the other one keeps growing. No one's going to come in and try to do something else.
If they grow that big, then that means they're doing something right. They're offering a product for the lowest.
That doesn't matter. They're still killing people.
Chipotle is still. So Chipotle is killing people. Jack Morgan just said the ketchup company is still killing people. Just because they've made a lot of money. So according to these guys, because Ketchup Y Company made a bunch of money, they're immediately killing people and supplying Chipotle, who's killing people because they've made a lot of money. No, there's no ethical corporation, according to these guys. There's no way of making an ethical corporation. That's not realistic. That's not real.
Right. Yeah, that's terrible. It's like that's the epitome of dog eat dog, and you have to be a super bad dog to get to the top. Like that kind of thinking, like, which I guess is true, but not the way like we want, like the anarchist like vision, like an anarchy land.
No.
any
huge.
sense.
Chipotle
Ketchup
has
companies
killed.
don't kill people.
Chipotle has killed people. Jack in the Box has killed people.
Jack in the
McDonald's has
Box,
killed people
Chipotle,
through E. coli
McDonald's have
poisoning,
killed
salmonella,
people.
all sorts of things. And
Yeah.
at one point,
And they've
Chipotle
also
had
supplied
multiple people.
all those people food for decades at a low price. And, you know, it seems like people like that. And there's no world that exists where people aren't getting E. coli. I mean, obviously, if we went vegan, but these guys want this utopian future that just doesn't exist. They think, oh, if we just vote the right way, everything's going to be great, which is not how the world works. The world is good and bad balanced.
People dying on both sides of the country, a transnational emergency of people dying, and still Chipotle exists. So capitalism does not work. Libertarianism, I'm with Jeremy here. Once you introduce this idea of money, there's always going to be one of us monkeys are going to want to hoard all the money and create more power because money equals power.
That's a monopolized money that is monopolized by the government. They're saying you have to use this
it doesn't have to be
currency.
monopolized by the government. It doesn't have to be
No,
if we all agree on what the currency is, if it's gold, silver, or
Then it's
shells,
working.
it's not working because you'll still have someone who is rigging the system in order to accumulate massive amount of wealth. So
You're using examples of now for something in
because
anarchy.
capitalism
Things
doesn't
will
work.
be totally different.
No,
Things
you
will
hear
be completely different in the future.
So the company that's amassed all the wealth may have been doing something right the entire time.
Yeah.
But they have grown so large because of that doing right
And the
that they now
people
have
who vote with their
extraordinary
dollars
power.
will leave that company if they start offering.
Right. Is that what happens?
That's not what happens.
That's not what happens now because we are living in a different time.
But
We're living
I
in
definitely agree.
government monopoly right now. We aren't living in anarchy.
It's not just that. Jeremy's right. If you have a company that's getting bigger and bigger, then they amass more and more wealth. They amass more and more power. They can pay.
And if they got that money in a free market, that means the people were voting for that company to be the biggest company.
and now that company is cutting corners so they can.
And people will leave. They'll go to the next.
They don't.
Next but they don't. Oh, look at his mouth.
Oh wow.
Oh, how do I zoom in?
Oh, snap.
Figured that out. Yeah. So he's saying. So his argument is people will choose the lower quality, more expensive product rather than a higher quality, cheaper product. That's his logic in his world that he lives in. He thinks people will, because McDonald's exists and it proves that people are stupid, that they'll just continue to buy this terrible product, even though a good product is out there for a less of a price. Company, they will
do not.
What? Okay, hold on.
Wait, here.
And there's a non-poisonous
special chemicals that make them crave it.
They certainly do. Yes.
That's silly.
If it's tastier,
Listen,
McDonald's
if it's tastier, they do.
Let me get.
It kills them, you guys. You guys are being ridiculous. It's killing them. You're not going to eat the poison. People don't buy poison now for no reason and eat it. Like,
well,
that
Jeffrey,
doesn't make any sense.
Jeffrey, if the company
If you
has
have a
made
choice to have a poisonous item for the same price as the other item, you're not going to eat the poisonous price. You're not going to eat the poisonous thing.
Let me just like do.
It kills you right like that. You're just I'm gonna go buy a gun and shoot myself because I can. Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Okay, so if the company that was not poisoning people amassed $1 trillion, and now you're saying they're doing.
What is $1 trillion? There's going to be no $1 trillion. Like,
who cares if they have money? What is it? What is?
Because listen,
let me go through it.
Because rich people bad. Rich people, no possibility of being good. Rich people bad.
Rich white's bad.
Rich white bad. Only bad. If you have any money in your pocket, you are bad. These guys are fucking commies, all three of them. Even Loeb.
Let me go through it. So they have $1 trillion now. Now they start doing unethical things, and there's these other ketchup companies that come around. But because they don't have $1 trillion, they can't make their product cost.
Having a good product, you can't spend money on a bad product and convince the public that it's a good product. Like, that's not
Yeah.
Like he's thinking, oh, just money will just convince like the public figures out what's good products or not, and they go to the wayside or they don't. But these guys don't want to believe this because they literally think these guys think that people are smart enough to join communism and stick to it, but not smart enough to eat ketchup that doesn't poison them. These fucking guys, that's literally what they're trying to tell us right now. Communism will work. Marxism will work because people will get together. The smart people will get together and keep it going, but people are too dumb to not eat poisoned food to these guys. Like, this is a massive contradiction here. Why would they trust people enough to stay with communism and do communism if they don't trust people to fucking choose what food they want to buy? Like, this doesn't make any fucking sense. Again, don't even know what these guys are arguing for. I guess Jeremy loves government the way it is, because we've gotten into it before. Smart Vegan wants a one world government, and Skyjack wants to start a cult or something. I don't know.
Overnight versus
no, they cannot.
A company can overnight.
That is ridiculous. So I can start a car company right now, and we've seen this happen. We have cars that have been shitty, and cars like Ford will destroy a competitor that comes up. Right now, we have in the tech companies where you have unethical tech businesses.
No.
And not only that,
Ford is a government monopoly, pretty much. Like, they get bailed out all the time.
Yeah.
Like, so like that's really not a good example, Skyjack. Yeah, like terrible example.
I can explain why.
Examples of right now, but that,
of course, let me explain why that happened.
Woo! Look at everyone with their hands up.
Oh, you have to
Put your hands up.
I'm moving the fastest though.
Yes.
No, I'm not gonna do it.
This is hilarious.
Wait, one thing right before you, Chip. The company that has the $1 trillion now also pays for the people that sit on these boards that you
Stories. All these guys care about is stories. My story about what I think bad will happen. Boards, bro.
Yes, that's how it's set up. Because all the people, like these 6 people, like they're going to say, "Oh, here's $1 million for you. You sit on this board, and you do." It's exactly the system.
There's no boards. You can't.
So I can
convince. You can't put people on boards to convince people to eat poison. That's what these guys are literally trying to say.
So, by the way, the reason
some boards exist so people will eat poisonous.
Why a big company, even if the company is being fully ethical, the reason why a big company could afford to make less products than a smaller company or whatever is because I have my own company. I saw when a big customer comes in and says, "Hey, if you make 10 products for us, or we keep giving you work, will you drop the price for us?" And I'm like, yeah, okay. They keep giving me work. I will no longer have to look for work. It's a different situation. Whereas a smaller company, when they just want one product, that they want to produce one product, right? Like this whole idea that I'm producing a lot of products also makes you have more leverage, have smaller prices, and get into that position. So therefore, your product will be cheaper. And the reason why most people, by the way, because you say people are not following poison, even if they're a little bit,
always goes down when companies do that. When they start trying to, he's not taking that into consideration. That's not high quality fucking ketchup that they're putting out because they have all the money in the world. It's cutting corners how things are today. They buy cheaper tomatoes, cheaper vinegar, cheaper salt. Everything's cheaper. And then it's not a good as a quality of a product. Or it's all fucking, it's the lowest amount when it comes to that.
Yeah.
Poisonous, right? Like a lot of people nowadays ingest a little bit of poison every single day and they have no problem with it as long as they get pleasure from it, or as long as it's marketed in a way where they think that, is it really poison?
Or
right?
or they say it can't be done otherwise, like with lead. Lead killed millions and millions of people and gave millions of people brain damage. People are walking around today with brain damage because of lead. And the companies who did it said we can't compete unless we use lead. So since all the companies are using lead, no one comes in and is like, hey, I can make it without lead. Vote with your dollar and buy it from me. Wait, it costs 20% more? Sorry, we're not good. I'd rather take a little poison.
Who's to say it's more?
Because it was. We have a historical example, many historical example where it does cost more to make it cleaner. It costs more to make it cleaner.
That is monopolized by the government.
This has nothing to do with monopoly of the government. The oil companies have run rough. They run the government, and the oil companies, when they were making gasoline, they put lead in the gasoline because gasoline without lead in it made a little knocking sound in your engine. So they put lead in it, and they all did it because no one wanted the other type of unleaded gasoline.
It's trial and error. That's life. You have to go through these things to figure things out. And you're giving. Wait, hold on. You're giving me an example of something that's changed.
No,
Jack. Hold on.
Once they knew it,
you're giving me an example of something that changed because the market knew it was bad.
Not decide that.
Sure, it is.
Not. It was the
regulation. The market did not decide that we're all going to use unleaded gasoline. The government decided to regulate them.
And if you have an educated populace that votes with their dollar, they're going to.
There's no voting with your dollar for poison. I can't believe you have such faith in capitalism that you think that the capitalist is going to allow us.
Your entire system is based in an unethical move. You're saying you're going to steal the means of production from someone to start your utopian society. That's based in an unethical movement.
It was unethically begotten. The means of production is unethically held. It belongs to all of us already. It's just that it's been taken from us.
Wait, do we all know about the situation in the 90s with the sprays that destroyed
the anything for that?
Neither did they.
Sure you did.
I did just as much as they did.
Their whole life working.
Cargill family, the 20 billionaires that run the Cargill family that started over 100 years ago.
You're using specific examples that go for your argument.
The biggest examples, the ones that make the most money, control the most means of production. Yes, of course I am.
Government is not like.
But we do need regulations, right? Like as I said, like the spray ones that destroyed the ozone layers. The only reason why we don't longer have those was because of a united effort, actually worldwide united effort to create regulations to not have that. They don't destroy the ozone layer. They might be bad for the environment, but they don't destroy the ozone layer.
Aerosols have been severely limited because of exactly what Chip is talking about, because of global effort to limit their production.
And you can't have that without government.
Of course you can, but the way you got into the reason why the government has to be so ham-fisted and heavy-handed is because of the evils of capitalism. Because capitalism doesn't work without a very robust regulatory environment, and that is proven time and again.
Not true. That's crony capitalism. You're thinking of something else. You're thinking about government backup. No, it's not. No, it's not.
It is.
Wait, so Jeffrey,
absolutely not.
You say the people need to be ethical, but the billionaires don't. The people need to be ethical and do what they're told, but the ones who have the money, trust them, they're in charge. They're not going to kill you. And yet every time we trust them, they kill us.
What were you going to ask me, smart vegan?
I was going to ask you if it's, are you like, is anarchy, because I'm confused now, is anarchy like both on the far left and then the far right?
There's overlap because libertarians and anarchists.
They meet in the back.
Yeah. So, like, for example, Jeffrey and I are closely aligned ideologically.
Classical liberalism.
But he believes in capitalism, and I think it's a scourge on human beings and separate us from our humanity.
Okay, so that's a good example then. Since you two disagree vehemently on one of the issues, but you align in terms of anarchy, would you consider yourselves to like?
I severely disagree in everything Skyjack is saying. He's using a word he stole from my belief system. So, where in our feeling each other out period, we're trying to figure out the definitions on things, Skyjack's running with anarchism being some sort of form of, communal property or something like that. So,
would you be able to set up the same kind of community, or would it be like no?
In my anarchy land, in anarchy, you can have what he wants. I personally wouldn't live in that neighborhood, but he can have what he wants, and he's allowed to go do that.
Okay.
My neighborhood would be actually anarchy.
We're agreeing on the neighborhoods. We're disagreeing on the neighborhoods we live in, not the community.
In libertarianism, they tend to agree with things like personal freedoms, and anarchy is vehement about is strict about personal freedoms, right? Everyone can do what they want. The only issue here is that libertarians, they still think capitalism.
Everyone can't do. That's not at all what I believe in. Not everyone. Anarchy doesn't mean I get to do what I want. That's not what anarchy means.
Well, whatever religion you want.
There's no big government holding a gun at my head telling me what to do. There is in the community, though. There will be rules.
Okay, I have a question.
Go ahead. But they won't be.
Okay. So, can you allow for the fact that, allow for my opinion that a company can become so large that they become very powerful? Do you agree with that? Like amass a lot of power. Okay. So in your say you have set up your anarchist community here, and Sky's got his community over here. You've allowed this company to grow in your community.
That's not anarchism. That's not anarchism, Jeremy. But that's libertarian.
Well, that's what he's described. Okay.
Yeah, but like the labels matter here, because when you talk about the nitty-gritty, anarchism is about personal freedoms, just like libertarianism is, but there's no rulers. In libertarianism, the rulers are de facto corporations that have amassed large sums of wealth.
Okay, but let's just say that they're just a corporation.
Corporations don't exist in anarchy.
Right.
I mean, like they do now, not like they do now.
But they do in libertarianism. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Jeremy.
Well, the only point that I'm making is that it could be a situation where you set up your community in the way that you think is right, and Jeffrey set up his in the way that he thinks is right, or exists in these. And then the thing that happens in Jeffrey's comes to affect the one that happens in yours. Because there's...
The communities would have rules against that.
Yeah,
but you have borders. You have borders just like we have cities, counties, states.
Jeremy, you're totally right.
Around your town.
So if Jeffrey's community wanted to, I don't know, hoard gasoline or something on their property, and they their system could poison mine. They could poison the rivers in the street. If I'm downstream from him and he's poisoning the river because he's got some mad capitalist that wants to, I don't know, dam the river because after all he can control the means of production. The river doesn't belong to all of us. It only belongs to the billionaire. Then yeah, it could affect my community for sure. Because my community says the rivers belong to all of us.
And then if your community is an impediment to what this all-powerful corporation is that doesn't exist.
In these communities, you'll have private security companies. You'll have companies that come out of the free market in order to deal with all of these problems Jeremy is talking about. The only thing is that these companies will be paid for by the people and chosen by the people and voted for by the people's dollar, not the government. So Jeremy's having a hard time thinking how anything can get done without government forcing us to pay taxes to do anything good for the community. If I had a community that was by another community and our community was polluting that community would be able to take whatever sort of action the free market brings to them against us. Legal action, contracts will still be real things in the future, and there will be in these communities, these contracts will be respected. So he just hasn't heard enough and hasn't thought about it enough. So he's having a real hard time understanding.
Exists in Jeffrey's, then they're going to start meddling in your local community to make sure that you don't get in the way of their problem. And we just have the same system that we have today.
It's not a system though, because it self-regulates itself. The free market self-regulates because of free market competition and people voting with their dollar and the dollar actually being worth something. These will all change everything. You can't, these guys are still, like we keep saying, they're using examples today for how anarchy won't work in the future, despite the fact that if we had anarchy, all the circumstances we have now would be very, very, very different. We won't be complaining about all these little things because there'll be different solutions on the table for us.
And different currencies too. I mean, who's to say if we have one currency that's legally mandated that we use, like he said, well, yeah, evil, greedy person can amass it, but if you have multiple currencies, then it's harder to have this disparity of income and wealth when there's just so much more opportunity and ways. And like you said, it's a self-regulating system. Monopolies, companies, groups of people, they can't get as powerful when, like you were calling it, competition, when there's just more competition and access to other valuable things and ways of trading value. That's all it is trading value. It doesn't have to be dollars.
Exactly. Let's say you have a community and that community has 4 currencies that the people in the community respect and use. A corporation, an evil corporation, Jeremy's all scared of, an evil corporation amasses a bunch of one of those currencies and tries to go rogue. The people of that community just don't use that currency anymore, and it takes all the power away from that corporation. Like, these guys aren't willing to look at this stuff because it has the C word, capitalism, connected to it. They won't even consider it for a moment, and it's pretty funny.
dangerous. You're absolutely right. The ketchup company that gets too
hold
big,
on.
the ketchup company that gets so big that it starts building jet planes and fighter planes and shit, that could be a threat to my community, right?
Why would a community continue to buy a ketchup when there's other ketchups available whose company is buying fighter jets and bombing people against the will of the community? Literally, Skyjack thinks people are the dumbest people in the world. He has no respect for the people of our country, obviously. He thinks we're all really fucking stupid. But yet he thinks he's going to convince everyone, and everyone's going to get behind him and do Marxism, and it's going to be successful. But everyone's too dumb so dumb that they can't pick a ketchup that doesn't poison them. And he's trying to laugh at me about it right here.
Right, because this fucking ketchup company's gotten so big that now they're diversified, and we've seen companies do this. Right, they start out small and then they become monsters because that's what they are.
That's what government allows them to do.
That's what.
Who would forbid them if we don't have governments? Wait, who would?
No, it's not forbid. It's
doing.
Government supercharges bad corporations. It's not that they're like, well, most definitely they do.
I mean,
the government bails them out when they fail. I don't know how I guess they give them government contracts and stuff. I mean, who's paying for the jets, I guess. But
I kind of like Jeremy's point, like, because, like, you know, all of us have lived with somebody, and all of us have realized that when you live with somebody, there's these small rules, like, do you wash the dishes right after you cook, or do you wash them after you eat, or do you let them in the sink and wash?
If Coca-Cola was poisoning everyone, Coca-Cola wouldn't be a business anymore. Like, I don't understand where these people, you just said Coca-Cola.
So Coca-Cola, look at the types of Coke there are. Is there Coke Zero? Is there sugar or whatever sugar-free? Is there flavored types of Coke? Is it all because the government mandated? And he's like, no, okay. So it's like they're looking for profit, right? It's because it's what the people want. But then, okay, are there not also other companies that are natural sodas or sparkling water, the whole flavored sparkling water craze? Is that not from people wanting healthier options? And therefore they're able to have any presence at all in the market or the economy because people decided that they wanted a healthier option?
Yes.
So it's just like
food.
He's overlooking
all the vegan food we have access to now.
Yeah.
That's because government mandated it? Or government needs to mandate it?
Or maybe they would say, playing devil's advocate, because government regulation made it so, I don't know.
But they'd be saying that, but it wouldn't be true.
It's just kind of, like cherry picking the current state of things and saying, oh, this is how this will work in the future, like you said before.
The next day, right? There's these kind of things that are small things. And I'm like, if you kind of assess all these small differences, and somebody says, like Jeremy said, they're at the top of the river, and then they're like...
This wasn't a conversation about anarchism. No, it was defining anarchism and seeing if can anarchy stop a Trump, which I don't even know where he was. Ridiculous. But this isn't a communism argument, but it became one.
I don't want to fucking move. It's easier for me to build my plane here, and you building your plane here does create downstream pollution. Maybe you're not even like bad intended. You just really genuinely don't care about the other community. Who would stop you? Maybe that other community doesn't even have anything that you want or ever want. So therefore you have no incentive to care about them. So who would stop you from saying,
why would anyone stop?
I mean, you're trying to say that, like, this community owns something outside of their community. What do you, like? Huh? So
the battery died. My bad.
The whole hypothetical is, so if I live downstream from a stream and they pollute me, anarchy won't work. Like, what do you, I'm confused.
No, I'm saying, like, the community who is downstream, right, at the river, maybe they are building things that some communities need, but maybe all those other communities could get it from other places. But nobody can get jet streams from any other place other than me. I'm the only one building jet streams. I'm the only one doing it, and I'm saying I don't care about these people. So I'm just going to build it this way because it's the fastest and easiest way, right? Whatever you build, and you create some form of pollution. And the person that suffers from just one community. I'm not even saying like a big deal. Just one community suffering from this.
It's so much
and
worse
this one
than that,
community.
Chip, it's so much worse than that. The ketchup factory that Jeremy introduced, right? We have actually examples of this. There's a company called Ball that you might are familiar with. They make mason
glass
jars.
Yeah,
glass jars. That's how everyone knows them. But they're actually in aerospace. In the 1950s, they diversified even further to aerospace industry. They make aluminum and they build jet planes and they do all these things and they get bigger and bigger and bigger. Now they own the they own the stadium in Denver. They own all sorts of things now.
What awesome things this company's doing for everyone. That's so rad.
So they got big from military defense contracts, and you're saying that's a free market?
No, that's just a part of what they do.
Right.
And
but
so
he's
he's
saying
vilifying
they got
the
so
whole
big,
country.
But how did they get so big doing those things? Probably through government money and military defense contracts.
Yeah.
So
exactly.
again, that's not a good example.
Building jets,
what
that's what he was
about.
just saying. Yeah.
He's saying, oh, look at this company that Ball jars.
This is a terrible corporation.
They got so big, but then they supply harmless jars. It's like, yeah, but the reason why they are able, this evil company is able to supply harmless jars, the reason why they got so big is through government money. So again, that's not the market deciding that they should be big, and it doesn't apply.
Terrible argument.
You're saying your hypothetical.
Sure.
That's amazing corporation. That's advancing the human species.
It's making tools of death is yeah, of course. Aerospace is great.
Buying the tools of death.
That's what you government. You say.
Yeah.
Yeah, like you said, that's government.
Yeah, that's government. He's not even fucking on track here.
That's government.
Let me.
The government monopoly. The government airspace.
All right, we've got two communities, Jeffries and Scott's.
Yeah.
Okay. And in Jeffries' community, there's a river that starts in Jeffries' community. Flows
Let's come up with something but a river.
There are alfalfa farms. This is a real life example that's happening with the Colorado River. So in Jeffries' community, they're taking all the water, and now your two communities now have to work out a situation with each other, and you have opposing ideologies. How is Sky's community going to get water now?
Yeah, that's why wars happen, right? Scarcity of resource.
Yeah, wars, and this company can start charging Sky's citizens to use the water.
Yeah, what's wrong with that?
This is because you're holding me at gunpoint, saying I can't drink. You're taking the necessity of life away from me and charging for it.
Who said
that's capitalism? You've just described capitalism. You just described why human beings have wars. Capitalism always leads to this. They fence off the means of production, water in this case, but it could be land, it could be anything.
We don't even have that now. You can go to a fucking stream and get water right now.
There are many communities. There are communities in America because of capitalism.
Where can you go to a river and not put a cup in the water and drink it?
Well, a lot of times you'll die because they've been poisoning it.
Nonsense, dude. That's
nonsense.
So you've not heard anything about data centers. You've heard nothing about data centers poisoning all the groundwater. You've heard nothing about that. You've heard nothing about Flint, Michigan, where they could light the water.
This is the topic of the month, dude. You guys weren't talking about these centers a month ago.
We've talked about water rights. Water rights are a perennial problem.
And this is happening in a government monopolized community. You cannot use what's happening here in any circumstance for what's going to happen if anarchy happens. Everything is so fucked right now. You can't use any of these examples.
But can't we agree that some issues can impact multiple communities? And when those issues impact multiple communities, there can be certain communities who have power over what happens with those issues, right?
Yeah, and that community that has the rights.
Not everybody is going to get along. Not everybody's going to be perfect. There's no system out there that's going to make everyone get along. There's always going to be problems between communities. That's how life works. These guys are expecting this utopian place where people don't cheat on each other and people it doesn't fucking exist. I am explaining something that practically could exist.
And a society doing less of individuals in a society doing less of those bad things doesn't come from, yes, we can support a society that supports it.
Marxism.
It doesn't what?
Yeah. Go ahead.
It comes from education and the society changing, from the ground up, as a community, mental health, children being raised properly, people not being completely embedded into the media and manipulation and brainwashing. So it's that's a much more, it takes a much more holistic change, and it's kind of foolish to say any one system or ism. It's like what you were saying earlier, Timothy, just because if we just removed all taxes tomorrow, would there be no bad actors in society? Of course not. We still have a society of individuals that were brought up in fear and brainwashing and everything that we've been talking about.
Yeah.
So it's we're discussing you guys are discussing things on a level that it's lacking some depth of what an actual change would take. And as Skyjack and these other guys are doing, they're pointing at things that and saying, see, this is the boogeyman, when it's like you're missing there's so much depth. There's a lack of depth here.
And in anarchy land, where communities are able to change and educate themselves, like these guys are all scared of the transitionary shit, you know. In a community that's able to change their mind and educate themselves and change the rules, they'll all end up, you know, with very few rules at the end of the day. Because in the beginning, you're going to have these guys that are just so fearful and all this stuff. And there's going to be a transition that isn't perfect, but eventually things will streamline and get a lot better. Not saying that people aren't going to cheat on each other and shit like that these guys think is so fucking important. But it's just, it's very small-minded thinking. Crip Rick, Jeff, outside these different communities that are being spoke of, would it be Mad Max scenario like the Bay? Absolutely, it will be Badlands, but okay. So there will be so many communities that are around. You'll want to go live in them. And most of us who are good people will be accepted in these communities. A lot of these communities might even be insurance-based, where you have to get insurance first before you go into them and agree that you aren't going to kill people, rape, maim, murder, which will be most of the rules will just be simple rules like that in these communities, most likely. I don't know. I'm not in the future. But I would imagine that these communities, you know, most normal people will be able to live in these communities, and most scumbags won't be able to. They'll be out in the Badlands. You can go live in the Badlands if you want with the scumbags, if you don't want to live with laws or rules. But if you do want a little security in your life, you can go live in one of these communities. So the Badlands, it won't be much worse than it is now, how the desert is in the Midwest.
Yeah,
you know, like it's not going to be like,
if anything,
a war zone going on.
There will be communities.
There will be communities
that
out there
that are lawless themselves. Versus, I mean, again,
all the communities will start in the lawless area basically, and they'll grow out of there.
Yeah, it would depend on everyone's skill level of everything, of how that community would develop, what skills they all know, or what they can teach each other. Yeah.
So yeah, they're Mad Max, Badlands, lawless. He said communities will start out there.
You said that. I was just saying that they're, rather than, I mean, obviously it depends on like the health of like society as a whole, but like I think it would be more like you said, the populations and activity attract more populations, more activity. I think it'll be more, there will be lawless communities in areas. I don't think necessarily all of them will come out of the lawless ones, but I just think that it's people organically will form their own groups. But like you said, though, it's like now, like in the desert, like it can be just for the nature of there's no help around. You can be dangerous being out in the boonies in the desert. But most of the time, because of how our culture is and society is, like nothing bad's going to happen. Like,
yeah, it's not going to be like Hollywood movies where everyone there's shootouts every night and all this stuff. Like that's not how it's going to be.
Unless there's significant bomb dropped and people's.
I'll tell you what I think.
Yeah.
Oh, well, who's this guy?
Oh,
psychopath.
Oh. I'll tell you what about crime in Anarchy Land. Crime doesn't pay in Anarchy Land because we don't believe in stupid money. That means if someone robs your house and you get footage of it, guess what happens? You assemble a posse and you take care of it. Nobody's going to protect them and say you took the law into your own hands and now you're in trouble. Yeah. No, everybody will either like learn how to act or get deleted by the community.
It's like a peaceful or what is it? A kind community is an armed community or whatever.
Armed community. Armed society is a polite society.
Yeah, if you know everyone's packing, you're not going to be robbing people.
Yeah, and there's no incentive to let you go if you're a dangerous criminal. People will just take care of you.
Yeah,
and
all the real bad actors will be gone very quickly.
Think about all the agencies that handle those people now that would be obsolete, like Child Protective Services, the Bureau of Prisons, the mental health industry. Like instead of like letting a really bad person continue to victimize people and to create 10 or 12 customers for antidepressants, you could just be like, oh, you shouldn't have done that. You're just a boy. And that's it. There's none of this, rehabilitation for stuff. It's like you either you don't do this stuff or you get corrected.
Yeah. And which means either, ousted to the Badlands or, your reputation being destroyed in all the communities that have been built. Like I was trying to explain to these guys about reputation in anarchy land. Reputation is everything. You get kicked out of, like reputation or your I know that in China they do that shit that's like a reputation credit score. Like while it sounds real awful and while buying insurance and the word insurance company sounds all really bad, these are real tools that will be used in the future. Matt Clark said something about insurance not being bad point. Like if you start a community that you don't want to have a gnarly security force in, you may put up some fences and require people to buy insurance, and that insurance will be very fucking cheap for normal people that don't kill their neighbors. And the contract you signed to buy the insurance says, I will not kill my neighbor. I will not drive 1,000 miles an hour. Like you're signing ahead of time. Where the government now, our law system now, they try and figure out after the fact if you actually knew that you were breaking the law. Like it's all this dumb shit.
Case law bullshit.
No, if you want to come in here, you're not allowed to fucking murder, rape, pillage, all the stuff. Rape, pillage. You're not allowed to do that stuff ahead of time. So if you do, your insurance company gets dinged $1 million to pay off your person your victim. And you get kicked out of town because that insurance company isn't going to cover you anymore. It's like how we should have police having personal liability insurance these days. They shouldn't be able to get jobs after fucking off and killing people, innocent people. The insurance company should say, no, we're not going to insure this person. Therefore, they don't have a fucking job anymore. Like that kind of stuff. While insurance has been vilified, and how it is in this system now is very scummy and misused and abused. In the future, it's going to be a serious tool, and the communities, the adjudication companies that pop up in these communities are going to deal with making sure people follow through with their contracts. And with cryptocurrency and everyone connecting their crypto wallets to contracts, there's not going to be in the future any needing to go to court over contract stuff because it's all going to be electronically done. Like I'm saying, there's the free market's going to bring on cool shit that we don't even know about yet. We think crypto's cool. Wait 50 years, wait if the markets free up and actually our government allows us to do some of these things, or if there's some breakdown where they can't afford to pay the firemen anymore, it's going to be amazing. But I'm down. But what do we do about other countries invading? So war is not a financially good thing to do. So if you have two communities that have independent security forces or security businesses, and you have a border between these two companies, there aren't conventional war is not it's not very
I'll say this, Americans are too armed.
Yeah.
They're too it's supposed to be what
you would have security groups, and you could have agreements between communities and mutual support through militias that are unpaid. You get the payoff is that you survive.
Yeah, I mean, like, what is it? Norway, they like, it's not right, but they require everyone to have rifles. Like that country's never been not going to be invaded. There's a lot of things, like even guns in these communities, in these anarchist communities. Like you'll be able to have guns and you'll have to get an insurance for it. It's the same. All the solution, all the answers to all these fucked up things we have. There's all answers out there, and it's letting the markets deal with these things and not having government put the least amount of money into the most amount of people.
I think this come. I've seen this come up. This question: what would say the population of the United States became anarchists, and we had talked about became this anarchy land on the continental U.S. What if Russia decided to come invade? And I would think it's a decentralized piece of land that is still able to organize is a lot harder to take over than a centralized one, than a centralizized military. Because just think about it, it's
Afghanistan.
Yeah. Like
good luck taking over there.
Exactly, Afghanistan.
With Iran too, weren't we just watching something like geographically? It's so split apart and divided by mountains and stuff. You can't just take over the capital city and control the country. And so I think there's safety in that decentralization.
Yeah, and so how our government gets into wars and problems now, they just decide to do it and they go off and do it. In these communities, no one is going to support. Well, I mean, he's asking. It's a very specific question. Yeah, you're going to have a populace that's armed, and you're going to have the community is going to have its own private security system that is going to could look like a army if it needs to.
Yeah,
but
different community.
The community is going to use its brain a lot more in order to get out of these things, because it's not, like I said, it's not economically viable. War is never, like, while at the end some country might take a bunch of gold from another country, it never makes sense. Like, it's never like they get more. There's always some other weird what's it called, like an ulterior motive going on, or something like that. But both countries will have security companies, and those companies most likely won't want to waste a bunch of money and have to possibly pay reparations in the future, it's just war is a racket if you have a government doing it. And
think about the dumb retaliatory shows of power decisions the American government makes to just like to show their might, the big tanks, the fancy drones and bombs, and a lot of it's not the most efficient way to do it, but it's
in order for one of our in order for one of our bombers, a bomber to drop a bomb on someone, like 300 people need to be doing the right thing at once.
And the cost, you need a monopoly like government to be
Russia
able to fund
invade the USA. Holy crap!
Yeah, versus urban warfare, where they're communities step up to do what needs to be done to defend their areas, and that's it. You don't have this. Oh, well, then we need to make sure so they never do it again. We make a bomb and we drop it then on Russia. It has the freaking bald eagle on. You know what I mean? It's like this whole dumb progression of
revenge-based
top-down control
bullshit. Versus
communities rising up and doing what needs to be done, and then continue defending their area and their livelihoods, and it's much more efficient and effective.
Yeah. And there is no solution in the world, Rick, to being invaded by another place. No ism has the solution to that. There's always, like I was saying earlier, the world is good and bad, and it's a balance of it, and there will always be the potential for being invaded. Our company, our government, hasn't kept us from being who knows? I don't even want to get into fucking that, but
if
mean,
you want to get into it,
our government is not keeping
us to be attacked.
Yeah. And our government goes out and causes problems which cause us to get attacked.
Yeah, blowback.
Yeah. Like, so it's not like we're the innocent and we're like, oh, but an armed populace will almost always stop invasion. An armed, motivated, educated populace will always stop. And in anarchy land, people would be far more educated and likely more armed, or at least they'll have more of a choice about what their local militia or security business is doing, because they're controlling them with their dollar. We don't control our government with our dollar these days. Our dollar is not worth anything. Our government prints them out of toilet paper. So we have no control over what they do. In anarchy, we would control, and the people, the greater good of the community, would stop any kind of most altercations from happening. But if, so that answers that question for the most part. Private security companies, free market, who knows? There will likely be very low incentive to go to war in those situations, which there's low incentive to go to war these days. There's just weird ulterior motives with these fucking weird and bloodlines and occult.
Yeah, like I was gonna say, like movies portray like the villains wanting to be like the next conqueror and control as much land as possible. Like that's a cool thing.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Power.
Keep asking questions, Crip Rick.
There are so many. I love the idea of these communities that is being discussed. There are so many moving parts and just getting one started.
Yeah.
I think because we've like thought about this a lot. Oh, really? Sorry.
Oh my
Guilty as charged. We've been thinking about this a lot, like intentional communities and unintentional communities. And I think one of the like unintentional community, actually, there's a lot of like power and legitimacy to it, because we kind of have this idea we need to like start. Yes, you do want to bring together like-minded people, but then there's also just the people who are around you. I mean, depending on where you live, if you have neighbors or not, but just like geographically starting from there of like, and not even like on a political level, just on a level of like, hey, you grow corn, I grow squash.
You need help, I need help.
You're doing some concrete, you're laying a concrete pad. So am I, I'll help you, and then you can come next week with my
We're living it
pad.
Where we live now.
Yeah.
This stuff is happening to us every day.
And we don't
it's
agree.
Amazing.
We're not completely like-minded with everyone around us, but there is the fundamental, the sentiment of, hey, let's help each other out. Like that's it.
Yeah.
I think that's where it starts. And that is, well, it's like a degree of intentional because you're intending to help each other out. It's not like, oh, I'm picking out these anarchists, these hand-picked anarchists. Like that's good. You want to have multiple groups and communities, whether it's online or in person. Yeah. But then like, I think that's super important of just starting with where you're at and not being so choosy. And you don't want to like interact with bad people. If someone's a piece of shit and a bad person, don't just be like, oh, whatever, I'll just trade with it. But there's, it's important to start there.
Interacting with dudes that have rainbow flags on their screens, and interacting with conservative douchebags in my town, when I see them on the street, I'm not judging them that way. It's like, it's something we do on the internet. It's weird. But this conversation that's happening here is a pretty gnarly conversation.
It almost looks like they're in the same room at first if you just take a glance at it.
Yeah.
Because the flags are kind of like
if you could adjust the color lines just a little bit, it would be
almost the same. But like this conversation is pretty gnarly, and it's like pretty important to have conversations like this. And there's a little bit more. There's one statement Jeremy makes that kind of like he puts it all together and figures out the hole in Jack's definition.
To the water, might want to sell it to the ones down from them so they can.
What
keep
if they
their
don't
shit
want
going.
to do that? What if they
Who
don't?
doesn't want to do
These
that?
are like the people that think that like you know, things are human rights, like healthcare, you know, and like I have a human right to that. And it's like, no, you fucking don't. You don't have a human right to the labor of other people. Like, are you out of your fucking mind? What? You're allowed to steal? Huh? I don't get that.
No, I don't get it either.
Maybe they want, maybe
then they have to find water
animals
somewhere else. They don't live where.
Oh, you're gonna bottle up the water? You're the devil. You're gonna bottle up the water that's on your property? You're the devil. You're gonna enslave me by selling me water? You fucking suck.
I'll take the water that
every other lake is poisoned and there's a fence around it. He literally said that. It's all poisoned. It's like, dude, what planet are you living on? I live on a river. It's not poisoned. It's in California. Pretty polluted place. Ugh, Jesus. I don't get it.
We live on a river that so many people use. It's public use, and there's, like I was saying, like the hot springs, like there's people as a community who come together and
try to keep it clean. Keepers of the kern.
Yeah.
Whoops.
But like it's because they care about the resource. Everybody uses it. Therefore, people who are local who use a resource will take care of it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No government necessary.
He's using like examples of bad rivers in some cities, like
Jacksonville. Yes, there is a bad river out there. Sure, there are some rivers you can't drink from, but that doesn't mean all of them are like that.
You're making it seem like that's like how all of them are.
It's all worst case scenario in these dudes' eyes. They're horrified.
Well, again, like take like fracking, like the whole thing, like that's like, so the government gets to decide which corporations can frack and where, versus like actual communities being able to step up and be like, hey, there's a river or there's a lake here we all drink from. Like, you can't frack here. Like, there will be people that will show up and then will defend this area with guns in the community, because it like, but we won't have a government to arrest the people trying to defend their community lake from guns and let them frack it then.
Because arresting is the ultimate. It's, again, this revenge bullshit. Like, arresting, that's all that matters. If they go to court and they go to jail.
Oh yeah. So justice can be served.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Someone sitting in a room on our tax dollars for years and years and years, racking up millions of dollars in fucking debt. That's justice. Yeah, fucking right.
Yeah. Yeah.
Where the water is coming through.
The river goes through two communities.
They should have built a place that was in the community.
I should have built it further up the street. See, this is exactly what the capitalist always does. The capitalist will always blame the government and ignore the fact that the government only exists because of capitalism. The only reason you have this government that you don't like is because of the capitalism that you're talking about. The whole reason you have to have government is to control the companies stealing the water, control the companies poisoning the water.
Capitalism for a certain amount of time. It's a
capitalism.
You're not going to just have no money overnight and everything working out perfectly. It's going to take some time, but you're going to have to use currencies and stuff like that.
You're no different than Kevin O'Leary, the Canadian Emirati who comes to
That's completely fine if it's not government monopolize it. He's not making the money off of government holding a gun to people's heads.
So it's okay to have billionaires rape us in the ass, but not government. Okay, but you're still getting raped.
They don't have the same power.
You still get
corporations don't have the same power government.
Okay, but
can you agree to that?
It's worse with corporations.
No, absolutely not. Absolutely.
Are we? Wait, can I ask?
How would a corporation who has to make their money be worse than a government who steals money from everyone?
Wait, I want to ask because can I ask a question because I feel like both of you are debating whether you should have or not money.
No, we're debating a pointless debate that's never going to work because it's based on a nomadic species being stuck in one place where we're not supposed to be.
I want to ask
big city. The cities are the fucking problems, dude.
Sure. But what if a government was not involved in money at all, but just in regulations? Would you have
governments are a vacuum? If you make a tiny government, it immediately becomes a giant government.
But it's okay. I don't have a problem if you have a big government.
This anarchist system is a government. You're describing rules. You're describing. Yes, it is. It's a government. You're describing
a government you're able to opt out of, Jeremy. There's no gun to your
and
head.
it's a government,
like there is with
just
government.
like you can.
No, it's not.
You can leave America, just
It's
like
a
you can
local
leave
government.
Romania,
You don't
just
like
like you can
community
leave
America without.
I'm not. I'm saying that this is just the system shrunk down. That's what I'm saying. And the reason I bring up this river example is because I'm just pointing out, no offense to all of you, that this is just going to lead to the exact same thing. I'm not saying the system now is working, by the way. It's not working. This may be a better solution. I'm not really even taking a position on this. I'm just pointing out the flaws in the system. It seems to me that we just get to the exact same point. It starts out one way, and then you got these problems, and then they have to work with each other. And then the people with power and the people with money, I don't understand where you think that money is not going to influence these like rules that are in place.
Even if what Jeremy says will happen, and we go anarchist, and 30 years down the line, things end up exactly how they are again. At least we had 30 years of non-hell, you know? So not changing because things might end up the same way is a really defeatist way of thinking.
Yeah.
So I'm just not going to do anything. I'm going to continue fighting the fight within the government and trying to change the government. And I'm going to change these rich guys' minds. These rich guys that I hate, I'm going to change their minds and make them good. That's what this guy's arguing for, because changing things, because things might go back to the same if we change things.
Don't want to relapse? Don't get sober.
Yeah, just smoke a ton of cigarettes and just smoke and smoke and smoke and don't quit. Because if you quit, you might smoke again. And you might, or you'll get cancer whether you smoke or not.
I don't understand why you think that's not going to happen, because people want money.
It's so important to him that I understand that it might go back the same way it was before. Like it's just like a pointless argument.
They want things. They want women. They want.
Corporation is keeping you from going down to the river and getting some water and filtering it and drinking it. No government or corporation is going to stop you from doing it.
When we hang the last capitalist, it'll be with the rope they sold us. Okay. It'll be the same. It'll be always something where they're trying to keep what's necessary to
kill everyone. Got it, Skyjack. Kill everyone we don't agree with. Hey, we finally got him to fucking admit it. He's a fucking scumbag.
Hey, what did communists use before candles?
I didn't say
electricity.
Kill the people I don't agree with. I said let all the people I don't agree with do their own thing. Because that's what anarchy is. Not forcing everyone into Marxism. Fucking and then killing people who don't agree. He said earlier, oh, we're supposed to keep killing the people that get in charge over and over again. Got it. Yeah, we're really going to end up in a good place doing that. Because hierarchy is bad.
To live away from us and charging us for it. What Jeffrey's trying to do is trade the government for a billionaire class and hope that they don't do the same thing to us. But they will,
because we're regulated by the people. The people's dollar. We have no way of controlling the government right now. But we have a way to control government corporations. Because if we don't buy from them, they disappear. If we have no choice over government. No choice. We have no way of controlling government, but we do have a way of controlling corporations.
America's first corporation was a gun
Corporations
company.
are always controllable.
Government not controllable.
Not. Yes, they are. The community could stop. The people could stop using the money with the government.
And here I'm saying, in anarchy, the people run everything. There are no corporations. You elect the people running any kind.
In anarchy, the people run everything. No corporations. But corporation is a word. Is a group of people that run things. Like, I'm confused at what this guy's
kind of
how are you going to enforce that?
So if this group of people that's running everything decides to call themselves a corporation or call themselves something, then bad. Got it.
What do you mean? How do you enforce it?
How are you going to enforce your communism?
Boom, right here.
All right.
And this is where Jeremy gets it. Jeremy finally gets it here. You could see him be all, okay. How do you enforce your communism if it's anarchy? You have to enforce it. And once it's enforced, it's no longer anarchy.
Well, it's well, first, what do you mean? How do you enforce it?
How are you going to
run anarchy? The people run everything. There are no corporations. You elect the people running any kind of.
How are you going to enforce that?
What do you mean? How do you enforce that?
How are you going to enforce your communism?
Well, it's well. First of all, it's not communism.
How are you going to stop someone from starting their own business that doesn't involve other people? You're going to point a gun at them, and you're going to say, you have to be Marxist, you have to be communist.
Well, actually, you know what they've done in the past when people say, okay, I don't want to have anything to do with it. Sure, you can have that land over there, but you can only have as much as you can farm yourself. You can't hire anybody to do it. You can't hire anybody to work for you.
That's what I explained earlier with my community.
You can farm for yourself. If you don't want to be in and you want some land, you can only have as much as you can farm for yourself by yourself. You can't
and if
hire
you're living in a community that's getting poisoned water from another community, you can move somewhere else. You can move 6 miles away to another water source. I'm not saying to move to a different country, you guys. I'm just saying you can move.
You still are kneeling at the altar of capitalism. You're kneeling at the altar of the billionaire and hoping that they're going to give you a fair shake.
It's called free market. It's called equality.
There's not equality. If you're a billionaire, there's no equality.
And here's what I'll say.
Control the billionaires. We can't control the government. We control the billionaires by voting with our dollars.
That's what the government was built to do.
Jeffrey, I think you're right about this in that the sense that like now what Sky is describing is like you're not allowing corporations, you're not allowing a business to take off and really have success. So then that's like a regulation that you're stopping someone from like really taking off with their thing. I don't understand why we don't see the flaw in that. And we also don't see the flaw in a company that is so massive. Like maybe we don't stop that, but you have.
He's saying, isn't what you're saying just another form of regulation that you wouldn't allow businesses to get big and successful in your communities? And that's not what you're saying.
No, that's not what I'm saying. No,
just recognize that does lead to this issue that we have. Like, I don't know why you don't think like a corporation that has $1 trillion isn't going to influence the politics in.
There's no $1 trillion. What
there
corporation
is.
in anarchy land has $1 trillion? If there's not even $1 trillion,
you're not in anarchy land. You're describing something that is anathema to anarchy. You're describing libertarian market economies where billionaires can dam up rivers if they want to.
My system is the only way that's fair to everyone. You are stealing the means of production from someone. You're stealing. There's no stealing in my system. Everyone gets a fair playing field.
You are talking about stealing because the land is a means of production and we all own it. We all own the air.
Nobody owns land.
The river.
But Jeffrey, in order to own land, you need a government to legitimize that. So I don't understand.
Once you fence it off, once you're a billionaire,
there's no billionaires fencing it off. What do you mean?
That's what you described. Your ketchup company.
I'm curious in an
that's not what I described it. You don't own land in anarchy, bro. You use land. You don't own land. You need a government to own land. To legitimize owning a piece of land, you need government. That is a flaw. That's what I'm talking about.
Hang on. You just described a community. You just described a community that you can opt out of. You can leave this community. So you're saying it's not geographic?
You can leave the area.
But you're saying you can also opt out of this system.
No, I'm saying a human cannot own land.
Right.
Land
No, I understand.
Humans.
But I'm trying to get down to this like idea of like you have different communities that have a system and you can opt out of that one. So are you saying that it's not tied to any geography? I'm just trying to clarify that.
Not legally tied to any geography.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just it's not like there will be a like wall.
Okay. But what if the company has set up like a factory, right? Like the ketchup company or whoever has set up a factory. Isn't that theirs? Like, how would you say? So they've set up a factory to make ketchup.
No, I wouldn't say it's theirs at all. It's the community.
It's the community. So then Sky can come in and shut it down.
The future of them sending their money that way.
So Sky can come in and shut that place down because
Sky
it's not
can come in with a new business that does better than that company and outshine them and make them disappear by offering a better product at a lower price.
But he can also walk in the door of the place and shut it.
That's actually a good point you brought up, because they're like, who owns the ketchup factory? And you said the community, because that's where their future products or profits are going to. But that is the kind of the idea of that's why in anarchy land there won't be a government to prop up corporations who make them billion-dollar companies, because again, it's kind of what we were talking about earlier. Like, corporations are looking to make profit for their shareholders. And this is a whole
free market.
A mom and pop shop.
Yeah.
When they're investing in their business, they're like, oh, what's going to benefit the community? Because I want the community is going to be buying our product. It's a more direct experience. And that type of business only gets so big. And the greed is
used in our favor.
Yeah, like it doesn't have
the board members' greed. Their greed for wanting more money. They have to give us a good product. That's not how it is now.
Right.
Now they give us shit product and they get money.
They need to,
because they got government backing them.
Yes, the goal is profit, but that's not a fault of a capitalist system. That's the fault of the system which we have now, which is not a pure capitalist system. It's not a pure free market, open market system. And so again, we're having a problem of we're using words and
definitions,
words, and the definitions are not the same with the words and the discussion. So that's where it's like it's getting so muddy.
In free market anarchy land, these boards are important because these boards want to make money. They don't want to lose their business by poisoning people. So you're using their greed for our favor.
But my point was that there won't be boards, though. The boards are a function of.
Well, the board is the people that got together to make that business, I guess. You know. Like,
so yes, but when I say a board of investors is not.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
They're serving the shareholders. It's a whole.
Yeah.
It's.
But companies want to make money. They don't want to go out of business.
Yeah, they're not directly responding to consumers anymore.
Yeah. Like
versus a mom and pop shop or just a shop. People open a business and they are serving the community. So if it's a really successful community, like you said, and they're serving the community really well, then they will become bigger. But there's not a barrier of entry of other people coming in, also producing ketchup, like you were saying. But it's just that it's just the word corporation. Like, what does corporation even mean when you're saying it versus he's saying it?
See, these guys' definition of corporation. Is that someone else? Or is Darren's just back? Okay. So in their head, corporation. Or I just fucking lost my train of thought.
In their definition of a corporation,
So the board members that own the business want to make money. They don't want their money to go, their business that they've invested in their blood, sweat, and tears for years to disappear. That's completely counterproductive to businessmen. These guys seem to think that poisoning the clientele somehow makes sense in the board members' minds.
Yeah, they think there's like a board of people over like this group of people that want to make a business and that they have an influence over their decisions. That's what he's making what the board is.
So it doesn't really make sense what they're saying because they're like, oh, these board members would be willing to lose it all just to make a little extra profit. Wouldn't they want to not lose it all and continue making profit forever? You know, like it's this weird idea that this warped world view that these guys have that's making them think this, and they just can't even listen to a thing I'm saying because I'm a capitalist. They can't even consider this stuff that a corporation might actually be good and might actually be helping all the communities. Just simply they're money hoarders and they're murdering because they're cutting corners and quality or something. I don't even know what
they're equating morality to they're putting principles where principles don't really go, I guess. Well, they're using it like they're not talking about it like it's a knife or like you can do anything with like the potential. I guess they're just saying it's always going to be bad.
Yeah.
But like really I don't think that's right either. I don't think that's right because, unlimited potentiality, you can use money for good or eventually like the morality of it all. The morality of it all, I think, is what's like twisting, I guess, me up right now. Yeah, my bad.
Because it's not owned, right?
Right.
So then Sky can come in and shut it down.
The future of them sending their money that way.
So Sky can come in and shut that place down because
Sky
it's not
can come
theirs.
in with a new business that does better than that company and outshine them and make them disappear by offering a better product at a lower price.
But he can also walk in the door of the place and shut it down because it's not owned, right?
Do we have guns in this scenario? Because Sky could come in with guns and just...
Because you don't own the land. Yeah, so you're saying you don't own that land?
You can't come into a place if they don't want you there.
Why not? If this community has gotten together and decided on a set of rules, and they decide to put up electric fence around their building and only allow people in that buy a certain insurance from them, then you're never even going to get through the door.
I don't know why.
We're talking about owning land now.
This is not anarchism at all. That is not at all anarchism.
That is not anarchism.
The way anarchy would work.
Anarchism
if we all started.
You can't have a community that comes together and makes their own rules in anarchy.
Here's what anarchy would do: is they would create a ketchup company together, and we would try to vote together on how to make the best ketchup.
Steal a ketchup company from a corporation.
You keep on saying these things like,
and then spread. And then spend the least amount of money on the product to give it out to the most people. I'm finishing Skyjack's sentence for him.
Yeah.
We would get together to start a ketchup company, and then we would make it would have to be the lowest quality ketchup on the planet because we're going to give it to everyone for free.
Oh.
How does that make any fucking sense? It's going to be the poisonous ketchup that they're so fucking scared of.
Well, how are they gonna know also how much ketchup to make? Like, how
yeah,
is it gonna be like, there'll be a lot.
You have to let the market deal with that stuff. That's the market deals with supply and demand and all that.
No wonder it's brown.
Yeah. You think maybe what?
The use of the word corporation, perhaps in our context in anarchy land, like
it's not even the same thing.
Well, no, it doesn't apply because we're talking about businesses.
Yeah.
We talk about businesses getting bigger, but a corporation, like you were saying with owning land,
you need a government to legitimize corporations.
You need a government because a corporation is a legal entity. So yes, there's in these communities, the owners of the business are not immune for the actions of their business.
Yes.
Of the company.
Yeah, because in our definition of corporation now is limited liability. If some people want to build a bridge and they fuck it up, they're not screwed for the rest of their lives, which the corporation is being abused. How it's used now is being abused.
People who make up the corporation are legally and morally immune from repercussions of.
And that wouldn't happen in anarchy.
And that's not.
It wouldn't make sense.
It just wouldn't.
Yeah, it wouldn't happen.
Like names and addresses. Like everyone has a name and a place they live.
And your reputation matters extremely.
It's just the nature of that society wouldn't allow those individuals to be shielded from a leak because they have it written down. They have government protecting them as a legal
communities entity. Could allow corporations for the original reason the USA allowed corporations. If some people want to get together and make a bridge or a road, and they it's not like a personal gain thing. It's like a community, a business once more. It's like there may be a place for some corporations, but not how it is now. It's being fully abused, and it's a manipulation of the free market how it's being used now. So obviously it would be.
They're not even corporations; they're monopolies.
How they are now. Oh well, without. I mean, again, it turns into a word for a group of people doing business after a while.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's like it's.
But these guys in their heads, corporation is this evil empire of people that is out there that is immune. Yes, but that's not how it would be. You're right. And this whole argument was completely pointless because you weren't there to point that out.
No, it's just a distinction.
No, it's very important though.
It's like it's kind of,
and that's why I kept telling him, I'm like, dude, all this stuff, all these arguments, like they don't make sense in my land where I'm going. My private.
No way.
Wait, you own land? I don't get it.
Yeah, no. So we're gonna wrap this up real quick.
You're saying, or you want to start now as a revolution? Are you talking about a revolution? No, because you're mislabeling means of production. You're completely mislabeling over and over.
Take over the factories
now.
The factories exist on our land, right?
Factories were started by someone's blood.
So in that situation,
you have no right to. You have no right to that
situation. Of course, that's our right. Of course, that's our right because it's
no right. Of course,
I have rights.
Here you go. The way you would do it in
land.
Can I speak, please?
Well, every word out of your mouth is.
Please, it belongs to all of us. It belongs to all of us. It's a communal property. It's on all of our land. So here we go, because you said yourself that land is owned by the people are owned by the land, not the other way around. But either way,
people. What if no one wants to work at your ketchup company?
Okay, so in a co-op situation, what you would do is you would all create the owners, the workers would own it in this scenario, that the workers would all benefit from that. And so in a community, we would all benefit from the means of production. So instead of someone at the top,
there can be co-ops and businesses that can coexist. It currently happens too. Like that's not an
just because the government's not doing
incompatible thing to exist where it's a co-op, the workers own and make the thing happen. But
and
there's
the food
also
is cheap.
other situations where someone has a certain skill, or they have, oh, I grew these trees and I chopped this wood and I have all this wood and I'm going to build this thing that's going to make this bit. And it's like, just because if it's a voluntary action, like, just do it.
This dude reminds me of the people who had a problem with Lysander Spooner starting the American Letter Mail Company, and he'd be like, "This evil corporate guy is delivering mail faster, better, cheaper. We got to shut him down." Whereas Lysander Spooner himself got kicked out of First International by the communists because he was against wage labor and a lot of other things. Like, he was against government, and the communists were pro-government. So he was trying to say, like, he was of the labor theory of value, not the wage theory. If you make $1 million object, then your labor is worth a lot. If you make crap, then it's not worth a lot.
Yeah, directly proportional.
Oh, he wants everyone to have very low skills. And I mean, could you imagine like being like Ali's saying, you got a bunch of trees on your property, you grew for fucking 15 years or 20 years or something, you chop them down, and then like the locals just come and take it away.
Or like hire people to carve something out of the wood, and they're like, "Oh no, but we own all of this wood now."
Yeah.
Like, wait, what do you mean? I spent 15 years growing the wood.
And just
yes,
because you carved something on
something
it
out of the wood doesn't mean that
I don't
you
own it
this
anymore.
whole operation because you guys are the ones carving the wood.
Yeah.
They're like lazy.
No, but we're stealing it from you.
Yeah.
And you're just going to be okay with it. Like this bitch in here in the comments of his section, she's all, he keeps saying steal like it's a bad thing.
Oh, talking about
saying when I'm saying he's stealing the means of production, it's all of his shit's based in harm. All his stuff's based in unethical theft. These people are like, no, theft is fine if it's for the greater good.
Yeah, it's a slippery
psychos.
It's like,
full on psychos.
Yeah.
Steal
man.
I don't know, a dog getting abused or something, and it's like, oh, you stole that dog from its owner, and you're like saving the dog. It's like, okay, yeah, but they're making it seem like it's on that level of, oh, you're liberating the factory, like from the
evil communist who's keeping most of the fucking money.
The same thing.
What if he's not keeping most of the money? What if all the companies that are struggling, the economy's not good? What if he's not making that much money? You don't even consider that because he's a corporation, so he must be scum.
Well, only the most unethical businesses survive government regulation, dude. That's why everything's so predatory with banks. Lysander Spooner said you should be able to charge high interest rates so that little guys can actually succeed. What happens is they cap the rates. The rates are very low. Only those pre-approved by the big banks, because the big banks do big volume, can get those loans, and then it creates stratification, and then they get in bed with the government, and bro, it's worse. Way worse.
Yeah. Oh, got it.
And I've worked in the finance industry for like decades, man, and it's crazy. And government's the worst thing that happens to it. And the whole Dodd-Frank Act, that was all fake. What it really did was regulate private businesses and let the big banks do whatever they want because they lobbied for it.
Was that after? Was that like after? Oh no.
Yeah, right after 2008, the quote-unquote remedy.
After the crash, and then that was supposedly the government reining in banks to make safer, but then it really,
it wrote things on the books that are unenforceable.
Right.
It's very rare.
Big Short, real good movie.
Yeah, exactly.
Feel good.
It's just like that, and it's like that now. They just
Christian
don't talk
Bale
about it.
listening to death metal, fucking shorting the entire fucking world economy.
Yep.
Slayer and Pantera playing awful drums.
Yeah. And see, I'm of a different opinion even than maybe like ANCAP or whatever. But then again, in an ANCAP society, I don't have to participate much in commerce if I don't want to, because no one's going to make me.
Yeah.
But that's what I like about the idea of Badlands, is because there's hardly a square inch on the world that isn't claimed by some government.
Yeah.
But my personal opinion is all the things that we fight over, for the most part, are just things that we want but don't exactly need. If I see people fighting over a piece of food, look, it's hard to judge that, right?
Yeah.
But everything else is like, we need to blockade the strait because of oil prices. And it's like, you chose to live your lives based on oil. You chose to care about having electricity and the internet. But in reality, you don't need that. So if this is why maybe tribal and primitive people used to fight, but if they did, it was usually over some very scarce resources they need to live.
If we stop feeding all the soy to cows and corn and rice and all this shit to cows, we could make biofuel and not have to go to war and be in the Hormuz Strait and all that shit. It's pretty crazy. My business, that's what I used to do, is convert cars to run off vegetable oil and stuff like that. Every diesel in the country could be modified to run off vegetable oil, any kind of petroleum oil, any kind of vegetable oil, waste oils, hydraulic fluids and shit. But they, there's, it's just bad moves that have been reinforced for fucking decades, and bad decisions that just keep getting reinforced. The economy based off petroleum is not good. It's a ticking time bomb. And we're dealing with the complications of that ticking time bomb with all these stupid wars. Like, we're war with Iran? What the fuck is going on? We just met some Iranians the other day. It's like, sorry, man. We're crazy here. Should get out of here. But, yeah.
Pop saying, I make the decisions for the ketchup factory and you do what I say. That's just dictatorship. What instead, you flatten that.
The
and everyone is
businessman who has the skills at business steering the business he started in the right direction versus letting his unskilled workers make all the decisions and destroy his company. Like, I'm confused.
Together, the decisions are made collectively. The wealth
collective decision making doesn't work. That's mob rule.
Well, especially if you're trying to produce a product.
Yeah,
there's ways
you can decide to do it wrong or decide to
introduce bacteria along the production line and not do it right and end up making poison ketchup. Ironically enough, if you don't, and that's
by idiots, unskilled idiots making decisions they shouldn't be making.
Like there could be regulation from someone who knows better and how to produce something.
No, there is.
Like
these businesses wouldn't be successful if there wasn't some guy up there making the right moves.
Or something.
Yeah.
I mean, and there could be.
But this what's it called? That voting thing. Democracy. What a joke, dude. So if we have a bunch of idiots vote on it, that makes it right or a better decision? I'm confused. How about no voting on anything? How about no giving power to anyone? Like that? It doesn't really make sense. But this dude just, I don't know.
Juiced by it is distributed collectively, distributed equally, and that's how you would make a ketchup company.
Yes, you would distribute a ketchup that everyone worked on, and the least amount of money for the most amount of people. Planned mediocrity.
Yeah.
Structured mediocrity. And I've had people tell me that they're okay with that. But And I'm not like, like, oh, you just love the rich people. And it's like, no, I don't live my life that way. I don't want my life to go that way. But I can appreciate the fruits of the labor by these people, capitalism pulled us out of fucking living in caves, y'all,
No, think about what they're doing here. If they're doing that to ketchup, then they would be doing that to much more things. And that's saying that they are depending on, I guess it would be the state, I guess, that's giving the ketchup. So, I mean, so
dude,
if they're doing
there's
it to
so
the
much
ketchup.
wrong with what he's saying.
Yeah.
Let's get the unskilled. Let's get the least expert people out of the group to make the decisions.
It has to do with qualified people who are qualified should be doing things. He seems to think
if there's a bunch of people together, then they're qualified.
Well, and it's not even exactly, which isn't true. Just like objectively,
it's not true, and a bunch of people cause more chaos than order.
And
more captains of the ship.
Choosing people, and choosing people who are more qualified is not. It's not the same as applying it, because he said it's like a tyranny, or what it's like a I forget the exact
word. If you
word
have the skill and you worked your whole life for it, you should get as much as the guy cleaning the toilet. Like if you're like saving lives and shit.
Yeah, that's talking, and then that's a wage, the wage thing. Not even talking about wage, just deciding who does the things, like.
Or who's the right guy for the job.
In a voluntary, that's the whole thing. The distinction is the voluntary system. In a voluntary system where people can choose to work for a business in order for that business to run, choosing who's most qualified to do the right job. Hey, Tim's good at, like organizing
holes,
whatever. Or digging holes. Yeah. And so is good at the paperwork, and it's not a tyranny to then direct those people in how they're qualified. That's an organically functioning system, and that can be, again, where it's a voluntary system. Yeah. You're not forcing people. Hey, you're good at digging holes, so you have to dig holes, motherfucker. Yeah. You have to.
Or dude over here who's got way more skills than that. You have to dig holes too.
Yeah, but it's like, wait, but I'm better. I'm good at accounting,
I'm the fucking Nobel Peace Prize winner of this.
Wouldn't you want to produce the most resources, the most efficient way, so the most people can benefit for them? Like, these are inherent things that are baked into
like physics
and the nature of our reality. It's an arbitrary. Again, we're taking a word, hierarchy, bad. Anarchism is the absence of hierarchy, which is bullshit, because it's more about authority and not it being not voluntary.
Yeah, organization is good.
Exactly, people can organize without being like they can volunteer. Like that's like the most efficient way for things to be, and that isn't just that is a part of capitalism.
Flinging everyone at the wall and hoping someone sticks.
And it has to do with profit too. Yes, the way to make the most profit also happens to be, it's like you want the most people to. It's just again the word profit.
But then everyone's making profit. Bad. Everyone's prospering. If people are falling into their jobs in alignment with their skill sets, everyone makes more money. These guys think that I'm the corporate owner. Everyone's getting minimum wage and that's it. And then I'm doing everything impossible to kill my fucking employees and my clients. Like, it doesn't make these dudes it's a warped worldview.
It reminds me of people using the word, landlord being a really dirty word. Landlord. Oh, you are taking advantage of the community.
That person is offering a service.
What if they're offering a lower
cheaper
rent
than buying a house?
And there's something I want to play in the podcast. Yeah. We're not gonna, but I want to make something about this. But the idea of being able to offer services from your community and being able to use like seller financing, buying a house off someone instead of going to the bank, having that, striking a deal, then being able to rent out rooms to the community at a lower cost. There's all these things, and that involves being a landlord.
That's how you bring the economy
but that doesn't mean
down.
you're
Or
an evil
that's how you
capitalist.
bring down that's how you bring down rent prices instead of having them
and you're
go up.
generating profit, but instead of the profit going to the central banks and to hedge funds, the profit's going back in the community. The profit's going into you're paying the people who used to live in the houses. The profit's going into you're making profit so you can offer a lower rent rate to people who are who are unable to start businesses, and maybe they will because they're able to not put as much of their money into rent, and they have some money to start to whatever, buy a freaking hammer to be a handyman. It's just like it's a whole this idea of profit being bad. Profit abundance is good. We can feed more people with abundance and doing things in an efficient way that produces more good product. Like it's just it's illogical to be against that.
They
and
don't
then say
think
you
that
are for
any
humanity.
corporate guy spends money to make money, like or something. Like I don't.
They just think that immediately, if you're thinking about making a profit, you are evil. It's as simple as that.
Profit evil, capitalist evil.
Yes.
Fucking all this stuff.
Indiscriminately, and it's like
no matter what, evil.
I feel like those have been like instilled in us. I think since like a wartime, maybe. I don't know. Like somehow that was implanted in a lot of people's minds.
I mean, the powers that be don't want us making a lot of money.
Greedy, tiny hat, trust fund babies made up communism. They never worked a day in their fucking lives.
Nor does Skyjack Morgan, by the way.
It takes one to know one. Look at these guys. They're just trying to figure out how to get stuff without working and hating people who actually work for stuff and having government do it for them with mob rule.
Or like if someone has a skill set that they can make money off of, it's like they're like, oh, you're a piece of shit if you utilize your resources and skills.
Yeah. Oh, you're cheating because you know something. You're cheating other people because
or at least
you have
like
a
not
skill.
Directly, but that's the effect of their system that they're talking about. That's the effect of the system.
Yeah.
You need to not be better than me because
and again, it's the mediocrity, like everything
planned
just
mediocrity.
like planned. But that's not.
You need to not want nice stuff. If you want nice stuff, you're bad because that's taking stuff away from people that don't have anything.
Yeah,
it's exactly what it is, dude. People just can't accept that there's people that are better than them.
Yeah,
and
lazy
even if you have no skills, there's enough for you, but they don't want to settle for like some basic level of comfort, so they just get envious and mad and basically hate on people with skills. This is kind of what they do in India. Honestly, they have all these groups of like minorities, so they get Christian missionaries and Buddhists and Muslims together, and they lobby against the caste system, which has been horribly like abused. But what they try to do is they try to use like stuff that happened hundreds of years ago, just kind of like BLM in the US, to like create collective voting groups to have unskilled people demand the highest wages just because like my ancestors. And
like they're marginalized.
And the thing is they have affirmative action like across the board in the country. So like certain government jobs have to be like 35%, these groups. And what happens is nobody cares about the qualifications of people anymore. And it's starting to mess things up really bad.
Well, that's like, and that starts at like local government, like look at your city workers, your road workers. There's like 2 competent ones and then 9 dudes standing around with fucking clipboards and shit.
So they're like saying like, okay, so hereditary castes are bad. And that's true. And the thing is, that doesn't mean that collectivism and communism are good. Right. Just because there was an aristocracy or something similar to that.
You know how in like NASA videos, the crisis actors they use, it's like multicultural and they're kind of odd. Like a lot of them are really odd people, but there's definitely like a trend to the people that they've collected. It's probably some old bloodline where they all know they're lying and it's just these weird inbred fucking people that are in these videos. It's like the same people working for the city. It's like this weird where you're like, lady, you shouldn't have that job. You know, all these sexist, but you're like directing a steamroller right now. How'd you get that job? And I'm watching you and you're not doing anything, but you're sucking my tax dollars down, you know? Like it's like this crazy shit where you're like, who are these crisis actors that are just out there?
Like stock footage. Like
stock footage, like totally. Like all the NASA people are always, you're like, wait.
This is just the most inclusive.
Yeah, the most. There's a black lady and an Asian lady and a Mexican dude and a white guy and a Pacific Islander and like, you know.
They're like the ads at the DMV. Like we were at the DMV the other day and then they're all like, it's like an old white lady and this like young black guy's helping her at the computer and they're like, use DMV.com and she's like,
She's like having
and it's like this weird like GIF AI moving thing, and it was on the screen at the DMV, but it looks like that. Like it was like literally like that's what like the NASA videos are. Default.
I don't know where I brought that up. But yeah, it's like the
example.
Mediocrity, planned mediocrity, affirmative action.
The random people, the like unqualified people getting qualified jobs.
Yeah.
Where you're just like, I know I'm judging you by your appearance, but like normally there wouldn't be like a steamroller operator who's like you know, blue-haired, you know, whatever.
Yeah, get it. Hate women.
Yeah, got it. I'm sexist. Yeah.
You want to try to have one catch-up
people
company
that don't do anything.
Yeah.
Especially in a field of people that are doing stuff.
Yeah. So yeah, it's good to have qualified people in there, and qualified people who decide to become more skilled should get paid more. There would be no incentive for anyone to go get more skills otherwise. It doesn't make any sense. And then these guys will be all, oh, well, maybe in the communist land, those times of people will get hooked up. Well, there's your fucking hierarchy and likely the beginning of your fucking government. Like, these people don't know that communism is big government. They're like, oh no, it's not government. Yes, it fucking is. It's a bunch of people making decisions for others.
Well,
you know, just like a corporation is just a bunch of people doing
government
business.
Run by the people. Which is the same guys as democracy.
But there's no,
it's just that
there's no way of controlling it
violently and by force.
And it's funny, like you watch like X-Files. Remember X-Files?
Hey guys,
Best
you know how
ever on TV, right? They used to, we need to tell the public about the government doing this. We need to expose the people, the government to the people. And like back in the day, like the people would have done something, you know? And now you hear, I'll watch X-Files, and every time they say that, I crack up because I'm like, dude, no one's ever given a fuck. Especially they don't give a fuck now, you know? Like the government's going to expose, like someone's going to expose something that the government lied about and we're all going to overthrow the government. Yeah, fucking right. Or like hold the government accountable in some way. Like, what are you talking about, Scully? Like, come on, Mulder, think. How are we going to hold a government accountable once you tell us about the aliens bullshit? You know, like, you guys are smart. So, yeah, it's super fucking
dead. You flatten that, and everyone is working together. The decisions are made collectively.
Together, you guys.
The wealth produced by it is distributed collectively, it's distributed equally, and that's how you would make a ketchup company. You wouldn't try to have one ketchup company, a guy at the top who's trying to collect all the gold and keep on going and going and going and going.
A cop who knows how to run a business efficiently and successfully and present a high quality product for a low price that people can choose from. That sounds a lot better than your planned, mediocre, shitty ketchup, brown ass, gross, juicy ketchup where you pop it open and all this juice shoots out first. Gross. Like mustard. How come they haven't figured that out?
Like, yo,
shitty ketchup with your fucking juice shooting out.
Yeah, your ketchup sucks so bad. Your commie ketchup sucks so bad it's full of juice.
Commie ketchup. Commie juicy ketchup shooting out, brown juicy ketchup. Blech.
until he's like a company like Ball or some other cancerous company like Boeing.
Yes, because anyone who wants to make good ketchup is going to turn into the military, basically. That's what he's saying.
Keeps getting bigger and bigger until they're involved in everything.
You're blaming an entire thing on the actions of a few examples of super extreme circumstances. It's the monopolized system we have now that allows corporations to become fucking crazy big because government tells everybody.
Government picks and chooses depending on the government. What the government's supposed to be doing is having an adversarial footing against these corporations in order to regulate them to keep that from happening. But instead, what happens? They amass enough wealth that they could buy the politicians so that they operate against the will of the people and agast the interests of the people.
Sure,
that's what's happening. That's the status quo.
But it doesn't
and capitalism
work.
Demands that. Capitalism will always go that way.
Lobbyists spend trillions of dollars on ideas that go nowhere. It doesn't always work. He's saying as if it always works. And just because some corporation pays a lobbyist, that lobbyist whispers in the ear of the politician and it works every fucking time. Like, that's not the case.
Well, it's also like
it works less often than it works.
It's like it's the mindless argument of what comes first, the chicken or the egg. What comes first, the corporation or the government? Does it matter? Like one, you need one for the other. Like we were saying, the definition of a corporation, it's a legal entity that is upheld by a government existing.
Up by telling us that, because there's no point to any of this conversation anymore because of that. Well, it's a good point. You know, it's just we're all arguing over wrong definitions this whole time,
and
warped worldviews that aren't realistic. And
there's a lot of that. Sure,
identity politics and egos are flaring. We're all showing our faces. You know,
all the J's.
Yeah, we all want to say a million things in 2 minutes. We need to say a million things in 2 minutes to actually get our ideas out, but we're all arguing for fucking
If you guys were to do this again, it would be helpful and interesting to be like, okay, well, let's have this word.
There needs to be a moderator.
Yeah. Let's all say what we think our definition is.
That's the thing. When I start debates these days, I'm like, first we should start with definitions. So we're all on the right fucking page with the definitions, or else we could spend 6 hours arguing over those definitions.
Yeah, or at least have a base of what the definition is supposed to be, so you can refer to it.
So we're not wasting our fucking time.
I understand Sky and Jeffrey have a lot in common, but we somehow reached the place where
we're not talking about
the differences. Yeah. So I'm like, can we come back a little bit, because I still have a couple more questions, and through all of these conversations, I'm still failing to see how what Jeremy's point from the beginning was, how we don't reach in the same world if some communities have more powerful guns and they just want to go there and take over some things, or they just want to
have their own security systems in place. They don't just get taken over.
Yeah, but there will always be somebody who has a better. There will always be somebody who has a better system. So then, aren't we just putting borders again? Aren't we just making the same things? Lines, borders.
Yes, there to this day, we don't have better systems than other countries. We've convinced people that we do. Like I said earlier, in order for a stealth bomber to drop a bomb correctly, 800 people need to do their job right, and people are fallible. So, you know, wouldn't that mean that the Afghani freaking dudes have a better system? You know, like what's better mean? What do you mean by better? Because we have more money into our military that is better? I don't see that as being true, because we're getting our asses handed to us in Iran. They don't, and our government's not telling us about how much we're getting our asses handed to us. So these guys are all just watching the news too.
But you have the option of opting out. That's the only difference.
But now, we're talking about borders, now we're talking about going out. I think this point of land ownership is important too, because you're saying that you can't own land
without a government. Without a government, you can't own land.
Okay, but then you can own the factory. Do you own the land that's underneath the factory?
No, you use the land.
Wait. Okay, but then Sky has complete access to that, because you don't own that. Yeah. You're using it.
If I'm using it and he's not, then I get to use it.
But he's coming in to shut it down, and there's nothing wrong with that.
I'm already there using it. Why would he need to come and start
because
something
it's
online?
fucking his community up.
Yeah, because you're
It
poisoning the
doesn't
river.
make any sense.
So again, this is
It's
again
giving something good to the community. It's giving ketchup to the community
No,
that
I
didn't
think
have ketchup.
Is he talking about the water poisoning thing again? Or maybe I was lost. I thought he was talking about the river poisoning.
No, dude.
I got lost. Because I thought he was saying
if my community is polluting, if both of our communities popped up at the same time and my community starts polluting, they would have a right to have their adjudication company and their lawyers contact our adjudication company and our lawyers and fucking talk about it. And be like, hey, you guys are violating our fucking rights. You know, when we both moved here, we had an agreement, you know, that has to continue, you know, like there's not going to be no legal system. Like,
or some sort of there repercussions even like
yes.
there will be, even if it's not okay, you're saying legal system, like it's hard to even know what that looks like without a government, but there will be some consequences of
written on paper somewhere.
People who live in the community that happen to be polluting don't want the repercussions from the pollution, so they're going to regulate whoever is polluting because they don't want the repercussions of being screwed with by like it's basic like business and you know like what you got something.
Yeah, I was saying I think like even in a more basic primitive system without an established legal and court system, there's going to be repercussions. I mean, even if it's people showing up, a group of people, let's say there's a group of people who work as security for their community. They send their security and the community also further down the river. Multiple communities break their security teams together and show up, and they're like, you are poisoning our fucking community. We're shutting this place down.
Yes, you're violating the rules that we set up. Therefore, something's going to happen. Whether if it's a single entity, your insurance goes up, you get kicked out of the community, your insurance has to pay a bunch of money, and your insurance goes up, you can't afford it anymore, you got to move out. Like there's going to be some sort of repercussions.
Like there's so many options for repercussions outside of the scope of like this limited scope of like what can happen. The people people just think about how stuff spreads on social media. We have internet, we have these tools and resources to spread awareness and education. Hey, this plant that's poisoning the river, this supplies the ketchup company. Then we're gonna write to them if they and do stuff. If nothing happens, we're not buying that ketchup that's connected with that. There's
problem solved.
Look at the dairy industry, just from the not even vegans, from plant-based, even omnivores.
Just the new milks.
So many new milks. That's all from awareness of dairy and how unhealthy it is, and all these things have influence. There's all these possibilities, basically. Is what I'm trying to say.
And you go to the store, and there's 18 different nut milks that wasn't there before.
And people,
it was because humans demanded it.
Research and spread information, and so it's kind of hard. It's like, okay, well, in this hypothetical, are we going back to this primitive state where we can't spread information? Okay, but even still, like I said, even in a primitive state, we can walk, people can organize, hey, all these communities along the river, let's go. We're shutting this fucking place down tomorrow.
And it's such a better idea than how we're doing things now. You know? And it's such a better idea than Jack's bullshit.
Or it's just not, it's like not.
It's not perfect.
It's beyond, it's not perfect. It's just, it's
not ever going to be
so
perfect.
limited. Like it's just seeing the unlimited possibilities that there are, and it's just like not having your imagination bound up by the current constraints of society and the status quo. Like it's just fucking crazy. You have to it's really hard to see beyond it, but that's like
we've been held back. Like look at our trains. They look like trains looked 200 years ago. Go to other countries and they're freaking flying, going 200 miles an hour. Like we've been held.
I got a good one. What about this? These electrical generators, they're basically like you crank it and then it's powered with gasoline, and it's like it rotates, and somehow that keeps the motor running or whatever. But what about like you were saying, there's so much potential advancements we haven't even thought about yet. But
oh yeah,
this
or that have been shelved,
magnet
or
connected,
not allowed, regulated
backwards.
away.
Yeah, dude, and someone could figure out how to make it just automatically keep spinning, and so you get like electricity that never stops from a generator that doesn't cost any fuel,
Or
and like
like
that kind of
minimal
stuff.
input.
Yeah, like that kind of stuff's not going to happen if like there's like power in any type of industry over another, like I guess that won't give them profit. You know what I'm saying?
Depending on what you believe in, we used to get electricity out of the air.
Yeah, electricity out of the air like a lightning.
Oh,
wait, what is it?
What happened to
the ether? Yeah, with Nikola Tesla's stuff. Yes, I've never actually seen it in person, but I bet it would be really amazing.
You should
supposedly
check out the whole Tartarian thing.
Yeah, supposedly Nikola Tesla, if he was a real person, it was like he tapped into this old forgotten technology and knowledge from an even older civilization, perhaps, and he was either tuned in or knew it was information passed down, perhaps, whatever. But you know, like those the blimps, like supposedly they have like all of like I won't go into this, I'll stop.
Yeah, I looked into the Tartarian thing when I first discovered it like years ago, but
yeah, it's a classic.
Again, and it seemed like it like mutated. It was like so much different the last time I looked into it. There was like a lot more information. But I'll look into it some more because it does seem interesting.
It's at the very least, it's a good like imagination exercise to break out of like, okay, like what could society look like outside of the modern power grid and how we have it running? Like, what if we had it was just fundamentally
some other way of doing electricity,
based on some other distribution system, or tapping into, what's already there.
Yeah,
they think
it's fun.
According to that whole thing, brick buildings were able to absorb electricity and store, and you just had your wall just had power in it. Which there is some. I mean, they've done some weird tests where they've checked bricks, and bricks can hold power. Like there's weird stuff. A lot of weird stuff, and a lot of crazy conspiracy heads going completely overboard. Also,
what's the name of that guy who he ran experiments? Dr. Judy Wood referenced his work, and he's able to.
We watched him on the show.
We've watched it on the show before. I gotta look up his name, but
the something method. Anyway, this guy uses cold feet. Uses sound waves to melt and bend steel with no heat, and he's done it a million times on film.
Wow.
And he's just this weird autistic guy, and he does these experiments.
Just the potential of just like
who knows what we don't know about.
How much energy is around us, or how it can be tapped into, or it's just wild. Like we were just talking about, like there's so many options or things that we've yet to conceive that are possible.
And that's the true occulted information. Not all this garbage symbology and crap like that.
So
these guys talk about
in anarchism, there wouldn't be these borders.
There's
and
no
these
answers
like
to everything, you guys.
There are actually. We have anarchist communities.
The world is a balance of bad and good, and it's never only always going to be good.
Well, that's what I'm pointing out.
Don't have an answer.
But Jeremy,
it's a lot better. But a lot of this situation, this system is way better than how we have it now.
I'd like to try to answer your question, Jeremy. So can I just clarify? Are you talking about an outside force? Because I think we addressed how outside forces are treated. Or are you talking about internally, how do we keep tyranny from rising again? Because that's, I think, a more interesting question. Like, how do you keep someone who's charismatic from amassing power? How do you get someone who's collected all the shells? How do you keep that from happening? I think, was that your question, or are you talking about outside forces?
Well, I'm talking about both, but we can focus on the interesting one. But I think what I'm just pointing out is just that there's a flaw in all of these. And again,
there's no flaws, bro. What are you in search of? A perfect utopia? There's always flaws, but one system can have a ton of flaws, and another can have only a few. It's not just, oh, we're going to find this perfect system, and I'm out here being an activist till I find this perfect system that makes everyone happy. That's not how the world works.
Not a flaw. There's not a flaw in anarchy. There's a flaw in libertarianism because they're basically just
I'm not a libertarian.
Brands.
Well,
they
I'm an anarchist.
Stop it, Scott.
I don't believe in small government.
Well, let me just say
Guys,
it.
stop
There
it.
will be
Stop poking Jeffrey, Sky. Come on.
I'm poking
You are. You're just poking him.
capitalism.
Come on.
Capitalism has always resulted in death.
Well, let me just say there's a flaw in your version of anarchy as well, because Jeffrey doesn't like it. And so the flaw is there that he views your way of anarchism as tyranny because you're stopping people from being successful, amassing wealth based on their hard work. And he's right. In some cases, it's people have done the right thing and
he's not liking that. Look at that.
Developed a great company or something, a great product. And if you shut that down, then that is infringing on someone's freedom. But the problem is that Jeffrey can't seem to recognize that also leads to this other thing. And what I'm just pointing out, yes,
it has potential. It could, but if corporations don't exist, it can't. Sure, we got this way. At one point, we did have a free market, but we got this way because of 300 years of being fucked with by people who, I don't know, who knows? But they've been ahead of us. So
it doesn't, correct. But the point that I'm making,
mostly because uneducated populace lets it happen.
Yeah,
and in anarchy, everyone would obviously be a lot more educated and stand up for themselves more.
I guess the point that I'm making is I'm not saying either of your systems are wrong, because obviously the system that we have in place, like everywhere, seems to be extremely flawed.
Yeah.
But the problem is that we are, and I started to rehash, we are going to get to that same hodgepodge of rules, regulations. I agree with this. I don't agree with that. And so go ahead, you're shaking your head.
No, we don't have these rules and regulations. We have in anarchism, not libertarianism. I want to make it real fucking clear what Jeffrey's describing is libertarianism.
No,
in anarchism,
anarcho-capitalism.
Anarcho-capitalism. If you
this is now
anarchy is
really going to roll. Libertarians believe in small government. So let's
by the way,
libertarians.
What I would love to have brought up was
agorism.
Agorism.
I wasn't even.
Yeah. Because that would be.
I was too caught up in their bullshit. I would have eventually got there.
Yeah, because that's considered. It's a left leaning anarchist movement, because it's technically, I think he was anti-capitalist. What's his name? Konkin. Yeah. But the idea was that people should all be entrepreneurs.
Yeah,
and sort of and serve
everybody
their communities and serve themselves, but it's in the same vein of what you were talking about. It's just
the toilet scrubber.
Yeah. But it's a little bit. It touches on some of the points that Skyjack was bringing up. Again, we already talked about this. He was using the word capitalism, but he meant crony capitalism and consumerism, materialism, not just making profit, but
He's got them all mixed up.
Believe in a small government.
Supply and demand will fix everything.
I need to go in about 5 minutes, guys. Sorry, just
okay. So let me just address the one question I think you were trying to ask, because it's one that I did want to address on the show. Is that the idea that how do you keep someone from like Trump happening again? Which I think that was the title of this episode.
What is Trump?
Kill him
again. A charismatic figurehead who ends up becoming a dictator, someone like a Hitler or a Stalin or somebody like that.
We've had a dictatorship for 100 years.
How do you keep something like that from happening? How do you keep something like that from happening? You have random selection. It's called sortition. You remove the campaign and charisma pipeline strategy. That you just remove that pipeline completely, so you are not rewarding this charismatic person to.
Yeah. So I don't know if we need to watch it, but he then went to his membership only group.
Okay.
Yeah, and I did a disservice to my viewers having Jeffrey on, just all this coping. Whoa. Oh, Jeffrey's a capitalist, just talking shit. And even his buddy was like, yeah, dude, you were being kind of a dick.
He's like, you were poking him and
You're
egging
poking
him
and egging him on and calling, calling him he called me like some kind of, he said I was Ayn Randian capitalist or something like that. But yeah. No, he had to resort to ad hom the whole time, calling me things that he believes is bad. That's basically calling me names. He didn't have much arguments or much responses for anything really, but Jeremy, him pointing out, hey, I kind of understand why Jeffrey doesn't agree with you on your definition of anarchy. That was kind of like, that was the end of it, basically.
I could see there being positive conversation to be continued to be had with you and Jeremy.
That in the coping session, his buddy was like, dude, that was an awesome conversation. What do you mean? He's like, no, I did a disservice. And it's like, no, that was a fucking dope conversation that the world would be a better place if more people were having. You think you did a disservice by having that conversation? That's kind of lame.
Twisted. Yeah, that's very twisted.
Yeah. Oh boy, you want to do your thing?
What's my thing?
I don't know. Did you want to watch the Heart?
Heart Sutra?
There's also the Canadian dating coach.
Body count doesn't matter.
Body count does not matter.
No.
What do you think, Timothy?
I think that love is all that really matters in the end. So, her body count's all good.
Yeah.
No, I'm just kidding. I'm messing around with context. I don't know what body count's supposed to mean.
No, you hit it on the head, bro.
No, shit.
Well, we can all, I think, I don't know, should I get into it?
Yeah, go ahead.
we got into this live streamer. She's this she's like a motivational speaker, dating coach, but she goes live and she puts that up, body count doesn't matter. And so these like mostly dudes call in like super triggered because there's kind of like a very big like neo-trad movement, especially like, like neo-Christians and stuff. And so that traditionalist mindset is like pretty popular. So yeah, people will call, and chicks, dudes and chicks call in and they're just like, what do you mean body count doesn't matter? Why would I want a chick who's fucking run through? And like that, it's like, wow.
Like it's like really.
But she's like, she's
got a fucking mouth on her, and like she rips these dudes apart. It's really fucking funny.
Yeah, she'll be like, show me a study page number, article number of like, bring some reference to the debate of why body count does matter, and it's always
generally
a statement of a personal value. And there's not, because scientifically she's like, okay, well, there's STD tests if you're worried about someone who's, there's other ways and more effective ways to figuring out someone's character and their values and seeing if they're compatible outside of an arbitrary number, blah, blah, blah. But we got super into watching the clips from her lives just because the interactions are really
it's TikTok. Nice. So it's like,
it's the TikTok. No wonder.
So it's like all these idiots show up. And it's really, really, really funny. Where'd you send those links?
It's there. You just send it. It's buried. All right there. Yeah. We'll and this is a chick calling in this one.
So I guess this lady, she was a stripper for 20 years in Canada, but she like stripped sober, which is pretty rare.
Oops. Outstanding.
And she's like been married a long time, I guess, and like has a really good relationship and has all these books she wrote. But
she gives really good advice for people who are either dating or in a relationship. And just she went to school to study psychology to be a therapist, but then she realized that because as a therapist, you're not supposed to like tell someone what to do. You have to guide people to make their own conclusions and figure, learn their own things. And so she basically was like, no, she has this whole system basically, but it's guidelines for like how to choose people when you're dating, how to you know, how to
ignore
not
red
get
flags.
Yeah.
Mm.
In a relationship, the how to not fight anymore, not argue anymore, and how to. So it's cool because there's a lot of psychology baked into it, mixed in with some edgy kind of like shocking stuff. But it is really, it's super. She's pretty based basically, and she talks about the patriarchy and patriarchy land. Now it's very triggering for people to hear that, even for me, of like, I come from a background of like, okay, the new wave or third wave feminism, whatever, being super toxic, but there's kind of this wave of feminists, let's say, of this like movement, and a lot of it's around her work, where we could replace, when they say patriarchy, with like statism, and they talk about matriarchy, we could replace it with anarchy, because her whole definition of matriarchy, I know it's like whatever, her definition is that it's a society where everyone who's qualified to do a job or to do something, the most qualified people should be doing things for society, right? Like
regardless
there
of gender.
There should be no affirmative action. There should be like, we shouldn't, and so the idea of this male dominated society, statism, it hurts everyone, not just females. And that's where you get this military culture. It's the most submissive. It teaches males to be so submissive to other males. And so it's very interesting how she reframes thinking about these words, matriarchy, patriarchy, instead of like, oh, okay, instead of a world run by men, it's a world run by women. It's like, well, it's a world where women are included equally as males as they are fit, not being pushed to not be, oh, there's a woman and a man who are applying for a job. Even though the woman's not as qualified, we should put a woman there because women are better. It's if a woman happens to be more qualified, she, whatever. So it's very interesting, her philosophy, and just watching her go through all these live streams and talk to these people where, like I said, she says stuff, and I swear you could replace patriarchy with statism and matriarchy with anarchy. And she's funny because she says, oh, when in matriarchy land, this and this. In matriarchy land, we'll have this and this. And it sounds like VGT, us talking about anarchy land. But so just to give that, I don't know if she references
we don't use the same words.
Yeah, we don't use the same words.
We're kind of saying the same shit.
But I can tell you, from watching her material, the way she's using these words are not necessarily like, it's not what I thought of them being when I first.
That seems to be a running theme in this episode of VGT.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's gonna keep going.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, what's her name? Her name's Chantel.
Yeah, Chantel.
Okay, so I think that body count matters for men and women. Why would you say that body count doesn't matter?
Because the number doesn't tell you any information about somebody, so why would we bother asking for a number since it actually doesn't provide information?
I think it provides a lot of information. Have you seen the statistics on divorce rates when looking at body count and previous partners of women before marriage?
I agree. The more experience somebody has, the more they learn, somebody doesn't change. So therefore, the more likely they are to move on when somebody switches on them and now shows them that they're abusive after they married the person. So I agree. The more experience you have, the less likely you are to stay with somebody who becomes abusive after you marry them.
This has nothing to do with abuse, though. Abuse is a completely different story.
So you're willing to tell yourself that if somebody tells you a low number, you're willing to tell yourself they're not going to cheat on you?
That's probably, it's much higher chance that a person who has a lower body count will not cheat compared to a person who has a very high body count or high body count. And I think this goes for both men and women.
Silence now while I show you something, okay? Because what you just said was a story. So chat, put your hands up in the comments section if you've been cheated on by somebody who told you they had a body count of 1 or 0 before you. Have you been cheated on by somebody with a low body count? I see lots of hands.
Yeah.
So it seems to me somebody with a low body count is also likely to be dishonest, disrespectful, not be loyal, not be trustworthy, lack impulse control. So you can go ahead and tell yourself the story and get played by the one telling you a low number. Us logical people who stick to facts.
No, this is stupid rhetoric. You're not using facts. You're saying, oh, this is like this because somebody who I know told me so, but the statistics show very different results.
Statistics. So you got a title of a peer-reviewed study that states those statistics, right?
Yes. You can look it up. You can look it up on Google. It's very easy.
Not the one on divorce, by the way. I agree. People with more experience are less likely to stay with abusers.
But this has nothing to do with abuse. This is about normal people.
Normal people leaving? Divorce rates? Yeah, normal people leave when the other person is no longer marriage material.
But this has nothing to do with abuse. You think people only get divorced because of abuse?
Oh, there's many reasons. There's laziness, selfishness, narcissism, cheating. Yeah, lots of reasons.
Yeah, okay, but the body count matters a lot because both men and women who have high body counts, I'm not saying that all people like with low body counts are going to be perfect, but this has like very high correlation, like especially women who have high body counts and enter the relationship, they have problems staying with somebody for long term.
Yeah, we won't stay with an abuser. We won't stay with somebody lazy and selfish.
But this isn't about abusers. Nobody mentioned abusers.
What's the title of the peer-reviewed study that says women stay with people that are not abusers? Women leave people that are not abusers? What's the title of the study that says women leave for zero reason whatsoever?
Women can leave for any reason, but you're saying abuse, but abuse is not the majority of cases.
Or selfishness, or cheating, or narcissism. I've said
but
that.
This goes both ways.
Yeah, males can leave too, but you know, the studies show that usually it's women filing the paperwork because males are lazy.
What do you mean?
What do you mean?
Anyways.
What anyways?
Did you want a butt story again?
What are you talking about? You didn't give me proper counter argument. You're talking about something, you're talking about abuse, which is non-related to this. I'm talking about the actual research that has been done on this. You're talking about abuse, which has nothing to do with this.
I agree.
I
agree. Women with experience, divorce, losers. I agree.
No, they don't. You're actually a loser in the first place if you want a woman with high body count who's like ran through.
At home.
Abusive, demeaning, storytelling, mentally ill, right? What do I tell you? 100% of them are abusive. 100% of them are demeaning. 100% of them make up stories in their head and believe their stories with no evidence whatsoever. 100% of them want you to stay with somebody who doesn't deserve you because, again, they're abusive. Make sure you get no more assholes. Do not pick one of these males. And if you are a man, make sure you have the perfect play and don't pick one of these demeaning, abusive girls. Men deserve women. Women deserve men. Choose wisely, my loves. Don't forget the free book in the link in my bio. Fake love need not apply. How to identify and get rid of posers.
She's got like 30 books.
But she's got some for free. Find out which of my 14 books will be recommended for you based on your goals.
No más culeros.
Yeah.
Okay, so I think that body count matters for men and women.
So real fun lives to watch as you can. That's just a little taste. But yeah.
Don't we have more?
Oh, I didn't send any more.
Oh,
but if you just click on her, if you just click on Canada's dating coach, you just like
they're like you could doom scroll all of these.
You can click any of these.
This is like it's nonstop good stuff.
perhaps. And pause it. You have it on the wrong one. So just pause it. Sorry, Boomer here is having some trouble navigating the computer.
Which one is that one?
I didn't see which one. It's 11. Yeah, so that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello.
I thought I would join, and I know I've been watching some of your videos. As a woman, I believe that body count does matter, and I know you're going to hit me with where's the web page, paragraph, text. I know you're going to write it on your board. That's what you're going to write. What are you writing? Girl, just speak to me. You don't have to write it on the board. I just think I wouldn't want to date a man who has slept with 50 plus women. Is that wrong to say that? Can you speak? I know you try and do your pointing and your words and all that. Just talk to me.
What do you want to learn?
It's a debate. It's a debate. I want to share my opinion as a woman because I know you get a lot of men on here. So I thought I would volunteer myself up and yeah, but debates are opinion. Debate is not just facts and science. A debate is morals. You can debate morals. That's not facts or science. That's an opinion.
Why don't you just pick your brethren?
What does that mean? What do you mean?
Morals. You just pick the people who share your morals. I don't need to debate your morals. You just pick people who share your morals.
Debate is when people have different opinions, right?
Yeah.
What's the point of being around me when I don't share your morals?
Mind your own business.
So I want to hear your opinion.
No,
I'm brainwashed. I'm not brainwashed.
Listen, you didn't answer my question, and you don't want to hear my opinion because you're not here to learn anything, and I'm not interested in talking.
I've been watching your videos. Genuinely, I have. I'm not even like I've been watching your videos. I understand your opinion, but I would like to talk to you about it because as a woman, I see you got. Oh, she blocked.
Of course I did. Of course I did. You're not here to listen. It's a failure, right? Did you pick up on the failure? Failure to listen? How many times did it have to overtalk me and interrupt me because it wasn't here to listen? Did you think it was here to have an open mind and learn anything? No, it had another thing behind her, goading her on because the thing wanted to use her as a mouthpiece because the thing knows I'm not going to talk to it. So it uses a different thing to talk through it to me. I know exactly what's going on. Neither of them, by the way, had an open mind. We're there to learn. Both of them were very amped. Notice how these people who talk about not having sex are very amped up, aren't they? They're very agitated. Didn't it sound agitated? Right? They're very agitated. So I just let it go so it can calm down among its people. Because being around me was very agitating. And I don't need to keep that around me. Okay? What's up in the comment section if you just learn to better control your environment by walking away and ending conversations.
Yeah.
I recall her saying that
yeah.
I recall her saying that women tend to divorce more because they follow through with the paperwork more often. Which just means men tend to be more lazy when it comes to following through with paperwork, which might be true.
Yeah. I mean, she's referencing a statistic. So again, this is not. I mean,
where's your statistic that says otherwise?
They can. It's easy. It's somewhat. I mean, the data is there of rates of if it's the husband or wife filing the paperwork. So just go look it up, I guess.
Make up stories in their head. They're not grounded in reality.
Sorry, you can't let me go too long.
Hello.
Hey.
Hey, I'm just coming here to hear a perspective on something because I may be wrong, and I'm not trying to attack you or anything. I often understand your position.
You couldn't.
So I will talk to you guys in the future.
Later, Tim.
Yeah. See ya, man.
Thanks for hanging out.
I loved it. It was fun. All right. Peace. Close.
Ban.
Kick from the studio. I won't ban you from the studio.
Kick from the studio.
I won't get any of those.
She's been married for a long time and they're doing pretty well, so I don't know.
Yeah. Should we? Oh, did you?
You want to watch something else?
Heart Sutra.
Yeah.
Should you close it?
Or wait. Yeah. Boom. Oh, where's?
What are you looking
yeah,
for?
you could probably look it up.
One moment.
Michael Myers.
Hmm?
Hmm?
Okay.
Boom. There we go.
Share. How do I do this again? Share screen?
Right here. Share screen. There we go.
So, yeah, I don't know if y'all have read the Heart Sutra. It's one of the, it says right here, one of the, probably the best known Buddhist texts. I stumbled upon this podcast, Domyo Burke. She's really cool. And this was my kind of, I've read the Heart Sutra before, but this was kind of like my introduction to like hearing someone talk about it. And she has a really cool perspective. And so this correlates to, we had Prajnaparamita, one of the feminine entities on the thumbnail. So yeah, this just kind of harkens back to, if you caught the beginning.
Welcome to the Zen Studies podcast. I'm Domyo Burke, here to share another gem of Buddhism with you. Did you know you can read the material I produce as well as listen to it? Check out zenstudiespodcast.com. Before I get started, I want to thank 7 new members of the podcast who are making monthly, biannual, or annual from North Carolina. Thanks for your support and encouragement. Today's episode is the first in my Buddhist texts series, and it's on the Heart Sutra. So to give you a sense of the importance of this text in Buddhism, if or when I am gravely ill or on my deathbed, I hope my fellow Buddhists will come and chant the Heart Sutra for me. The Heart Sutra is probably the best known Buddhist text in the world. It's certainly the most commonly recited text in Zen temples, where it's usually chanted daily as well as on a wide variety of special occasions, including funerals, weddings, and celebrations. The Heart Sutra is also chanted by other kinds of Mahayana Buddhists, particularly those in Vajrayana traditions. So it's an active use in China, Korea, Japan, Vietnam, Tibet, Nepal, and Mongolia, and all the places Buddhism from those areas has spread, including Europe and the Americas. The Heart Sutra is less than 250 words long, and it's considered to present the essence of Mahayana Buddhism. However, its meaning and its attraction to Buddhists may not be immediately evident. The text, particularly because it is so short, is written in a kind of code. That is, it uses Buddhist terminology to refer to significant and complex aspects of Buddhist teaching in condensed form. It also seems to focus, and this is a subtle concept that I'll need to explain. So in this episode, I will first recite the Heart Sutra for you. Then I'll give you a very brief overview of its history in order to provide you with a little context. Finally, I'll start working my way through the text line by line, offering definitions of terms, explaining references, and giving you a sense of the teaching being conveyed. I'll complete this line-by-line exploration in the next episode, which I'll release next week. If you missed something or want to know more, be sure to visit the show notes for this episode on the Zen Studies Podcast website, where I include source citations. So visit zenstudiespodcast.com/heartsutra1, and that's Heart Sutra and the numeral 1. I've also started a glossary of specialized Buddhist terms on the website, which can be found under the menu item Resources. I introduce a lot of terms in this episode, so if you lose track of what they mean, you can visit the glossary to refresh your memory. The translation of the Heart Sutra I'm going to share with you is by a team of translators who participated in the Soto Zen Translation Project. This project was organized by the International Division of the Japanese Sotoshu, or the official Soto Zen organization in Japan. Don't worry too much about remembering any aspect of the text because we'll go through it later line by line. So, the Heart of Great Perfect Wisdom Sutra. Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when deeply practicing Prajnaparamita, clearly saw that all 5 aggregates are empty, and thus relieved all suffering. Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself form. Sensations, perceptions, formations, and consciousness are also like this. Shariputra, all dharmas are marked by emptiness. They neither arise nor cease, are neither defiled nor pure, neither increase nor decrease. Therefore, given emptiness, there is no form, no sensation, no perception, no formation, no consciousness. No eyes, no ears, no nose, no tongue, no body, no mind. No sight, no sound, no smell, no taste, no touch, no object of mind. No realm of sight, down to no realm of mind consciousness. There is neither ignorance, nor extinction of ignorance, down to neither old age and death, nor extinction of old age and death. No suffering, no cause, no cessation, no path, no knowledge, and no attainment. With nothing to attain, a bodhisattva relies on Prajnaparamita, and thus the mind is without hindrance. Without hindrance, there is no fear. Far beyond all inverted views, one realizes nirvana. All Buddhas of past, present, and future rely on Prajnaparamita, and thereby attain unsurpassed, complete, perfect enlightenment. Therefore, know the Prajnaparamita as the great miraculous mantra, the great bright mantra, the supreme mantra, the incomparable mantra, which removes all suffering and is true, not false. Therefore, we proclaim the Prajnaparamita mantra, the mantra that says Gate, Gate, Paragate, Parasamgate, Bodhisvaha. Okay, you probably understand now why this text needs some explanation. And you may find yourself wondering why someone like me wants it recited at her deathbed. First, though, let me provide a little history for context. I have to deliberately limit my discussion of history here because this text has an enormously fascinating past that's intimately tied to the evolution of Buddhism, its spread from India to other parts of Asia, and the process of textual translation and popularization, etc. If you want to learn more about the history of the Heart Sutra than I share here, I recommend 2 excellent books on the subject. Kaz Tanahashi's The Heart Sutra, A Comprehensive Guide to the Classic of Mahayana Buddhism, and Red Pine's The Heart Sutra, The Womb of the Buddhas. Both books cover the history of the sutra, including modern scholarship and debate, and also provide in-depth discussion of the text, line by line. In historical summary, then, the Heart Sutra has its origins in Buddhist texts that began to be composed about 400 years after the death of Shakyamuni Buddha. These texts were called the Prajnaparamita scriptures. Prajna, meaning wisdom, and paramita, meaning perfection, specifically a Buddhist perfection or ideal that led to liberation or enlightenment. The Prajnaparamita scriptures, as well as many other texts, were products of what we call Mahayana Buddhism. Now stick with me here, as I need to cover a bunch of specialized Buddhist terms in a row. So first, to explain the term Mahayana. Maha means great, and yana means vehicle. Mahayana was a branch of Buddhism that evolved gradually in India and focused on particular aspects of the Buddhist teachings. It strongly emphasized the ideal of the bodhisattva, someone who vows to be reborn in the world in order to help save other beings, instead of enjoying the liberation from the cycle of transmigration that his or her enlightenment makes possible. Mahayana also accentuated the teaching of shunyata, which evolved from the original Buddhist teaching of anatta, or not self, which I covered in episode 14. Shunyata can be translated as emptiness or boundlessness, and it essentially means that things, including living beings, don't exist the way we conceive of them. That is, as separate, independent, inherently existing, enduring entities. All beings and things are empty of inherent self-nature. So more on shunyata in a bit when we start to go through the Heart Sutra line by line. So a deep insight into emptiness was considered by Mahayana Buddhists to be central to liberation and to fulfilling the role of a bodhisattva. Such an insight into emptiness is, in essence, the wisdom referred to by the term prajna. Therefore, Prajnaparamita, the perfection of wisdom, is the direct, experiential, that is, not just intellectual, realization that all beings and things are empty of inherent self-nature. The Prajnaparamita scriptures focus to a large extent on how to go about attaining this realization its nature and implications, and the qualities of bodhisattvas who understood emptiness, and the central importance of the perfection of wisdom to the whole Buddhist path. And the Mahayana Buddhists went pretty crazy with the Prajnaparamita scriptures, adding to and revising the literature over the centuries. The oldest version is probably the one in 8,000 lines, but there were also 25,000 and 100,000 line versions. Scholars debate the history of which scriptures are the oldest and the process by which the scriptures were translated and spread over Asia. But in general, it's believed that the Heart Sutra was inspired by, if not drawn directly from, the Prajnaparamita scriptures. Given the proliferation and growing length of the perfection of wisdom texts, you can imagine the attraction of a short text that summed up the essence of the Prajnaparamita. So somewhere around the 1st century CE, some unknown person, probably a monk, compiled the Heart Sutra. There is scholarly debate over the timing of this composition and whether this happened in India or China. In any case, the text didn't become widely popular until the Chinese monk Xuanzang learned it from another monk in the 600s. And he took up the practice of regularly reciting it on his travels to India and then back to China. Part of the attraction of others to this obscure little text was Xuanzang's story that reciting it on his travels protected him from demons, bandits, and storms. So essentially, Xuanzang used the Heart Sutra as a dharani. So now I have to introduce yet another Buddhist term, dharani, or mystical verse. And it's a short text, the recitation of which was sometimes used as a mnemonic device, but was often believed to have real power, either to affect change in the person reciting it or to influence events in real life, such as threats from bandits and storms. The idea of a dharani is that the power lies either in the very sound of the recitation itself or in the beings or principles the dharani invokes. So not only did Xuanzang and others use the Heart Sutra as a dharani, one translation of the name of the text, which in Sanskrit is Prajnaparamita Hridaya, is Prajnaparamita Dharani. According to Kaz Tanahashi in his book, Hridaya means heart in the sense of the organ or the seat of feelings and sensations or mental operations, or it can mean center, core, essence, or most secret part. It also can be translated as dharani, and he says, quote, "These Sanskrit words are often used interchangeably," end quote. This makes sense in that a powerful dharani might also be a secret teaching or the heart of important teachings. On a related note, the Heart Sutra also ends with a mantra, which is kind of like a dharani in that its recitation is supposed to have spiritual or mystical efficacy, although a mantra is generally much shorter than a dharani, anywhere from one syllable to a short verse, and is often presented in Sanskrit or a transliteration from Sanskrit rather than it being translated. I'll talk about mantra when we go through the Heart Sutra line by line, but I thought it was worth mentioning here in our discussion about mystical recitations. For the purposes of Buddhism and our discussion today, it doesn't matter whether you believe dharanis or mantras have some kind of physical, literal effect in the world when recited. Just keep in mind that Buddhists throughout history have believed the Heart Sutra had unusual power. That power has at times been perceived as magical or mystical, but you might also say that the Heart Sutra has power because it invokes the entirety of the transformative Prajnaparamita teaching, which another scripture took 100,000 lines to explain. Before we move off the subject of the Heart Sutra's title, the full title is often translated, as it was by the Soto Zen Translation Project, as the Heart of Great Perfect Wisdom Sutra. We just call it the Heart Sutra for short. I've already given an explanation of the term heart, a translation of Hridaya, which can mean heart or dharani, and of perfect wisdom, a translation of Prajnaparamita, or the transformative perfection, which is insight into emptiness. And the great is added because the word maha, or great, is often added to the term Prajnaparamita. So what about the sutra part? Strictly speaking, a sutra is a discourse either given directly by Shakyamuni Buddha or by one of his immediate disciples who is empowered to speak the discourse on his behalf. Of course, it's extremely unlikely that Shakyamuni Buddha or one of his direct disciples actually spoke the Heart Sutra, seeing as the Prajnaparamita scriptures, which inspired the Heart Sutra, didn't appear until hundreds of years after Shakyamuni's death. However, the Mahayana Buddhist tradition justifies presenting such texts as sutras. So let's start going through the Heart Sutra line by line. So Avalokiteshvara Bodhisattva, when deeply practicing Prajnaparamita, clearly saw that all 5 aggregates are empty and thus relieved all suffering. It's very significant that this text is either about or spoken by Avalokiteshvara. He is an archetypal bodhisattva, which is a uniquely Mahayana Buddhist creation that's half timeless, transcendent being, sometimes seen as akin to a deity or even prayed to, and half archetype or ideal. Avalokiteshvara in particular is seen as the embodiment of perfect compassion and of the practice of compassion. So why is it so significant that the Bodhisattva of compassion features centrally in the Heart Sutra? In his book, Red Pine points out that Avalokiteshvara is, quote unquote, nearly invisible in other Prajnaparamita scriptures. Red Pine has its own ideas about why the Bodhisattva appears in the Heart Sutra. Why is it so significant that the Bodhisattva of compassion figures centrally in the Heart Sutra? In his book, Red Pine points out that Avalokiteshvara is nearly invisible in other Prajnaparamita scriptures. Red Pine has his own ideas about why the Bodhisattva appears in the Heart Sutra, but he mentions a theory, which he disagrees with, which suggests that at some point in China, where Avalokiteshvara had become popular, he replaced the Buddha at the beginning of the Heart Sutra. My own theory, which can't be verified historically, is that the compiler of the Heart Sutra wanted to couple an emphasis on compassion with the apparently negative Prajnaparamita teaching of emptiness. Either the compiler or those who popularized the text appreciated the message that compassion and wisdom are ultimately inseparable. You need wisdom to be truly compassionate, and you seek wisdom out of compassion. One of the translations of Avalokiteshvara's name is perceiver of the cries of the world. And part of his compassionate response to suffering beings is to diligently practice Prajnaparamita. That is, he meditates and does other Buddhist practices with a focus on awakening to this critical Mahayana Buddhist insight, or he strives to deepen his understanding of it. And then when the Heart Sutra says Avalokiteshvara saw that all 5 aggregates are empty, it means he experientially recognized that all aspects of a human being, that is, physical form, sensation, perception, formations, and consciousness, mental formations and consciousness, are empty of inherent, independent, enduring self-nature. As I described in episode 14, the 5 aggregates, or skandhas, often serve as shorthand for all of human existence and experience. Okay, now for the concept of shunyata, translated here as emptiness. What on earth does it really mean? For one thing, shunyata refers to an aspect of reality that can only be experienced. So it's not really a concept at all, except that once you put a word to something and try to communicate about it, you enter the realm of concepts. The word shunyata and any descriptions of what it is or isn't are just what we call in Zen fingers pointing at the moon. They're meant to guide us toward an experience, but they aren't the experience itself. So you really shouldn't be able to grasp the concept of emptiness intellectually. And I hope that's encouraging. At the same time, what is the concept pointing to? Now, I can't presume to satisfactorily explain emptiness and shunyata here in a couple paragraphs. I mean, Buddhist teachers throughout the millennia have struggled with this explanation in countless ways and used myriad means to express it. Still, here goes. When we're ignorant of the true nature of things, we mistake our views of the world with reality itself. Our thinking mind, creator of our views, evolved to discriminate between this and that, self and other, food and poison, friend and foe, etc. With the growth of our intelligence, we create an incredibly complex mental map of our world and experience, including identities, abstract ideas, opinions, and categories of beings and things. And there's nothing wrong with having a mental map of the world. We need it to function. However, the problem arises when we fail to understand that the boundaries we have mentally drawn between things and beings and events aren't inherently real. Those boundaries are expedient descriptions of the way things tend to function and organize themselves, but they're not actually there. Instead, and this is the reality of shunyata that bodhisattvas try so hard to awaken to, nothing is fundamentally separate from or independent of anything else. One way this is sometimes expressed is that all things are one, but even that isn't accurate because it suggests an inherently existing one with a boundary. A better or more Zen way to put it is things are not two. The two is our idea of separation, which we can drop in order to experience reality directly without imposing our mental map on it. Now, the process of achieving a personal, direct experience of shunyata is a subject for another day. However, lest you tune out when reading or chanting the Heart Sutra thinking, I don't understand emptiness, or I haven't personally experienced that yet, let me share a beautiful alternative translation of the Heart Sutra, which may give you a little more of an intuitive sense at the wondrous thing it's pointing to. In his book on the Heart Sutra, Kaz Tanahashi offers a new interpretive translation of this text that he did with Joan Halifax. His first line says, Avalokiteshvara sees that all 5 streams of body, heart, and mind are without boundary and frees all from anguish. End quote. Throughout the rest of the text, he uses the term boundlessness to translate shunyata instead of the usual emptiness because of the negative overtones emptiness has in English. So maybe instead of thinking nothing really exists when you hear a teaching on shunyata, you can call to mind Tanahashi's words and think of a more inspiring interpretation. That is, nothing really has any boundaries. Nothing is actually separate from all that is. The next part of the Heart Sutra is addressed to Shariputra. Shariputra was one of the Buddha's foremost disciples, renowned for his ability to listen deeply to a teaching and then understand it. Again, we can't know for sure, but there are a couple possible reasons for Shariputra's presence in the Heart Sutra. First, he's a good stand-in for all diligent students of the Buddha's teaching. Second, there may be a little one-upmanship going on here, as a bodhisattva gives a Mahayana teaching to one of the Buddha's smartest pre-Mahayana students, as if to further or complete his study. So the speaker of the Heart Sutra, Avalokiteshvara, or the Buddha himself, explains, quote, Shariputra, form does not differ from emptiness. Emptiness does not differ from form. Form itself is emptiness. Emptiness itself form. Sensations, perceptions, formations, and consciousness are also like this. End quote. So remember that this list comprises the 5 aggregates, which Avalokiteshvara has realized are empty of self-nature. All aspects of our existence and experience as a human being are without boundary, and without any inherent essence that can be grasped. However, this passage makes it clear that we should not therefore conceive of our manifestation as a human being as one thing and emptiness as another. So this is a subtle teaching, so stick with me. Another Prajnaparamita text, The Perfection of Wisdom in 8,000 Lines, says this beautifully. And remember here, the 5 skandhas are the 5 aggregates. So, quote, as dharmic facts, existence and non-existence are both not real. A bodhisattva goes forth into enlightenment when wisely he knows this. If he knows the 5 skandhas as like an illusion, but makes not illusion one thing and the skandhas another, if, freed from the notion of multiple things, he courses in peace, then that is his practice of wisdom, the highest perfection. End quote. We don't really comprehend shunyata if we conceive of ourselves as being empty of the self-nature we wish we had or are afraid of not having. That's still holding on to our mental map of reality, but then adding a negative feature of emptiness, which deprives it of any validity or meaning. In contrast, shunyata is the boundless quality of all beings and things, and therefore it doesn't manifest or have any meaning except through the very existence of beings and things. Existence or manifestation are one side of a coin, and shunyata is the other. You can't have one without the other. Again, this is an inadequate description of an actual experience, but maybe it helps a little. So our confusion about emptiness isn't because it's a complicated concept. It's because we're so tempted to start conceptually discriminating things again, even if we've had an insight into or intuition of shunyata. Despite the teaching, we start subtly creating categories of things that really must exist somehow. In fact, one of the scholarly theories is that the Heart Sutra was composed, at least in part, in response to a sect of Buddhism that had explicitly done exactly that, created a concept of truly existent elements called dharmas, The Sarvastivadin school came up with a list of 75 fundamentally existent dharmas, of which everything else was composed. These dharmas weren't limited to physical manifestations. They included things like mindfulness, energy, anger, and drowsiness, as well as eye, ear, nose, tongue, body, and mind. But in some senses, the dharmas were conceptually comparable to the smallest subatomic particles physicists have been looking for. Sure, the Sarvastivadin said, you can't find any graspable fixed self-nature as a person, according to the teaching of anatta, but the world is still composed of some fundamental elements. In response to this idea, the Heart Sutra directly addresses some of the premises of the Sarvastivadin Dharma system, which, by the way, was part of a larger body of philosophical literature called the Abhidharma, that is, about the Dharma or higher Dharma. So the Heart Sutra begins with, Shariputra, all dharmas are marked by emptiness. They neither arise nor cease, are neither defiled nor pure, neither increase nor decrease. End quote. So just to be clear, it specifies all dharmas are characterized by shunyata and therefore boundless. Edward Conza puts it this way. In this one attribute, this is quote, in this one attribute, all the other marks which Abhidharma tradition had considered are swallowed up and become extinct. Some reflection will show that to be marked with emptiness is the same as to be empty of all differentiating marks. Dharmas are empty of all that could mark off a separate existence for each one of them. That is, they have no separate existence. End quote. Then the Heart Sutra denies the fundamental characteristics we ascribe to existent things. Although things and beings appear to arise and cease, come into being and then pass away, grow stronger or weaker, or possess attributes that are negative or positive, holy and unholy, etc., fundamentally those qualities or functions belong to separate self-existent things. Practically speaking, we may want or need to differentiate such events or qualities, but we must remember that these definitions of beginning and end, good and bad, are part of our mental map of reality and not reality itself. So if Mahayana has one serious doctrine, it's this. All things are marked by emptiness. Every last thing. So, we've only gotten through the first third or so of the Heart Sutra, but I'll continue our line-by-line exploration in the next episode. If you have any questions or comments, I'll be happy to respond to your comments on the show notes for this episode.
So yeah, that's Domyo Burke. Sorry, it's pretty like heady, but I don't know. When I listened to this, I was like, it's been helpful along my journey, but it's a really interesting, it's kind of overwhelming, just like all of like the terminology and the names and everything.
Kind of more about non-duality, isn't it?
Yes, yeah. That's the central. This is like the most distilled, like non-dual, like the like most simple way. What?
It's like a white lady talking.
It is a white lady talking, correct. But it's like the most simple way to explain the non-dual philosophy, kind of. Or I'm not even simple.
I think you could make it more easy. I think you could make it.
Oh yeah, for simple. Sure. I would like to, but this is like a couple listens through and just understanding the context of a couple words here and there. That's like, oh, okay, it's kind of easier to understand. But just kind of connects to the Astavakra and the Vedanta flavor of non-dualism kind of coming around. And like what I was talking about in the beginning in the thumbnail, across traditions, they're kind of all pointing towards the same thing when it comes to seeing the true nature of reality as being non-dual, and dealing with that in the individuated human experience. That's all I'll say about that.
Now back to some trash content.
Yeah, sick.
Oh, which one should we do first? So if you guys, if you guys didn't watch the last episode of VGT, you should just stop this now and go watch it. Or, I don't know, finish this one, but
watch it after this for sure.
Watch
Psychopath.
Watch
the Psychopaths
with scary Mark Passio on the front.
Oh yeah, how's that one?
Where we I don't want to say we diagnosed him, but maybe we did.
We made some observations. We noticed some patterns. We noticed some concerning red flags when it comes to mental and physical health. That's all I'll say there.
Yeah.
What about that?
Definitely. And something that we're seeing a lot of these days. Who?
Sorry. He just said in the chat, I thought the Mark pick was funny.
Oh yeah, it's a good one. And it's not even like we didn't do anything to it. It just
like up the contrast a little bit.
It just showed up. I was waiting for, I needed to grab a screenshot, and I grabbed like the perfect screenshot. Anyway, orthorexia, there's a lot of it around these days. It should be talked about more. It should be talked about. It should be more common. Is this idea of basically, got a little bit of feedback. Oh, you're good now. Oh no, it's there. Darren, feedback. So basically, you can supplement yourself to death, thinking that you're being very healthy, and it's actually a disease similar. It's a eating disorder, similar to anorexia, and it's very irrational, and we've seen some very strange and irrational behavior from Mark, and we pointed it out. And then we saw this video, and this guy is a what do you call him? A life hacker or something?
Oh, it's that video.
Biohacker.
Biohacker. There.
Biohacker. His name's something Johnson.
Oh yeah.
Let me
That's his
see.
name.
Brian Johnson.
Brian Johnson, dude. He thinks he's gonna be immortal.
No, this dude's fucked. This is Mark. This is Mark.
Dude.
This is Mark.
Got like some serious.
He's the same guy as Mark.
Yep. A fucking techno dweeb futurist.
Yeah, who's supplementing himself to death and just got some bad news.
So
the healthiest guy in the world allegedly has some.
I've got some bad news. I got diagnosed with an autoimmune condition, and my stomach is eating itself. We just found out about this diagnosis last month when I did a bidirectional endoscopy, which.
If you go and watch the last episode, I literally was like, dude, this guy's stomach is gonna.
Yeah, this is his
vaporize.
You did say that.
Potassium stomach from all the vitamins. And not eating real food. These people are scared of normal food, which, okay, whatever, but like scared of real food to the point where they think that, Rose is in the house, that like...
they think instead of eating calories and real food, they can supplement and live forever.
By eating vitamins,
And it's a form of anorexia, though, because they're also trying to, like, control weight or lose weight usually. And it's like a control thing too, like psychologically what's going on. It's like the same thing with anorexia, just like hyper control and then labeling things as like bad, like to the point of being like evil. They're poisoning our food. They're trying to control us, which sure, but like bad. You still got to eat food.
Seed oils.
You still got to eat food. Even if it's some seed oils here and there, it's better
some bread
than not eating, just taking supplements.
Yeah. It's, it's just juicing is like the most extreme thing. But anyway, so back to this dill hole.
I'm sorry, man.
Yeah, sorry we laughed at you, but look at yourself.
Means it's a colonoscopy, and also you go down the throat as well. So looking at my entire intestinal tract. And so this is actually something that I was diagnosed with when I was 21 years old. I was diagnosed with hypothyroidism. And so I started taking hormones to modulate my thyroid, but the thyroid and the stomach actually pair really well together in immunology. So when you have a problem with the thyroid, you sometimes have a problem with the stomach. There's actually a clinical name for it. And so I didn't know this thing was happening inside my stomach. But what happens is, so think of your immune system like you have trillions of soldiers. Each one is an immune cell, and they have a specific key. And this key is designed to destroy a specific target, like a virus or a bacteria. Some of my immune cells, some of these warriors, went rogue. And instead of attacking a foreign threat, they started attacking my own stomach. And that's why this process is eating my stomach.
And I can't stop. You got to see.
And so what this does is it changes my stomach acidity. So I can't actually process certain things. Like, for example, I can't process iron. So if I were to eat foods with iron or take supplements, I can't absorb it into my body. And so it leads to nutritional deficiencies, anemia, and even it can create risk of cancer. And so what happened is, a lot of people, they look at my protocol and they'll say, this is insane. You've been measuring yourself so much over the past couple of years. Like, how is it possible you missed this? It's actually a really hard one. And I'll give you some context because I think it's relevant for each one of you. So looking back, I can now piece together the puzzle. So I've had low iron, low ferritin for 11 years. And it's very common in medicine for doctors to see this, and they see other markers like your hemoglobin and your hematocrit and say, those are normal, therefore you're not anemic, so you must be okay. But low iron is something you really want to look into. And so I just revamped my medical care team earlier this year. And when they came on board, we said, we're going to take a fresh look at all things. And they looked at my low iron, they said, what's going on? And I said, yeah, like I've been battling this for a long time. I ate meat. I took supplementation. I tried all forms of iron. I tried different times of day, different sequencing of iron with various supplements. None of it worked. It didn't make the iron, my ferritin go up. And so one of my doctors said, okay, like alarm bells are going off in my mind, because when that happens, it typically points to a potential of you having a polyp inside your colon, which is like bleeding. So you're losing blood.
Oh God. So you get the point so far.
Yeah, but does he take that methylene blue crap? What if it's just a bunch of
poppers?
he
Does. I'm sure he does. So Mike the vegan, Braxton the vegan, did a video watching his what he does in a day. And it's
what he eats in a day.
Quite similar to what Mark Passio eats in a day.
Oh, is it?
Okay. AKA handfuls of pills all day long.
Hey, it's Mike here, and today I'm reacting to the billionaire who's been in the news over the last few months for spending about $2 million a year to fight the aging process. Yes, Brian Johnson considers himself an anti-aging athlete. He has about 30 doctors and experts working with him to punch Father Time in the face.
He's actually hired a team of 30 doctors and health experts. To keep track of his health, Johnson undergoes numerous blood tests, ultrasounds, and MRIs.
So we're going to see what they've come up with. What does he eat in particular, which I'm really curious about.
What you see here in front of me, this food, is the diet that is produced near perfect biomarkers.
What supplements does he take? He was in the news for taking about 100 supplements. I thought about him because that model in the previous video I responded to took over 40 in a day, which we thought was a lot. No, that's child's play. And I actually think one of those supplements could be hurting his aging process. And there's another one that I think he's missing. So we'll get into that and generally look at what his sleep and exercise routine is.
I'm sure the handfuls of vitamins Passio's taking are completely okay, though. I'm sure all the supplements he's taking won't be doing the same thing that they're doing to this guy, eating his fucking stomach out, giving him stomach cancer, anything like that. I'm sure Mark really, went to the source of all these supplement companies and really went into the factories and saw where they were growing the stuff. And he was a part of the growing. He was a part of the gardening and farming of the supplements. And, I'm sure he knows it's all really good. And taking 40 pills a day is totally okay, right?
More Gordon.
Yeah. Mark's in way better shape than this guy, so it wouldn't happen to Mark.
It's pretty quick because there's so much going on here, so let's just go. Brian Johnson made his money as a tech entrepreneur, and he says that he has reversed his aging by about 5 years since starting what he calls, Blueprint. He's got a whole page. You can look at what he does for free. Despite being 45 years old, he says that different parts of his body are at different ages.
I am chronologically 45 years old. Biologically, I'm a few hundred ages. My left ear is 64. My fitness test to say I'm 18. My heart is 37. My diaphragm strength is
gay.
My left pinky toe, it's 100 years old. My right pinky toe, 10 years old. So I either have the face of a 15-year-old or a 40-year-old, depending on how recently I've shaved. I'm getting close to the 40 zone. The main criticism I see in comments and such is that he looks his age. He looks like somebody that could be 45. But I will say, if you look at this picture of him from 2017, he definitely looks like his skin is healthier. He does a bunch of skincare stuff. Probably also did some eyebrow darkening, has skin treatment.
Gay.
But he also considers himself the most measured man, and so he has all of these biomarkers taken and his performance in various ways. And so he says he has the lung capacity of an 18-year-old. And yeah, his tanless face and his eccentricities have gotten him some attention. I mean, he was in the news for blood swapping with his son and his dad, giving plasma from his son and giving plasma to his dad with the hopes that younger plasma would have beneficial. He stopped doing this blood boy routine after he didn't really see a particular benefit. But I can't mention this intergenerational blood pact without looking at this image. I don't know. Is it wacky or is it just a nice, wholesome family picture you can decide? I actually have a picture of his future family tree right here. Just himself stacked upon himself. I have to crack some jokes, but now let's actually get to what I think is the most interesting thing, what he eats, because again, he has all those experts he works with. And
could have been something he swallowed.
What this guy looks like? You know who he looks like to me? Have you ever seen this music video?
Dude, I think he swallowed some bad biomarkers, dude.
I can't play it for very long, but you know this video?
Oh, yeah, okay.
So the guy, I can't play too much of it. There he is. It's that guy.
I was thinking Odo from Star Trek, that shapeshifter who can't really shapeshift well.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a Play-Doh guy.
Weird, pasty guy.
Yep.
I hope I didn't just get a copyright strike for that.
Probably not. Oh, man, dude. He's just...
says that he is turned to his current diet by looking at biomarkers consistently.
What you see here in front of me, this food, is the diet that has produced near perfect biomarkers.
Now, what diet gets him the healthiest blood markers? Well, it says he eats a vegan diet. Yeah, particularly says he eats about 70 pounds of vegetables a month, which as a vegan for 12 years, that's child's play. He also does a bit of an intermittent fasting thing where he doesn't eat past noon, and he also eats a little under 2,000 calories a day, purposefully maintaining a calorie deficit, which does make sense because eating too many calories, drives all sorts of aging hormones into overdrive, drive. He seems to eat mostly the same thing every day, but then he switches up his dinners. Here's a YouTube short of him talking about it.
In the morning, this is the green giant.
Yeah, he's got some good stuff in it. He has spermidine, which is something that's actually high in soy and whole grains, as well as some animal products.
I knew it.
High in saturated fat, which he's knocked out for. And from the journal Science, quote, increased uptake of spermidine has protective effects against cancer, metabolic disease, heart disease, and neurodegeneration. So obviously fighting aging. And one thing which is almost a red flag is he has those amino acids in there, and those are largely branch chain amino acids. And as you may know, too much of leucine, for example, will boost IGF-1, which will accelerate aging and fuel cancer in high amounts. But looking at the package, it's only 1.25 grams of leucine. So, I think he'll be okay. From this study, 3 grams of leucine raised skeletal muscle IGF-1. However, it didn't raise blood levels of IGF-1. He does get another nearly 3 grams of leucine and other protein powders throughout the day, but he did check his IGF-1, which was optimal. However, this study was on skeletal muscle levels and not blood levels, so who knows? And I do have to mention, even though he says he eats a vegan diet, he's absolutely not an ethical vegan. For example, he takes collagen peptides, which despite being available from vegan protein sources, the same peptides, just little chains of amino acids, well, he takes animal-derived ones, so...
I'll work out for an hour, and then I'll eat this, the super veggie, broccoli, cauliflower, mushrooms, black lentils, garlic, and ginger.
He has this super veggie bowl, which I will say does does look a little bit like that Cover Your Ass bowl I made a while back. He just boosts it with a few more ingredients like mushrooms.
And I'll drizzle extra virgin olive oil.
Ah, he's gonna die. Extra virgin olive oil. Obviously, I made the video Oil Vegan Killer, but I've had to make like 5 nuanced videos after that, including my oil ranking video. My concern here could be that a large portion of extra virgin olive oil is actually fraudulent. So he could just be having normal olive oil, although he's really rich, so he probably has fancy olive oil. And normal olive oil is more likely to cause some type of artery impairment. We have one study showing it with extra virgin olive oil, which conflicts with other studies, but he's only having 1 tablespoon, which is like hardly any saturated fat. He's obviously not eating too many calories, which would be my main concern with oil. People just drizzling on everything and getting a lot of excess calories. And then maybe saturated fat also adding up a little bit. But I will say his cholesterol is 158, which tracks for a vegan. That's about normal.
And also 100% dark chocolate. 1 hour later, I'll eat nutty pudding, which is macadamia nuts, flaxseed, walnuts, berries, and pea protein, and pomegranate.
The nutty bowl is interesting. I mean, from the picture is he kind of just eating some straight powder on there. I'd also love to know why the fixation on macadamia nuts, but I think it's good. He has a ton of antioxidants from plants as well as some omegas, and he is grinding up the chia in there, which is better for absorption. And the third actual meal varies. He has, some type of salad, which generally has vinegar, which is awesome for blood sugar control, or a sweet potato, and you can just sort of pause to read those ingredients. But yeah, in terms of the actual foods that he is eating, he's eating a whole food, plant-based diet with a ton of antioxidants. It's exactly what I advocate for eating. So I feel pretty proud of that. But let's get to those pills. Yeah, he takes about 100 pills a day, and we're gonna not look at all
100 pills a day. Well, he's got Passio beat by a few.
It looks like a lot more than 50 or 60. Bro, what are you doing? So you can see that how he could drain his ferritin stores by just doing this, by being the most measured man in history. He can get the best fruit, the best quality food in the world, but he's basically eating like he's stuck in a bunker. Welcome, Frugivore. Today we're going to react to the no die guy, the longevity dude, Brian Johnson, because he just uploaded a video 3 days ago and it's had over 1 million views, and it's titled "I Have Some Bad News." So we're going to check that out. We're going to react to that. And I must admit, I don't know a lot about Brian Johnson. Like when I think about supplements, I kind of associate him with supplements. When I think of his name, I just think supplements. But I watched a couple of his videos recently to get more acquainted, and he seems like a nice guy. He really comes across as like a nice dude who is just trying to find his way, trying to find the answer to his health issues, essentially. Of course, he has supplements and he sells a lot of those, but aside from that, yeah, he seems like a pretty nice guy. So let's see if we can help Brian for sure. And by the way, I cut the hair way too short. This fringe is like, oh no. Yes, I've got to deal with that.
Autoimmune.
I'm with the
we already just listened to this part. I want to get to the part where he's
markers we've achieved.
Oh wow. Okay. Well, that just raises huge.
Yeah, that's a lot of blood you're losing every week.
Like you age yourself premature.
Oh yeah.
And I usually just enjoy thinking about the day for a minute. Just get a few minutes of exposure.
So he doesn't like going out in the sun, so he uses artificial sun.
So in place of the sun, I'll use this device. It helps
because he thinks the sun gives
by the way, I forgot to mention this is actually this video. So he's saying that it sets his circadian rhythm. It proves
sleep.
Okay, I mean, it's fine. And like you said, he gets up before the sun, so he can't just go out in the sun. It's always best to wake up with the sun if you can, but he's waking up early and he wants to use this lamp. And yeah, it could be of some benefit. But look, you can see how pale he is. He's definitely causing issues for himself being this pale. Okay, he's missing out on a lot of important, basically, love from the sun, who is the god. I see the sun as the god, as like basically the giver of life, which I think quite a few of you may agree with.
I'm not in that cult.
The sun, you are going to age yourself prematurely, and I know this sounds like contradictory to what you have heard, but it actually makes the skin thinner, and it makes it less resilient and easier to break down, less collagen. Like, obviously, if you're having too much and you're burning all the time, that's not good. I'm not talking about that. I'm just saying, don't avoid the sun because you're going to actually make your skin more fragile. Getting sunshine is so absolutely necessary for health. And I'm surprised that Brian is not into it because he's like, all about metabolic health, but he's got this irrational fear of the sun. But he's missing out on this like nitric oxide release into the bloodstream, which is really good for your metabolic health, for lowering blood pressure, all sorts of great things. He should look into that for sure. So basically by him avoiding the sun, and I know it's not up at the moment, but him avoiding the sun is actually accelerating aging. Crazy, right?
After the light exposure, I'll take 2 pills.
It's some heme iron, 10 milligrams of heme iron.
Oh,
well.
taking
So I
heme
have
iron.
this kind of, I mean, there is a big thing about him being vegan, right? A lot of people say he's vegan.
Heme
And
iron's
I'm
not
he might have even
vegan,
said he's vegan
and
too,
it causes
but if he's
cancer.
taking heme iron, which is the blood of an animal, you know, it's the iron that comes from the blood of an animal.
Not
that we have
vegan,
pumping through our own
not
veins.
Indian.
He's obviously not
Mixing
vegan.
stuff. No mixing stuff.
So, yeah, that's important to take note of.
And 250 milligrams of vitamin C. I'm trying to get my iron levels up. They're
Okay, so
borderline. They're okay.
okay, he said they're okay, they're
Why not eat
borderline, but
vegetables?
he just said in the other video, remember this was 2 years ago, but he said in the most recent video a couple of days ago that his ferritin is low. He's got a problem. And now he's saying,
Hey, just borderline.
he said they're borderline, they're okay, but he said he's had this problem for 11 years. So that's a little bit confusing there. But he's taking vitamin C with the heme iron, which is very interesting. And it seems a little bit redundant because, you know, the heme iron is absorbed quite rapidly, you know, from the animal into us. And it doesn't have that kind of protective mechanism that the non-heme iron has that is built into fruits. And so I have this theory about iron and absorption and everything like that. I've been mulling over it for days and days on end. That's what I do until I come to something that makes sense. And I was thinking about fruit. Look, you know how they're always saying have vitamin C with a meal that has iron in it because it increases the absorption of the vitamin C by like 3 times and often makes it as easily as absorbed as the heme iron, you know, the animal iron. So I'm thinking, well, look, fruit comes with the perfect package. It might not have a lot of iron, but that is good. You don't want to have a lot of iron. No, you don't want overload of
Especially
iron.
men
But
don't
fruit
want
comes
a
with a
lot of
perfect
iron.
package. It has iron, it has vitamin C, it has the glucose and fructose. These all optimize the absorption of that iron in the fruit. Okay, so I actually believe, I mean, I've even read studies showing that if you add that vitamin C to the iron, to the non-heme iron meal, it absorbs it as efficiently, if not more efficiently than heme iron. So if you're on a fruit-based
And
diet, which you
doesn't
should be, and
give
you're
you the
having like
added
a
risk.
lot of fruit, then you're automatically getting like a good absorbable amount of iron.
With no
okay?
added
Unless you
risk
have
of
digestive
cancer.
issues, which I have to watch out with because I
And
come from
no
a past
animals
of
being
absorption issues like that because of, yeah, I've talked about it a lot before. Like I treat myself so badly. But yeah, I really believe that's a fact. I don't believe non-heme iron
Working at
is,
Macca's?
you know, any less like it's meant to come in a package. It's meant to come in the fruit package, and that's how it's most easily absorbed. So Brian, fruit-based diet.
Every day, it's weight, BMI, fat, muscle.
Wow, yeah, that is really micromanaging things. I know he is like the guy who does a lot of that tracking and everything like that. I'm right into the tracking too. I do enjoy tracking things a lot, but maybe not as much as Brian.
Visceral fat, water, bone.
Okay, we can move on. We can move on.
5 minutes of light therapy. It's blue light, and it keeps my complexion clear.
blue light
5
now.
minutes, and it's also a nice time to do a little meditation.
Okay, so he's doing a whole lot of these light therapies when because he's avoiding the sun, as I was telling you about before. Just stop avoiding the sun. You know what the best thing is for your skin is like get out in the sun, do some exercise, and sweat. I kid you not, that is the most amazing thing, and obviously a fruit-based diet you can do for your skin. It is so cleansing.
I'll focus on my breathing. All right, complete. Let's go downstairs. Routine lately is I do a meditation before I start this portion of my morning routine, about 10 minutes or so, and I've really started to enjoy it. I've learned a few different meditation techniques.
Come
yeah,
on,
I do this for about
Jesus
10 minutes.
Christ.
It helps me really
Plus
settle myself.
six.
I mean, there's nothing wrong with meditation. I think that is
Yeah,
great.
but it's
I'm
like,
so
come
supportive
on,
of that.
dude.
There's nothing I can critique here
He
at all.
just likes
Ready to go
posing
about the
like that
routine.
because he looks
Now let's start
fucking
the
yoked.
next part of the morning. My morning routine is about 3 to 4 hours. It varies on a given
He is so pale.
day. Sometimes I go a little faster. Sometimes I go a little
He is a
slower.
ginger,
I always
but-
wake up naturally. So it's somewhere between 4:30 and 6 a.m. I wake up. I go to bed at the same time every single night. And sometimes
Excellent. I think that's an excellent thing to do. I do that myself as well. And we eat pretty early. We get finished by about 5 p.m. eating our dinner. Well, I mean, 6 p.m. Yeah, but we start pretty early.
Sometimes I sleep through the entire night and I wake up earlier and I'm ready to go. Sometimes I wake up once and I have to go back to sleep. So that requires a bit more time, but I never set an alarm. I just wake up. Also, I'm being self-reflective on camera today. You know, I can imagine you and me and be like, this guy is nuts. Probably true. But you know, the thing is,
Don't worry, I'm the same. You're nuts. You're bananas. I get it. But I mean, you don't want to be like seen as normal, like as like a normal part of a sick society, right? You want to be seen as the odd one out because potentially you've got something to share, you know, because most people are not doing too good.
no one's ever tried what we're doing before. We're trying to basically
Okay, we're going to move on to what he's doing here. I'm not sure. He's maybe advertising. I'm not 100% sure.
on the therapy, and then we implement it. But my job is to basically go through this full process from identifying the organ to looking at the analysis and then incorporating it. So sometimes that's taking a
Whoa, here we go.
pill. And so I understand when people look at this, they're like, that's nuts. It is nuts. But it's exactly what's required in the year 2023 if you want to do this entire process trying to look at every organ in the body. So you see my...
Well, I think there's a problem there. Like, we're not isolated organs. We're not machines. We're a holistic being. You know, we're one unit. We're not like, well, unit sounds a bit like technical, a bit cold, but you know what I mean? We're not just these isolated organs. That's important to, you know, not fall into that trap because we need to be treated holistically.
3 to 4 hour routine. This is not something I'm trying to suggest you give my routine. This is a little bit of a disaster. Let me give you a quick idea of what's going on over here so you know. This is the device I use for my dry eye. I'll do this for 30 seconds in the morning when I wake up first thing. So basically I start here on the right hand side and I move to the left. So first.
Okay, so he's doing some dry eye. He's treating a symptom that he has instead of, yeah, the actual cause of it most likely. We want to be able to prevent it. Yeah, he's probably getting some hormone fluctuations.
I always am aware of the air quality, so it looks like air quality in Venice is really bad. But
Did he say Venice? Okay, so he's in Italy. Is
Venice,
he?
LA, or Venice, Italy?
That's
I'm always
super
aware
cute.
of
She's
what the
like,
air quality is
Italy?
like. Okay. Next is preparing the morning pills. Every 2 weeks, my team organizes all the pills. In between that time duration, we change certain things, and when we change it, it's a manual change.
Ooh, where have we
Manual
seen
becomes
this?
my responsibility. So I pull out my pill tins. I'll take the new manual I'm taking.
Mark
and
shit.
then
I bet
when the
Mark
2-week time
follows
frame
this
comes,
guy,
they'll
and
be
he's like,
incorporated into
"Oh, I'm
the
only
process. You
taking
can see we're
30.
about midweek.
This guy takes
midway through the
50.
2-week cycle, so I have about a week
I'll be
Very
fine."
organized. Oh my gosh, that looks like a big jar.
left. These are
big job.
my upon waking pills. Okay, now I have all these pills ready.
Hang on, so he just said upon waking pills. So does that mean there's going to be more?
Yeah. The Green Giant
Upon
tells me that I
sleeping
have
pills.
this pre-mixed so that it's quick. I'll do 5 tablespoons. You see I move pretty swiftly through this thing. I don't know how many pills in here. I think last time we reported it was something like over 50, maybe 60. That looks like a lot more.
What? It looks like a lot more than 50 or 60? Bro, what are you doing? I don't think I could even choke down 2 in the morning. I mean, like 60, 7. What? There's more than 60 maybe there.
Like over 50, maybe 60. That looks like a lot more. So I'm not sure what's going on here. We have very little room for more before we need to change our pill tins.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so this is going to be part of the problem that he's experiencing, all right? Because he is putting himself at risk of like basically like having definitely absorption issues, because if you have certain supplements together, like say iron and calcium, they compete for absorption areas in your gut for the same sites. So you're going to have all these conflicting like minerals and vitamins and supplements going on. So it's not going to be an optimal absorption here. And also, like, I'm not sure, how does he know how these interact with each other? And I mean, this is actually quite dangerous.
He's got his team putting it together.
Get ulcers from
He
it.
pays a
down in his
team to
gut,
do
because
it.
you can
They
get
must be
essentially like a
right.
chemical burn. You can get scarring eventually as well, which is going to affect the absorption
My
of your
grandma
nutrients.
passed away.
And
Stomach cancer.
Yeah.
Too many vitamins. She would eat handfuls of vitamins.
I know I've made myself nauseous taking too many vitamins.
Oh, you get
and
the
stuff
hives
before.
sometimes, like too much niacin.
Or too many
Or just
B
too much.
vitamins.
It
I've
like
had
dries
that
up your
happen.
stomach and you get nauseous and throw up.
But it's
Ugh.
I mean, it's unbelievable to me that he would take this many, like synthetic isolates, you know, like fillers and binders and stuff like that. He also is ingesting that.
Tons
So
of
it kind
shit.
of just becomes this cycle where he's trying to, you know, absorb these nutrients, but he's damaging his gut potentially with these nutrients, and then he can't actually absorb those nutrients, and he's getting deficient. And you can see how this vicious cycle continues. Wow, real food. I mean, I'm not saying I'm not all against supplements. Yes, definitely they can help in some
He's on
situations, but I
fucking
am against this
Tren,
much
Deca,
supplementation.
HGH probably.
For sure.
All the testosterone
Oh
stuff.
gosh, how many can he choke down in one go? I could not do
Get
this.
that big
That
eating
was maybe
fucking
5 or 7.
vitamins all
I'll
day.
finish up. I put the morning pills down. Then I'll get the food
Disgusting.
prepped, and then we will go work out. Oh, prior to that, I'll use.
Was that just his girlfriend? I know he's got like an Australian girlfriend, I believe. Aussie chick over here checking in.
Red light therapy. I started losing my hair in my early 30s. It's been a
Okay, so now he is actually doing another light therapy.
difficult thing. I've had to work really hard to try to keep a head of hair.
Yes, we'll get out in the sun. It's going to help your follicles.
And this is a useful thing. It's one of 6 different things I do. This is super veggie. This is what I'm going to eat after we work out.
Okay, it looks kind of like a smoothie, but he said super veggie, which concerns me because he doesn't need vegetables. He's not a herbivore. Definitely doesn't need vegetables first thing in the morning. That's what I'm saying. His liver is depleted of fructose in particular, so he needs to replenish the liver. He needs glucose, sucrose, yes, get the sugar, fructose. He needs to fuel his body and his brain, but this, yeah.
I rotate every month. 1 month puree, 1 month whole pieces. And the puree I find to be a lot, well, I like it for for a lot of reasons. I know people look at it and they say it's a green goop and they like to make fun of it. It's really helpful.
I mean, I get it. I have a fruit goop. People make fun of me, you know, as in like a smoothie, but it can be a good way to actually maximize absorption, especially if you've got like a gut issue like him. But look, there's so many oxalates. I mean, there's like, we got things to worry about, like oxalates, goitrogans, I think they're called, lectins, phytates in like, there's some grain in there as well, in grains and in vegetables that certain vegetables you have to watch out for because they're like plant pesticides. Okay, it's a plant saying, "Don't eat me." Like it's injecting its poison basically to deter you from eating it. You know,
like I think what she's saying, and this is even some of like Dr. Greger talks about this. If you're predisposed to getting like kidney stones, and you don't want to, you wouldn't want to juice spinach or a vegetable that has high gut.
Yeah.
So any vegetable that has like high compounds of this stuff, you wouldn't obviously, like this guy, if he's only eating vegetables and like starting his day with it, I'd imagine those compounds are but like a lot, I mean, you know, like a lot of anti-vegan people like to bring up those compounds as an example of why we shouldn't be eating plants in it.
But they're cancer killers.
But so don't be afraid of your veggies, people. But can't live without the context of what she's saying.
Yeah.
When you have like celery, for instance, you've got the leaves, you've got the stalk, and people are just eating the whole thing. And yes, I will have a little bit of that, but if you're having like a whole head of it, you got to be careful. You're getting a whack of plant pesticides. So I don't recommend that. And there's a lot of plants and seeds and stuff like that that have these anti-nutrients that can affect the absorption of iron. So we've got to think about that when we're eating this herbivorous way.
To have it in this blended form, almost like a veggie hummus. Otherwise, when you have a whole piece, pounds, I think, pudding while I'm here, 2 cups of protein.
Okay, so he's into the protein powder. It might be his own protein, I guess. But this is another lie which I'm exposing in my free board diet course. We just recently had 30% off the course. We'd love to have you join us. We're just starting writing at the moment, but I'm gonna go more into that. And this is another thing he doesn't need to be consuming.
1 cup of blueberries and blackberries.
Yes.
I like my nutty pudding a little chalky. I go through these different phases. And
I spied some fruit there, which is good, but it's only a small amount. It's not enough for a frugivore.
Change it up, like the super veggie puree, and then the whole pieces. Same with nutty pudding. I wonder how people in the future
when he says nutty pudding, it makes it sound a bit fatty. I'm not sure what is in it though.
will look back at me. If they're like, yeah.
I mean, but look at what he's eating. He's eating these like small, dense, dry, like manufactured foods. It's kind of it's very wartime. It's very bunker. You know, this is a man who has apparently like hundreds of millions of dollars. He can get the best fruit, the best quality food in the world, but he's basically eating like he's stuck in a bunker. We don't want that. This dehydrating, just
wartime
desert bunker food that is really going to suck a lot of nutrition out of your body to process it, and also put, like a lot of strain on the liver and kidneys, because you have, I mean, especially with all those supplements, he's going to have really expensive urine at the end of the day. This is not the way to eat. We need fresh. We need those micronutrients. We need like a lot of in the package though. You know, we need that water as well if you want to really truly be your best. And you can supplement with some sun crystals or a few tablespoons of energy, I call it. And that's the way to go. Seriously, you need fruit bulk and fiber.
Sugar.
You know, he was someone who made.
I mean, like he's getting the veggie fiber, but you know what I mean. It's not enough.
Sense. He figured it out. Or if they're like, he was really off. The food's all prepped, so when we come back in, we're going to eat. All right, what I'm going through now is I'm going.
Okay, so he's going to exercise. Oh my gosh! Now he's out in the light. You can see truly how pale he is. Dude. I mean, this has to do green with the low ferritin, but I think this is mainly to do with his avoidance of the sun. Tell me in the comments if you know more about his like sun routine, because it doesn't seem like he's getting much. He's really avoiding it. Wow. Okay. So exercising, great. That's excellent. You know, I'm a fan of exercise. I'm surprised he has the energy though, because he's just not, he's not eating enough. He's really not eating enough. And that's why his temperature is on the cold side as well. He needs more sugar. He needs more carbohydrates to bring the warmth up, because they help that your body regulate the temperature. They help you get warmer, and he definitely needs more of it. So, I'm going to end it there. To summarize,
scary.
One of the
scary shit.
Bubba, come on. Come here.
So, Andrew Wilson. I did a couple debates with Andrew Wilson on his channel. I may have talked about it before. What was this channel called?
The Crucible.
The Crucible, the debate channel, Crucible. I did a handful of debates on there, vegan debates. Oh, Bubba. My dog just slobbered all over my feet. Yeah, and the whole experience, Andrew was a little prick, basically. He just, any way he could be, he could like out of all the debates, he never posted my name, never linked me, linked my YouTube or anything. Then he some of the photos, the photo I submitted to put on the thumbnail, he like altered it so I was like skinny and green and like gangly looking.
It was a really bad picture.
And like, yeah. And and he was just like being a punk ass at every possible point. And then like during the debates, he obviously was biased, so he was like making dumb arguments and like making dumb, and like he was like pounding beers the whole time and smoking like chain smoking cigarettes.
So
Just
manly. He's such a man.
Everything was so funny with this guy. I was always a good sport about everything. I didn't let anything bother me because I knew I was going to win the debates. And I ended up being probably one of the only, like, I don't know, I don't want to say I'm the only vegan to win a debate on there, but there definitely was other vegans that won debates. But I like pretty made a big deal. It was three big debates. And I got the guy, the farmer at the end to admit that I was right the whole time. So it was pretty... For him to have a vegan win a debate on his channel is really fucking big deal. And like when who was it? The English vegan gays and someone else
Hines?
tried to
Chris
debate Garland and Andrew like completely like sabotaged the whole thing. And it was just, he really cares about stuff like that. So it was really, he doesn't like me at all because that happened. But anyway, dude's a fucking punk. Hilarious stuff going on with him in the news.
I would not want to be that guy, that person who just cannot control their internal emotions.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
you
you lick sniz. You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a
You
fucking
lick
dyke.
sniz.
Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
She didn't
Shut
talk
your
shit.
stupid bitch mouth. We live in a carnal world full of warring tribes who are always killing each other. And that's part of the human condition. You can't afford to have your men losing control to emotion.
You're so strong, you should open it.
Yeah, I got to be able to grip it.
Okay, we'll grip it. Let's
It's
go.
literally slippery. Can't grip the fucker. Like I gotta have a way to grip it.
Andrew, I'm sorry. It's not.
My fingers slip way back the head.
All right,
It
so
was
recently
criticizing
Andrew
the girls
Wilson
not being
somehow
able to
had an
open it,
even
and then
more
he wasn't
embarrassing
able to do
moment
it.
than that tragic pickle jar incident. The guy just keeps having meltdowns over the funniest shit, while at the same time preaching about how men need to control their emotions and stay composed under pressure. You know, we live in a world of warring tribes always trying to kill each other, and this man was defeated by a pickle jar. And you would think that fiasco would have been a wake-up call for him, and he would learn to try to control his temper a little bit at least. But it seems like he's still just on the verge of having a complete breakdown. I mean, he flies off the handle so easily. All you have to do is mention his wife having kids with guys before him, and he loses it. Like, you don't even need to say anything bad about it. All you have to do is just bring it up, and he panics. He's so sensitive. And it's hilarious that he's always talking about how men need to be stoic and ready for war. But then he just crashes out over the dumbest shit. You know, the guy can barely handle being in the culture war, let alone an actual war. I mean, the guy now has PTSD from a pickle jar, and everyone knows how easy it is to get to him. Like, even if you just bring up him having stepkids, he starts to panic. On another episode, a lady mentioned this, and he acted so weird about it. Like, you could tell he's just so insecure about this stuff, because also he knows the audience he's cultivated thinks marrying a single mom and raising stepkids is simp behavior. You know, they definitely look down on that, which you'd think he does too, based on everything he preaches. But of course, since it's his situation, he needs to have a caveat for that.
I adore my kids. Like, I love them to death. Wouldn't that take that away from me? Because now I would not even be sure if they were mine.
I mean, forgive me, they're not yours, are they?
No, they are mine.
Biologically?
Yeah. I have biological children, yes.
So I'm
you
sorry.
were
You're...
misinformed, weren't you? by trolls. But anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm sorry.
Yes, I have stepchildren and biological children.
So do you feel that your stepchildren aren't your children?
No, I still love them and adore them.
So I'm sorry, they're not your children, or they are?
They are, but there's still a different relationship.
Okay, so I mean,
it's
you're
a different relationship.
You're doing it yourself. I mean,
no, I'm not.
You are
I just told you there's
participating
a
in the child rearing
Will you stop?
of children that aren't
This
yours,
is incorrect.
like biologically.
Yeah,
yours.
no, that's incorrect.
So it's a bold move being in the
What?
manosphere red pill space while being in a relationship like
correct.
his. And he's clearly cracking under the pressure. That's why he just loses it when somebody points it out. Like, he's horrible at staying composed and not letting his emotions get the best of him. Like, when his wife gets brought up in this clip, he has one of the worst reactions you could imagine. That's obviously why this clip went so viral. You know, if he kept his cool, it wouldn't have been that big of a deal. But as soon as the girl he's debating mentions his wife's past, he just loses it and starts going off on her and insulting her, which she actually handles well. You know, she keeps her cool and just lets Andrew embarrass himself. So this is such a bad look for him. And it obviously shows how insecure he is about it, which is funny because he's trying to prove the opposite, like that there's nothing wrong with what she did. You know, he's flipping out. He's like, what's wrong with her having kids with other men? It's like, I don't know. You tell me. You don't sound too happy about it. If this is your reaction, if somebody brings it up and you're like, stop attacking me and stop talking shit, it sounds like you're not handling it very well. And then the girl he's debating brings up how he's getting really worked up about it. And she's like, man, you're really red in the face. And he's like, well, it's because I was touching my face. You know, I was being performative about it. And you seem pretty pissed too. You know, he's such a man child and he's just coping like crazy. It's unbelievable.
But the reason is not because I'm not a great orator or I don't make good points or I haven't said things which should be compelling to a person. But Charlie, I just think honestly, you're too fucking stupid to understand them.
So Andrew, can I sell you on my worldview?
Yes.
Your wife has 3 baby daddies and has been married twice before.
And you
under
you lick sniz.
Under your religion.
You lick sniz.
What is that?
You're a fucking dyke. Don't talk shit about my wife, you stupid bitch. Shut your fucking mouth.
Look at her.
Shut your stupid bitch mouth.
Your wife with the 3 baby
What did I
daddies?
just say?
Your wife with the 3
Sorry,
baby
I'm sorry,
daddies?
dyke. Is she morally inconsequential in comparison to your ditch licking?
Do the men that you try to
Do the women that you try
show
to
your hatred against?
Do you the women
they,
that you try
convince them
to
that they shouldn't?
You know,
like,
Charlie, did I
pursue
bring
women? Do they know
Charlie,
that
did
your
I bring
wife
your
is 5
family?
years older?
Did I bring any of your
You
family
called
into
me fucking
anything?
Stupid.
Did I say anything about your family being stupid, Charlie?
could.
It's
You could
because
go
I'm
for it.
better than you, Charlie.
No, it's because you're embarrassed, and you know that the traditional values that
Mhm.
you try to sell people
Okay.
on are bullshit because
Let's
you
go
are not
through
a
it.
traditional man.
Chuck, what am I doing? Being married to my wife?
It's immoral.
Then why? So then
Under my
So all
worldview,
you did?
That's perfectly
So wait,
acceptable.
Chuck. All you're doing is saying. So Chuck, shouldn't you actually be saying that Andrew? You're doing a good thing
Do you think your wife is a charity?
by taking care of children who weren't mine. Was I doing a good thing? Whose fathers abandoned them? Was I doing a good thing?
Yeah, you're doing a good thing.
Oh, okay. Well then, Chuck, why did you use that as a form of personal attack on me?
Got you real red in the face.
Okay, my hands were on my face just now, Chuck.
Were they?
Because my hands were on my face, Chuck.
Oh,
It was
'cause you're mad.
it's performative, Chuck. I don't know. You looked pretty angry just a second ago, Chuck.
No,
you're pretty
This is what
upset.
my face looks like.
Yeah, so he was going through it because he knows people can see the irony here of him making a whole career out of promoting traditional values
You're
and
a dyke.
lecturing
Get
women
outta
for
here,
being
slobber
promiscuous
mouth.
and making
What's
bad
up
life
with her?
decisions, while at the same time being married to someone who has kids with 3 different guys. Like in the red pill space, a single mom is a huge red flag, and they always tell guys to avoid them. I mean, imagine if somebody with the same history as Andrew's wife was on this podcast or fresh and fit. She'd obviously get cooked by them, and nobody would believe that she's only been with 3 guys. That's what Andrew's wife claims. She's only been with the guys that she has kids with, which, again, if this was a random woman on a red pill podcast trying to say this, they'd all just laugh in her face. No way they'd believe her, and they'd think her husband is an idiot simp for believing her. But Andrew thinks his wife is different. You know, he believes her, I think. I mean, also he said when they had a kid together, he told her that they have to do a paternity test or he's leaving them.
Okay, it was a fact, and you brought it up because you wanted to use it as something disparaging, but you can't figure out how it's disparaging.
It's disparaging because it goes against the worldview that you espouse.
What part of me marrying a woman who was divorced goes against my
You
worldview?
say gnarly things about promiscuous women and that they're disgusting.
That's not promiscuity.
You say 3 baby daddies? Yes, that's promiscuous.
Wait a second. Help me out here. How many times have you had sex?
Certainly under 10.
Yeah, and she has 3 long-term relationships, and I'm one of them. Okay,
You
Chuck.
always-
Can you tell me?
Men that
Can you
are
tell me which
forever
one?
tied to her.
Which one of you
Forever
are
tied to her
promiscuous?
through having had children with them, forever tied to her. That's a much stronger bond than a hookup.
Okay, so but help me out. You fuck way more women than my wife, and she's the promiscuous one.
I have what I would consider 100% faith and trust in my wife. But I told her,
Well,
I
also-
told her these words exactly. You're going to get the fucking test, and if not, I'm out the door. Period.
Well, also, in the way Andrew talks about his wife, you'd think she's some quiet lady who stays off social media and focuses on the family and their home, but she's really a vulgar loudmouth that's trying to be an influencer. She also always feels the need to step in and try to fight Andrew's battles for him. Like, she's always crashing out on Twitter, going hard, trying to defend him. And one time a girl got in Andrew's face, so then she called into the show and went off on her. And she just does not sound like a traditional feminine lady at all.
Told Priscilla that if she comes anywhere near my husband, she's gonna have to deal with me. I'll fly out there and she could try getting in my face and see how tough she feels then. Because I guarantee if it was me sitting across from your ass, you would not have had that kind of energy whatsoever. That is bullshit. And for you to think that you can physically attack my husband, like get in his face, say you want to take him outside on a national TV show that everyone saw, and then come back in the studio and act like you didn't do nothing, like, well, he made fun of me. Too bad. Are you a child or are you a grown woman? Have some self-control. And if you can't have some self-control, I'll come over there and teach you some. How about that?
And she treats Andrew like a child. She always acts like she needs to step in and protect him, and she does everything for him. It's so embarrassing. But Andrew seems to have no shame about it. Like, he completely relies on his wife. I think his wife is more independent than he is. I mean, it sounds like he'd be totally lost without her. Like, when she talks about taking care of him, it sounds like she's literally taking care of a child.
Andrew, when Rachel said that she does all domestic chores, is there anything you do? I mean, do you put the bins out? Do you the trash out? I mean, what do you do? Anything?
I don't do shit.
Andrew has never done a house chore ever in 17 years. I do all of that. I bring him his food. I bring him his drinks. I keep track of his schedule.
My wife foresees my needs before I foresee my needs. She knows what I want to eat before I even know what I want to eat. She knows what it is that I want before I know what it is that I want. She foresees all of my needs.
So she runs this man's life. It's pathetic. But then she has to pretend like Andrew's a big, strong, masculine man that she needs to take care of her. I mean, it just seems patronizing. Like, after he couldn't open that pickle jar, of course, his wife jumped to his defense and was like, actually, Andrew opens pickle jars at home all the time. Like, that is so embarrassing that your wife has to come out and say that about you. And honestly, she's probably the one that opens the pickle jars. Like, when they asked him to open one, he seemed frightened. He's probably like, wait, my wife usually does this for me.
Come on, you can do it.
Put it right side up.
You can do it. You got this.
All right, bro. I can't do it. Here.
All right. Oh my God.
He's old. No.
I guess, yeah, Andrew, go ahead.
I'm supposed to open the pickle jar?
It's like, yeah.
Oh, jeez.
I do. This seems a little immature now.
And his wife watches all of Andrew's appearances, so she must have been dying inside seeing this and seeing him crash out over her past on that other episode, which she eventually called into and started going off.
Rachel seems to indicate she'd like to do a call-in with your permission.
Oh, absolutely. I'm going to go have a smoke.
Oh,
no. He talked a bunch of shit. Now it's your turn.
To support the patriarchy. I'm kind of like the secretary that helps the patriarchy, and I just happen to be really fucking good at it. So if you ever want to talk more shit, let me know and I'll set up a debate with you, and I'll make you look 10 times stupider than even Andrew has.
Okay.
You're the one who should get back in the kitchen because you're useless. I don't know what you contribute to society.
So these two have a bizarre relationship. You know, usually red pill guys say it's a man's job to get his woman under control. But I think in this situation, Andrew's wife needs to get him under control. Like, this guy's a mess and is way too emotional about everything. It's embarrassing, but let me know what you guys think. And I just posted a new video to Patreon about the latest Rogan Sphere grifter, Jeff Dye, who lied to Rogan about moving to Texas so he could start a GoFundMe as a ploy to get money from his rich conservative fans. But it completely backfired, and now he's coping over it. It's hilarious. And I also talked about William Montgomery bombing a comedy show recently. That was funny. And Theo Von's been spiraling and crashing out. He bombed his Netflix special. So there's a ton of stuff I talked about over on there. 150 exclusive videos. Make sure you check it out. There'll be a link in the description.
There's a chemical so potent, the amount that can fit on the tip of a pencil.
Share the tab.
I'm going to be a guest on a podcast at 7 p.m. No Fugazi podcast is what I will be joining. This is, I think, what we would call a podcast bro. You guys, we are not going on the warpath. We are not on the offensive. There is no reason to think we will disagree so terribly. Well, the only reason I say that's because I haven't watched his content. So I don't know what he's going to say to me.
She married a simp.
Wait a damn minute.
So question for you then. So you were a stripper for 20 years. You got into coaching. Would you recommend that a guy dates a woman that did 20 years on a stripper pole versus a woman?
How about marry one?
Married. Great. Good for you.
Yeah.
Well, actually, let me ask you a question. When did you get married?
13 years ago.
13 years ago. Good for you.
And we've been together for 20 years.
Good for you. Good for you. So you were together for 7 years prior to him marrying you.
To us getting married, yeah.
Okay, got it. So within that, well, I mean, he would have to marry you. He got on one knee, right? Or did you get on one knee?
Well, we had broken up one more time because you know how sometimes I was insecure. I was vomiting my dysfunction into the relationship. He got tired of it a few times. We'd broken up. This was the last breakup that we had. He actually emailed me a breakup. I called him at work. I said, are you sure? He said, yes. I said, that's too bad. Hung up the phone and then got to work getting over him because I was done trying to make it work between us, despite my dysfunction, which took me a while to realize I was the problem. So he broke up with me. I said, are you sure? He said, yes. I hung up and I seriously got to work getting over him, and I did. And he didn't expect that to happen. He thought it was going to be like a breakup, take a break, reset ourselves, come back.
And I'm sorry, I just misheard that. Did you say you broke up with him during this time, or he broke up with you?
He broke up with me, and I got over him. And he didn't expect that to happen. He thought it was going to be a breakup, take some space, and then come back.
Meaning that you moved on with another man.
No. I got over him. Like I was using a no kissing for 3 months dating rules. So I was seeing somebody, but there's no kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity. And so I wasn't with anybody, but I was over him, and he didn't expect that to happen. And so he was like, oh shit. So what do I do now? And he was trying to win me back, and it wasn't working because I got over him. And I said, the man you are is no longer who I want because I've redefined my next relationship. And he said, okay, what is it you're looking for? And I said, well, the old me is done. This is my next evolution and where I'm going next. And when him and I got together, I was coming out of a divorce. He was divorced for 5 years. Both of us said, I don't ever want to get married again. That's a hassle. Like I would do another relationship, but not another marriage. It's just a pain in the ass.
Got it. So this was your second marriage.
So both of us had said, we don't want to get married. And I did change my mind in the course of our relationship, but I didn't verbalize that because I didn't think it was fair to switch it up. So I just ate it. But when we broke up and I got over him and I defined my next relationship, I went, you know what? I remember changing my mind. So I'm putting marriage on my list. So when he wanted to win me back, I said, sorry, but all that's done. Like when I'm going forward again, here's what I'm looking for. And marriage is also on there. So he said, can I take you out for one last dinner? And I said, okay, fine. So he came, picked me up, talked the entire time, and proposed marriage.
Okay, so he did. So he's the one that proposed to you.
Yeah, he not just proposed marriage, but basically he took the when you play poker, I think it's called a royal flush. So he took everything.
Never played poker.
Okay, I think that's the highest you can get. But he took everything I had on my list, and he went royal flush. Here you go. And I said, let me think about it. And I did before I said yes. But I did say yes because when I thought about it, I had one of three trajectories, which is say no, continue on my own path, say maybe, but I still need to see some more, or yes. And the reason why I said yes is because what came with the yes was the words, he's where you want him to be. So I took that words. I have a voice in my head, capital T, capital B. It's smarter than me. It said, he's where you want him to be. So I said the yes instead of the no or maybe. And we've been together for, 13 years we were married. So I don't know. I'm not really good at numbers at this point, but been together ever since. Got married and the whole deal.
Yeah.
Married 13 years now. So probably 15 years ago. It seems like.
Okay, cool. So let me just ask, because you said a lot there. So he did, to answer my question, you said that he did actually propose to you.
Yes.
You had a list that you written down a bunch of your requirements of what you expect in a relationship.
So here's an expectation is a story you tell yourself.
It's if you put it in the camera, it's upside down, so it's fine. You don't have to. We can't read the words. But so let me ask you this question though.
No storytelling. An expectation.
Okay, let me ask you this question real fast, just so we have some clarity. And I'm kind of curious too. So you guys went ahead and broke up, and then you moved on.
I did.
You moved on. You said that you didn't move on sexually, but you moved on, like you were done with him.
No kissing, no sex, no sleep.
Got it. So after you moved on, you said, hey, I'm going to go ahead and turn over a new leaf, and I have some requirements for if you want me back. And you said that he went ahead and met all of your requirements, the stuff that you have on that list.
No, I did not say that. I said the man you are is no longer who I want to be with. I went out for one final dinner with him because I wasn't asking him to be anything. That's who, like, I was done with him. I wasn't asking him to change in any way, shape, or form. He said, what is it you're asking for? And I said, here's my list, but I wasn't saying it to him for him to do anything. I was trying to get him away.
Got it. So you were actually trying to get him away. That's what I wanted to know.
I had said to him, stop texting me, stop calling me, because when my phone goes off, I'm getting anxiety now.
Yeah.
I don't want to talk to you anymore.
Got you. Oh yeah, and that makes sense because you fully moved on. And would you say that you moved on mentally?
Yes.
Like totally and emotionally from him?
I did. Yeah, I did. I got over him.
Now you had a list and he adhered to your list.
He decided to. I didn't.
Yeah, he adhered. You didn't make him. No one's saying that he made you. We all are human beings of free will. What we choose to do, that's our choice. The only time someone is forcing us is unless they have a gun to our head or they are physically holding us down and forcing us and suppressing us from our own will. Okay. So he went ahead and made his own choice as a man, and he decided to adhere to everything on your list. My question is, if you had a list of requirements, did he have a list of requirements of things that you had to adhere to?
He didn't ask me to be anything. I was still dysfunctional after we got together. My dysfunction was my insecurity that I was vomiting into the relationship. We still fought for another 2 years after we got back together and got married. We were on the verge of divorce. I was in a deep mental spiral, addiction, depression, anxiety, suicidal ideology, eating disorder that is honestly, like, I was close to death pretty much. My relationship was failing, brink of divorce. And I said to myself, I need to do something because I'm literally dying from my mental illness.
Okay, I have one question, and I'm sorry when I ask these questions because, and actually maybe this is a good moment where we can set some decorum and some structure. So you know that it's not like I'm just cutting you off for no reason. Like, oh, well, why is he cutting me off? I'm being genuine. I'm not being disingenuous.
Oh, that's suspicious.
But you're saying much and it's right on the top of my mind. If you hear me typing some stuff down, because I will let you speak and I'm typing stuff down so I don't forget. But for this time, if I happen to cut you off, it's for a purpose to get more understanding out of what you're saying. Okay. Yeah. So you said some things there and he had to adhere. Well, he adhered to your list. He did not have a list of his own of requirements.
Right.
So not only did he have.
Do you know why? Do you want to know why?
Why what?
Why he didn't give me a list of requirements?
Sure, if you want to go ahead and expound on that. I mean, for me, it really doesn't matter if a man doesn't have a list or not. But yeah, if you want to go ahead and let me know, sure.
So the reason why my husband fell in love with me in the first place was because he saw a reflection of himself. You know how like attracts like? Do you understand?
I see what you're saying. I got it. So let's get back to my one question. That's what you mean. So meaning you saying that the reason why he didn't have a list because he's seen a reflection of himself. Okay, cool. So my next, not even I guess it's a question, but I want some clarity here. So he adhered to your list. But not only did he have to adhere to your list, he also had to deal with the trauma that you were bringing, meaning that the emotional things that you were going through. So he adhered to everything on your list, and he also dealt with all of your emotional up and downs.
Right.
What did he get out of this? What did you reciprocate on your end to give him? Like, why would a man go with all of that and not have a list? What was it? Did you do any type of reciprocation for him, or he was just like, I don't need any reciprocation. I just love you for who you are, baby, and I see a reflection of you. I see a reflection of me and you, and I'm gonna just accept you how you are. How was it?
Fundamentally, I think he just wanted me to come back to the person he fell in love with.
Okay. Got you. You know what we would call those type of men on this side of the internet?
No.
We would call those type of men simps. So a simp is a man that gets with a woman. A simp is a man. I understand. I hear you. I hear you. So a simp is a man that gets with a woman and expects nothing in return from the woman.
Look at the Sims.
And also, Chantel, while I'm speaking, if it could just be one mic at a time.
I get you. I hear you.
Yeah, because I didn't speak when you were speaking.
That's true.
I only cut you off at moments where I needed some more clarity and understanding. And once again, Chantel,
I know it's backwards. I know.
Yeah, we can't even read it. So it's good for
some people did.
No worries. Like if you want to put your book up to promote your book, that's fine. But like those small words, we can't read it at all. Okay. Yeah. Yep. But okay, so on this side of the internet, we have a word and that has meaning for men that behave like that. So a man that gets with a woman and he doesn't expect anything in return, we call them simps. The reason being, and this wouldn't be a good thing. This would be a thing of meaning that you don't have any self-respect, you don't have any self-dignity, you are pedestalizing the woman, you view yourself as beneath the woman. So men that operate like this, we call them simps, and it's a derogatory term. It's not a good thing. You get what I'm saying? So the man that you chose to marry is, I would say that he's 100% a simp.
Why you think my husband is somebody who'd be in a relationship with somebody who does not bring as much as he does?
Well, you just said that you didn't bring anything in return and he just loved you for you.
Don't do it. You just made that up.
But you were the one that had all of these requirements and you had all of this emotional baggage and you were putting all of that on him. And he accepted it. And he didn't actually respect he didn't actually want anything in return. He just went ahead and dealt with it.
Roll the tape and find my words that said that.
So he adhered to everything on your list, and he also dealt with all of your emotional up and downs.
Right.
What did he get out of this? What did you reciprocate on your end to give him? Like, why would a man go with all of that and not have a list? What was it? Did you do any type of reciprocation for him, or he was just like, I don't need any reciprocation. I just love you for who you are, baby, and I see a reflection of you. I see a reflection of me and you, and I'm gonna just accept you how you are. How was it?
Fundamentally, I think he just wanted me to come back to the person he fell in love with. There's 0 point in our relationship where my husband would be with somebody who wasn't doing anything for him.
Well, you said that. I said, well, what does he get on his end? Did you reciprocate anything on your end?
Correct. You asked what was his list of requirements. I said what he wanted was me to come back to the woman he fell in love with. And then you made up this whole story.
Okay. So once again, he wanted you to come back to the woman that he fell in love with. Mm-hmm. But at the moment in the relationship where you had all of these requirements, where you didn't have these requirements before, you said that this was a new list.
I'm interrupting you because you are being incorrect. You used the word have. He had to take your emotional turmoil. He had to meet your requirements. He did not.
Oh no, he didn't have to.
Anything.
Yeah, he
Well,
chose to.
So don't use the word have, because that's incorrect, because that would indicate something forcing. Under no condition was I forcing anything on him.
Oh
He
yeah, no,
wanted me.
I
He
100%
wanted
agree.
me because of who I am and what I bring to a relationship. And
Got you. Yep.
You never
And-
asked what I bring.
Oh no, I did. I said, what did you reciprocate? You know, like why would a man go with all of that and not have a list?
No, incorrect.
And you said
asked-
that he
you
wanted.
said incorrect. You
I
asked,
did
what
ask you
was his
that.
list? You asked, what was his list of requirements? That's what you said. I said he didn't have a list of requirements.
Uh-huh.
He
And then
just
what did I ask after
wanted me.
that? I said, what did you reciprocate from your end? And you
didn't
said
give me
that
chance to answer that.
you answered
never
it. You
asked.
said that he
did not
wanted you
You did not
to
ask
be the
how
person
we-
that he fell in
You
love
did
with
not.
before.
You
That
never
was your answer.
You never asked how my husband and I are in service to each other. Not once.
That's it. Once again, there's a timeline for relationships. You guys been in a relationship for a long time. Now, I'm not saying that you're not doing anything now, but when we're speaking about from the questions that I asked you, I'm going off of what you said. I'm not putting anything else in there and I'm not taking anything out. So from what you said,
Ask your chat. Let's ask your chat. Did he put words in my mouth? Yes or no?
oh, sure. Yeah. Let's go ahead and ask the chat if I put any words in your mouth. We could bring it up too. Hey, chat, did I put any words in her mouth? Put a 1 in the chat. If I didn't put any words in her mouth, put a 2 in the chat. So if I put words in her mouth, put a 1 in the chat. If I didn't put any words in her mouth, put a 2 in the chat. And I'll go ahead and show it to you as well. We could go ahead and bring it up on screen.
Mm-hmm.
So we got nose. You got to put 1 or 2. I see two ones, but we see a lot of 2s and a lot of no's.
Yeah, counted more than 2 ones. You didn't. I'm still counting ones.
Yep. Nope. It's majority of 2s.
I understand majority 2s. It's your channel. It's your people.
Yeah. Well, you asked me to go ahead and do it. So
how do
that's
you
why I went ahead and do it. And I
Listen,
can actually put a poll up as well.
I'm not going to have a conversation with somebody who is dishonest and disingenuous and doesn't take reality into account.
Oh, no, it's way more 2s than there are 1s.
Of course, it's your channel. I'm not going to stick around for a disingenuous conversation.
But you asked me to go ahead and ask my chat. That's why I did it. I wouldn't have did it at all. Why would I do that? You asked me. So you have to take some accountability for what you asked.
I can't take another minute of this bullshit.
This chick ran out. She left. She married a simp, ladies and gentlemen, and she left. And that's the thing. Most of the time when you're speaking to individuals like this, they don't like to take accountability.
I said, hold up, wait a minute, something ain't right.
I was insecure. I was vomiting my dysfunction into the relationship. He got tired of it a few times. We'd broken up.
At all. Why would I do that? You asked me. So yeah.
Done. Because I don't stick around for a dishonest conversation. Unwilling to acknowledge the ones. You're not willing to be fair. I already caught you trying to put words in my mouth. I already caught you trying to twist the story. And now you're literally not acknowledging the ones right in front of your eyes. I love that this came about. I wanted it. I think I got exactly what I needed to once again teach you how to make the best decisions for yourself. Hey, spend your money on me, ladies. It makes them
Hello,
mad.
I just want to say
Spend your
body
money
count
on
does
me,
matter.
ladies. It makes them mad. Spend your
No,
money.
it doesn't.
I don't know what this loser was saying, but I gotta block it because they're too dumb to see me talking, apparently. So I had to block you because you seem dumb. Anyways, go ahead and spend your money, ladies. Buy my books. Get this for your kids and your teens. Make sure you read it first. Buy my books. Dump these losers back to patriarchy land where they belong. Buy my books. Make yourself happier with Say Yes to Goodness. Buy my books. Make sure you're never abused again. Make sure you are never abused again. Make sure you have a ton of money doing something that you love. Have a ton of money doing something that you love. Buy my books, ladies. It's the last thing they want you to do because you'll. Hi.
Hi. This is my first time like coming across your lives, and I have maybe a crazy take, but I feel like any men that would even come on here are like not men that you'd want to waste your time with.
You are correct. They are not men. My mods are amazing. Can we say thank you, mods? Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I'm very supportive of your work. I was going to ask you about if you had a daughter and she became a prostitute, would you support her career?
If I had a daughter, I would always let her know that her body belongs to her and her only. I would let her know that anybody who said body count should be immediately eliminated from her life. I would let her know that whatever she wants to do, she should think about it first and then gauge herself after thinking about herself doing it. And if she feels good about it, to go ahead and do it. But if she changes her mind partway through, even if she's naked under the sheets, I would have taught her how to remove herself safely or even violently from those situations if he's not going to allow safely because he thinks he's entitled to her body at all times, even when she says no. My daughter's happiness is more important than her body count. So if she wants to prostitute her body because she's comfortable with her body and her sexuality, and she knows how a job is a job and it's a job, she doesn't have to medicate herself to do it because she's not doing it out of desperation. She's doing it because she can, because she wants to, because she's comfortable with it, and she's making a ton of money and she's fine with herself. Why would I be unhappy? Anyway, I blocked it. Well, oh yeah, I did see the voice memo guy. Okay, we'll talk about that. Hi.
Hey,
Hi.
how are you?
Good.
So I want to speak about what you got on the whiteboard behind you there, because I noticed in the last debate or the last conversation you had, it was like, it's not real. It was like, I feel like you were missing something very important on the last point you made. Are you okay? Hello?
Are you gonna say it? What? Don't you guys just ramble on till I?
Do you remember what the last fact that you put up on there was?
Are you gonna say it? Don't you guys just ramble on nonstop till I get rid of you?
No, I'm trying to see if you know what it was.
I'm bored. So unless you're gonna say something,
Do you know what it was?
I'm gonna get rid of you.
Do you know what it was?
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Okay, so if you do meth 100 times, is it gonna hit the same after the 100th time?
That's a story. Can I go to a story? And then after this
Would you say that having sex is a drug? Would you say that having sex is a drug? And you can build up a tolerance to that.
The story.
Okay, have you ever been in love? Have you ever found love?
I got story. I got no facts.
Okay, so you don't want to have an actual productive discussion or argument. You just want to play stupid and rage bait. Yeah. And that's why you'll be alone forever. And that's why you have no kids, no husband, and you're alone.
Lies and fear mongering. That's all I got.
Okay, what does your husband think about all the men you slept with?
She's not autonomous.
What?
Do you know
I never
who taught
said
me
that.
body count? Hey, do you know who taught me body count doesn't matter?
Who?
My husband.
Okay, so I'm glad that you found someone that is
Oh,
okay
no,
with
you're
that.
not
But
glad I found someone. You made a false accusation that I had nobody who was going to be alone forever because you're a dumb liar and you're abusive.
I never made I never lied. I just made an assumption.
Hey, chat, did you say I was
I'm
going
not
to be
an
alone
abuser
forever?
either. I mean, I'm
Alone
19 years
forever?
old and I'm
Shut up
much
when
more
I'm
mature
talking.
than
Oh
you.
my
You're
God,
acting
you're
like a
so
child.
useless. Useless. Did he say I was going to be alone forever, chat?
What about maturity?
Did he say, I gotta let
What
you
about
go,
maturity?
dum-dum? You're
You
too
act like a
dumb. You have no
child.
self-control.
You act like a baby
They have
child when
no
you're miserable.
self-control. We gotta block them because they have no self-control. These little dumb boys saying body count matters can't control their own face because they're so useless. Did you hear him say I'd be alone forever? Because they're all liars. They're all fear mongers. They're all storytellers. They're all so dumb with no facts or science whatsoever, which is why we block them for being too dumb to exist among us.
Can I ask you a question?
Of course.
Okay, so if you
What's the scientific facts that it doesn't matter? Hi, what's your name?
My name is Rabbi Mordechai Baruch Hashem. I requested up because I was just curious if you're rage baiting because it's very subjective to people, right? Like for example,
Are you enraged?
yeah, like
You're enraged?
no,
I gotta let you go. You're too angry.
no, it's just subjective because again, a lot of people don't want
Yeah, it's exactly my entire point.
that there's cucks out there that don't mind being with a woman that slammed a bunch of guys.
There you go, ladies. That's your selection, right?
Well, yeah, if you want a high value man, then
Oh,
you're
high
gonna have
value.
to-
So high value. You're so valuable.
Well, yeah, I believe so. I drive a Lamborghini Urus. I fucking own.
My Bugatti's red. What a dumb loser. My Bugatti's red. Loser. Eh? Lamborghini. My Bugatti's red, you loser.
Hello.
Hi.
I was wondering if you could show me the thing that shows how to be a perfect man, the one with your list.
Oh, it's a free download in the link in my bio. You can grab it.
Yeah. Well,
Yeah.
the question is your husband all of them?
Yes, of course he is.
So you have no, like, what is it called? No arguments or nothing with your husband?
No, because I don't need to change him because I didn't pick
Oh, you have no arguments with your husband.
Do you think it was here to learn anything, ladies? Did you hear that extinction burst? Eh? Did you hear the extinction burst? Of course, a male like him can't comprehend a healthy relationship. From day one, they never had one. Love? What's that? My mommy didn't want me. My daddy left, never looked back. Eh? That's why they're so desperate for you to care. Because they never got it. Because their mommy and daddy issues mean they got to try to control you because they can control their upbringing.
Hello, Chantal.
Hello.
Hey. I had two questions actually.
Okay.
First question, are your books also available digital?
You can get my ebook bundles and audiobooks in the link in my bio.
Okay, that's nice. Thank you.
You're
And
welcome.
I was also wondering about the list of qualities because I am quite
This is-
autistic, so I'd like to be very
Yes.
clear on things. I was wondering, do guys have to score like a double plus on all these, or can there be like
Oh, okay.
these improve?
Hello.
Hello. Hello.
Hi.
Hi. What's your question?
I was just wondering before I like start any type of dialect, like, is this actually like a debate panel? Are you trying to debate?
Oh, this is a facts over feelings debate. You would need to bring facts or science. Science is 4 pieces of information: title, website, page number, paragraph number. A fact is not you. A fact isn't I think, I feel, my experience, my opinion. A fact is not you speaking for people you've never met. A fact is something that is outside of your head, that is agreed upon on site because it is so obvious when it is stated. Do you agree this is a key?
Yeah.
That's what a fact is. It's so obvious when I ask. It's obvious when I state it. So if you can't bring a fact, something outside of you that I can agree to, or a science with 4 pieces of information, you're not bringing a debate. So there's no debate.
Okay, that's fair enough. Like, you don't really deal with like people's opinions, but it's more like descriptive thing.
No, you
Okay.
go do you. I'm not here to change you.
Okay, yeah, that's fair.
Yeah.
I just want to ask, okay, so why is it that body count doesn't matter then?
Because what matters is who you are. I'm not going to ask you for a number. I'm just going to find out who you are and get rid of you based on who you are.
Isn't that a feeling?
Yeah, I feel you suck because you're disrespectful, so I block you. I feel you suck because you don't listen, so I block you. I feel you suck because you don't absorb information. You're so hella dumb. You don't understand simple words, so I block you.
Yeah, but you're saying body count doesn't matter because I feel that this is more that this isn't that important. Like, you literally just, that's not a fact, isn't it?
Ladies, is it a fact that this guy is too dumb to exist?
Are you gonna respond to what I said? You said that you don't want to deal with opinions, and you're just giving me an opinion. You can sit there in silence, but like, like, this is pretty simple. All right.
It's very simple.
Goodbye.
Yeah, it's very simple. We just block them. We just block the ones that are too dumb to exist because they don't have any facts. They don't have any science. They just yap, yap, yap. They're stupid little thoughts and opinions and emotions. And they end with the extinction burst. It was toxic, definitely. They all are. Aren't they all dumb? Aren't they all dumb and toxic and abusive? That's why we block them all instantly. Oh, you want to debate? Bring facts or science. It's the only kind of debate I'll have. Oh no, camera off.
Wait, so I have actually, funnily enough,
I said camera off.
Oh. Yeah. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, so my question is, I'm on the other side of the argument that it does matter because it's like skill almost. You understand what I'm saying? Like, in my partner, I would like somebody who has experience.
Don't worry, I'm going to make up a story that if they tell me they have a high number, it's automatically going to be good. My husband.
No, that's not necessarily true. I'm just saying.
Interrupt me when I'm talking, right?
Okay.
So my husband had a body count of 2. Does that mean he wasn't skilled?
Not necessarily.
Exactly my point. The number is irrelevant. Do you know what makes a skill lover? Do you know what makes a skill lover? Communication skills. They listen when you talk. Ability to absorb information. They don't tell themselves, I know everything. I don't want to learn anything more. They want to understand what makes your body happy and gives you pleasure because they respect you. They apply work ethic and conscientiousness when they work at your body, meaning when it's time to do the job, they work at it until it's done and they pay attention to the details because of conscientiousness. And that's what makes a good lover, never a number. As many of us ladies know who've had sex with people with high numbers and found it to be rather mediocre. Oh, you want to debate? Bring facts or science. It's the only kind of debate I'll have.
Hi. Yes, ma'am. I'm here to put my 2 cents in. I think body count is like how many miles are on a car. I'd rather get the lower mileage car than the higher one.
So go pick the thing. Okay.
Okay, I'm just saying I think body count does it really does matter because
No, I agree. You should
yeah.
go pick your thing.
What do you mean pick my thing?
Well, women are cars, right?
Whoa.
And
It was
cars
more
are things. So if the
so
female of your species,
okay, so are women things now?
so's the male.
No, that goes both ways.
Yeah, the male's a thing.
No, nobody's a thing. They're a human being.
No. The female's a thing. Remember?
No. A girl's a human being.
No, dude. Just go pick your female thing. That's all.
I don't like calling girls things. More like young women.
Okay, well, go pick your brethren.
So wait. All right. I thought you were gonna be against my thing here. What the fuck?
No, I'm not against you picking the people that are aligned with your thoughts and values.
God damn, man, you might be a genius.
I was never here to debate your thoughts and values. I was only here to debate this subject in a factual or scientific way.
You're a fucking genius. Ever thought about opening up a podcast? Is that a no?
Do you have any other questions?
No, I'm done.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Ladies, don't forget, use the What Books Write For Me quiz and the link in my bio. Find out which of my books are recommended for you. No, the only place where I'm not see equality is in BV stats.
Hello. I was just wondering. You think it's a fact, right?
I can't hear anything you're saying.
I was just wondering. You think it's a fact, right?
What is it? I don't know what it is.
Body count doesn't matter.
Oh, it's definitely a fact.
I wanted you to explain why you think that.
Okay, are you a mammal?
Am I a mammal?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay, fact. Are you designed to have sex?
Yeah.
Yeah, fact. Does your body have erogenous zones?
Yeah.
Yeah, fact. If you have sex, does your body release chemicals called oxytocin, dopamine, and serotonin?
You tell me.
Oh, this is where the education ends, right?
Yeah.
I'll skip that one for you. Are you born with a sign on your forehead that has the number of people you could have sex with in a lifetime and how many times you could have sex with those people as a limitation? Were you born with that?
No.
No. There's another fact. So you're made to do it. You're designed to actually like it. You're not born with any kind of limitation. Therefore, factually speaking, body count does not matter. You can enjoy sex as many times as you want in your lifetime.
I mean, you're right.
I know.
Fair enough. Hi, Thea.
Okay.
What are you telling me, you narcissistic bitch?
Bye, loser. There you go,
Yeah.
ladies. Look at that, ladies. I could control you before I met you. Makes you narcissistic. Eh? The projection is immaculate, ladies. The projection. What do you mean? You're telling me I didn't make up rules for you to follow before you knew I existed? You're so narcissistic for not letting me control you before you came into my environment. How narcissistic, says the ultimate projector. Hey, ladies, let them talk. They'll tell you exactly who they are. This is why your dating strategy is to not occupy their mouths with your kisses for minimum 3 months. No kissing, no sex, no sleepovers, no exclusivity, minimum 3 months. Get rid of this disrespectful, toxic, abusive loser who's so mad he didn't control you before he met you because he's a narcissist.
Hello?
Hi.
So you are saying that the body count does not matter, but it is scientifically proven that the vagina expires after 2 penises. What do you think
Legs
about that?
closed. So keep your legs closed. Your vagina doesn't expire. All right? Keep your legs closed. We don't want your vagina to expire now, do we? Wouldn't want that. How did you know your husband was the one after so many fighting years? When I started being...
When should I give up on somebody?
When they're not interested in you.
What if they say they're interested in me? They tell me they love me.
Have you guys noticed? Oh, have you noticed that the people who talk a lot about other people's genitalia and what other people's genitalia are doing are the people who are supposedly not doing anything with their genitalia? Did you notice how oppression and repression creates fixation? Right? Oh, wait a sec. Do we have 2 P's? Oppression? I haven't spelt in a while. Re equals fixation. Notice that? Guys, did you notice there's a fixation? These people who were told sex is wrong, autonomy is wrong, sexuality is wrong, touching yourself is wrong, touching other people is wrong, oppression, repression, oppression, repression. They're so fixated on other people's genitalia. I'm oppressed and repressed. Why aren't you oppressed and repressed? I'm very fixated on your freedom. You need to be oppressed and repressed alongside me. It's very bizarre that you're not as oppressed and repressed as I am. Very fixated on how you're not as oppressed and repressed as I am. Very fixated. Is fixation a healthy state of mind or a mentally ill state of mind? I think fixation is a mental illness, don't you? I don't know. What would the dictionary say? Would the dictionary say there's something wrong with fixation? What if I asked the dictionary to define fixation? What would the dictionary say? I wonder. It's very obsessive. A fixation is an obsessive preoccupation or unhealthy attachment to a person, idea, or object. In psychology, it describes being stuck in an early stage of development, while in biology and chemistry, it refers to the process of preserving tissue or converting elements into stable compounds. Unnaturally strong, lingering interest or excessive degree of focus on a subject. Hey, obsessive degree of focus on something they're not doing because of the oppression and repression, creating a fixation, creating mental illness, right? Have you guys noticed